All right. Let's see. Weather for us today here in the Sand Hills. It's going to be a nice one, but hot. Sunny today, 94 high, but that's with reasonable dew point levels and humidity. Mostly clear tonight, a low of 64. And then for Friday, sunny with a high of 89. Friday night, clear skies again, a low of 62. Saturday, sunny, 92 for a high. And then Sunday, a front comes through, 40% chance of getting wet. But on the backside of that front, we'll have nicer, cooler weather. 75 for high Sunday. Monday, 68 under sunny skies, 73 and sunny on Tuesday, Wednesday, 81. Right now around the Sand Hills, winds are calm, pressure is 3011. Dew point 58, humidity 85%. We have sunny skies currently and 63 degrees here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM and 990 AM WEEB. Little Dan Seals bop. It is 7:35, 35 past the hour on this Thursday morning, thumping Thursday. Glad you made us a part of your day. Our job is, of course, to whip the masses to a frenzy. So what do you say we get started with that?
I'd say many of them are in a permanent frenzy. There were a whole gaggle of unbathed humans assembled in Southern Pines yesterday demanding an end to the war because, they don't have jobs or anything else.
Where was this at?
Somewhere in Southern Pines, where all the rads live.
Oh.
All the pilot subscribers live,
All right. Well, a 25-year-old woman in Florida was pulled over after speeding in a residential area at, just a mere 123 miles per hour. Let's listen to this insane answer as to why Sharia Lopez was speeding by so much.
Why? Because you're doing 125. That's why.
Yeah, right. I'm not doing 125. She's not doing 125.
Honestly, it's just because he has a Supra, that's why. And I thought it was okay to go fast.
If you could understand all that.
What did she say?
She was saying the brand of the car dictates. That's how fast you go.
I see. Okay. Her name was Sharia?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess Sharia has been subject to the law. That would be Sharia law in this case.
Meanwhile, something you always kind of know, but now we can confirm. The second season of Investigation Discovery is Hollywood's Demons will focus on the Jerry Springer Show. It became obvious the fights were staged, but early on they really were spontaneous. Here's a preview where Springer producer Hudson Curtis revealed how they could manipulate the contestants.
I noticed pretty quick what the secret was. Here's how we got them to fight in the beginning on Springer. Let's say that I have two brothers in a conflict. When you're prepping the guests, you tell one of them, if your brother says something you don't like, you can yell at him, get up in his face, you can even spit on him. But whatever you do, don't hit him. Then you don't tell the other person any of that. Once you produce one person to get up and spit in someone's face, and then you don't give any instruction to the other one is going to haul off and knock the hell out of the one who did it, and boom, you got to fight.
What a way to make a living, huh?
Yeah.
That guy sounded like he was just perfectly fine with being the source of that mentality, I guess. Great.
Well, that's what kept the ratings up. I mean, just became a daily fight. They always had the weird guests. I'm married to you, but I'm seeing your sister on the side.
Ooh, okay. Wow.
And then the two sisters get into it. The new season, by the way, of Hollywood Demon premieres Monday night on ID. For the record, Springer was taped in Chicago and later Stamford, Connecticut. So ID is really pushing the Hollywood thing.
Right.
Since it wasn't filmed in Hollywood.
Right. Springer would commute from his hometown of Cincinnati up to Chicago, tape a few shows, and then go back like every week. And then later he ran for mayor of Cincinnati. I'm not sure how that worked out. But anyway.
Hey, Chris, well, it's no good there. Homeless man named Arnett Johnson became an unexpected hero after rescuing a missing 6-year-old boy he found wandering alone in Miami at night. The man noticed something was wrong, so he stayed with the child, called the police instead of walking away. Here is Arnett and a Miami officer talking about what happened.
I looked around for the parent, but I looked and I don't see nobody, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, what is this kid doing out here this type of night?
This was a good Samaritan that was sleeping in the streets and called us and gave us that information. You know, kudos to him. We don't know what could have happened to this child if he would have remained out in the street.
Anybody would have done the same thing I did, you know?
No, I don't know. Tell me more.
The mother, Annie Rivera, is facing child neglect. She's being charged for allegedly dropping her son off on the street. Now, some kids just don't have the advantage of having a decent parent or parents, when 75% of those drawing those welfare checks have one parent home, usually just the mama. Baby daddy's out seeing how many more baby mamas he can create, because for every kid there's a check.
Boom.
And I guess he gets his cut for being the stud father. Beef is getting harder and harder to afford, and 7-Eleven is closing stores. Just a couple of the late-night jokes from the Eunuch Boys, if they can possibly come up with something funny.
Beef is getting harder for Americans to afford, which explains Pizza Hut's new leftover Easter candy lovers pizza. No one out-pizzas the Hut. It was just announced that 7-Eleven will close 645 U.S. stores this year. 7-Eleven. Never forget. The company explained that personal consumption had softened, particularly among low-income households, as inflation continued to weigh on spending. Yes, that's how bad things are in America. Folks can't afford to eat at 7-Eleven. What's next? Are Americans going to be forced to limit themselves to a sensible gulp? Damn it, this is America. I do not believe I should have to drink from any cup I couldn't possibly also drown in.
Oh, boy. It's just so funny. I can't get over it.
You can tell how condescending he is toward, what you might consider the average American, Very, very condescending, making fun of their soft drink.
Well, he's just a sorry
preferences.
excuse for a comedian.
Yeah.
If you're going to be in the job, how about, oh, by the way, and you got a $50 million budget for jokes, maybe you could find one a day that's worth telling. Meanwhile, happy National Librarian Day. How about some good old-fashioned librarian humor to celebrate, shall we?
Did you hear about the librarian who asked if someone needed help finding a book? And they said, no thanks, I'll just wait for the movie. I saw a teenager open a book. Turns out they were just looking for the charging outlet behind it. Did you hear about the librarian who tried to explain the Dewey Decimal System? And the kid said, is that like a playlist?
Alrighty.
Okay, I knew there had to be a Dewey Decimal reference in there eventually, so I was not disappointed.
Meanwhile, a grandmother of 10 recently delivered McDonald's to the White House. Isn't it great that grandparents can keep working delivery jobs to care for their ailing spouses?
New from DoorDash Silver, your food order delivered by someone's grandparent. Every delivery includes a butterscotch candy and a complimentary anecdote about how back in their day, pizza cost a nickel. Track your order as Doris misses your street twice, drives 10 miles with her blinker on, only stopping to yell at some kids to get out of the street. With DoorDash Silver, sure, she might forget half your order, but tip her anyway. After all, Mima is on a fixed income. DoorDash Silver because Social Security isn't quite enough.
You know, I don't understand the backlash surrounding that visual. Somehow people are upset that a grandmother is delivering DoorDash. Well, I mean, you know, she looked perfectly able-bodied to me. If somebody in their 60s or 70s wants to have a job, what's wrong with that? I don't get it.
Hey, I saw somebody at the door port yesterday complaining about DoorDash would not hire her because she had a careless and reckless on her license back in 2019.
Well, I can understand that.
Well, it was 7 years ago.
Well, DoorDash, we want them to get to the door.
I know, but
you know,
7 years. If you had a clean record since then, that's, you know.
Well, what about Uber Eats? Maybe she ought to sign up to apply with them.
I'll suggest that when I see her again. Let's see. All right. Our new little feature. The least interesting man in the world.
He can sum up the ideal date in one word. Applebee's. One night he thought he saw a UFO, but it turned out to be a helicopter. His favorite kind of cheese is cottage. He is the least interesting man in the world. I don't always drink beer, but when I do, what's the name of that one I like?
Okay. All right. Well, to counter, since we've got so many kids in school that can't speak English, and we don't have any politicians with enough backbone to kick them out.
Wow, I've never heard you bring that up before.
You haven't. You know, why should we have to educate another country's kids when they're here illegally?
Well, I'm not sure how much educating we're actually doing, but...
Well, it just hurts our kids.
Sure.
Because class is going to get dragged down waiting on them. No, blah, senor.
Well, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Hey, it's...
I took 4 years of Spanish between high school and college. You can't speak a word of it.
Okay.
Understand even less.
Yeah. Here we are in Puerto Vallarta, North Carolina, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Anyway, we have our Mexican word of the day to help our side learn some Spanish.
Hey, Holmes, it's Little Puppet, and today I'm gonna teach you some Spanglish with Little Puppet's Mexican word of the day. Orale! This is for all of you who didn't pay close enough attention in Spanish class, Holmes, and don't have a single crucifix hanging in your house, eh? Today's word is for all of those homeboys who have passed on, Holmes. It's coffin. Here it goes in a sentence so you could understand it better. Orale, Holmes. This weed is harsh, eh? One hit off that joint, and you're gonna be coughing. Get it? You're gonna be coughing? See, check it out. That's good, Holmes. Orale, Holmes. This is much funner than Spanish class, que no? Tune in next time to improve your Spanglish skills with me, Holmes. Little Puppet. And I'm out. A rato.
A rato.
Okay, well, I don't know how we make it through a day with that little puppet.
Yeah. Adds a little spice to the advice, I guess. Let's see here. Yes, we must have this. After knowing what the news is now, we have to find out about the not headline news.
This is not headline news. It's National Eggs Benedict Day. I don't know about you, but I prefer eggs that didn't betray our country. A jury found that Live Nation and Ticketmaster illegally maintained a monopoly over ticketing at events. It didn't help that Ticketmaster charged the jury an extra $85 fee to enter the courtroom. Bill Belichick turned 74 today. But remember, you're only as old as the person you feel. And an Akron, Ohio man won the lottery twice in the same day. Before you call him lucky, keep in mind, he lives in Akron, Ohio. This is not headline news.
And in other not headline news, only half of Americans went to the movie theaters in 2025. The good news for theaters is that thanks to the sticky floors, they never left. The average price of a new car is now at $50,000. If that doesn't convince Tiger Woods to stop totaling one every few years, nothing will.
That's walking around money for the LT Gray, I think.
Jeff Bezos' ex-wife donated $70 million to Meals on Wheels. Meanwhile, Jeff just spent 3 times that on a yacht shaped like his new wife's breast implants. Many people have found that their tax refunds were less than they expected, but then less than expected seems to be the theme for 2026 so far for Dems. Cops may soon use breathalyzers to detect pot. It replaces the current method of identifying a high driver asking if they're Snoop Dogg. Prince Harry is being sued by his own charity. I can't believe Meghan Markle would do that to him. You can now buy ground beef breakfast cereal called Meaties. You won't, but you can. Kanye West is accused of sucker punching someone at a L.A. hotel. That doesn't sound like the Kanye I know, said nobody. Harrison Ford says acting helped his depression. Then he saw the reviews for the last Indiana Jones movie and was depressed all over again. Ringo Starr making a country album. His first single is While My Guitar Gently Twangs. Taylor Swift will get married in a dress inspired by Elizabeth Taylor. Travis Kelce will get married in a haircut inspired by Rosie O'Donnell. And CBS released its fall schedule. So now you have something to talk to your grandparents about other than how illegal immigrants and trans people are destroying the country, which they are. Okay.
Well, they're, I would say that the illegal immigrants are posing a
economic
threat,
drag on everything.
Well, and also a threat to our homeland security, and also if you heard the crime data that I mentioned at the top of the show this morning, it's staggering. You know, you can minimize whether or not they're killing citizens, but the arrests for theft and larceny and robbery and all that other stuff is unbelievable.
Yeah, I was watching, I think it was a Fox news item where out in California, where else, but if you're a trans person, you can get free breast implants, free to you. It costs the taxpayer.
I think those were homeless people.
Yeah, and they were homeless on top of that.
Yeah.
And
or unhoused, as the left-wing media likes to call it. Unhoused.
And what else there was tied to that? Well, of course, they get their free health care because they're illegal.
Sure, and that includes the implants, does it? Wow. Wow.
Just some things just aren't right. Some things they need to go home, their home, not our home, and get it taken care of. No, but they come over here because they can get it for free. You know, if you can't afford it, maybe it wasn't meant to be. Why are you throwing it on the burden of the taxpayer? And if you think just because you don't live in California, you're not paying taxes on this, think again. Because where do you think they get some of their tax money? From the federal government. And who pays into that? Everybody. It's just, it isn't right, Stephen. It just ain't right.
No, you're absolutely spot on there, and of course, then states like California and New York and Illinois become so unbearable, even for lefties, that they move to places like North Carolina, and suddenly you have anti-war protests on your streets on a Wednesday afternoon.
You know, I grew up in Raleigh. I moved down here in '91. Prior to that, you know, I went to all my schooling was in Raleigh, right on through graduating State University. And
go Pack.
Yeah, and then I had a 15-year career building homes, about 2,000 of them. And I can honestly say throughout that whole period, Raleigh was a very conservative city. Mm-hmm. Today, it's well, liberal.
It's not even liberal, it's Marxist for the most part.
It's, you know, what happened? Well, all these Northerners came in, said, wow, we did it so right up north, we came down here to get it right down here. Man, I don't even like going back to Raleigh anymore.
And, you know, they don't just bring ideology. They bring the inability to govern, and that leads to, you know, it's now routine for violent crime to be reported in the streets of Raleigh and Charlotte, and that simply was not the case
the other thing,
in recent memory.
The other thing is, you know, DOT did in Raleigh what they're getting ready to do to Midland Road, destroyed the traffic. Absolutely destroyed it with all the pretty little traffic circles and one-lane roads, so you're stuck behind the slowest driver on the road. And, of course, the bike lanes everywhere. Like, people going to ride their bikes around here. So you see bike riders sometimes on Midland Road. They'll clump up and take up a whole lane and leak into yours.
Mm-hmm.
Got to be careful going around them. I kind of love to just go by and crowd them out all right off the road. I won't, but I'd love to.
Well,
say, get that damn toy off my road. Your toy didn't pay one dime of tax for that road. My car did. So get in your car if you want to use the road. Get your damn bike off of it. But that's what they're getting ready to do, folks. The good old DOT, at least from their published website, says that they're turning Midland Road one lane in each direction with a 6-foot bicycle lane next to it.
I think
that will destroy our signature road to the golf capital of the world.
I think the cyclists should have to sort of live on the edge. You know, they shouldn't have their own lane. They should have.
Well, they're going to have 6 feet.
There ought to be a little risk involved in taking your bike out where it doesn't belong.
They shouldn't be out on a highway, and that's a highway.
Of course.
It used to be 45. It should go back to 45.
Well, it is.
Because that's a comfortable speed on that road.
I got news for you. It still is. There's nobody going 35 on it.
Well, pretty soon everybody's going to be doing 20. We'll get them slowed down. We'll just give them one lane of traffic and stick a bike lane next to them.
Well,
that way we'll kill a few bikers in the process, but they'll go slower.
When do you anticipate this project to
It's
begin?
already underway.
As we speak?
Yes.
You mean
they plan on getting all this done before the next Open.
I see.
Which is when? In 27?
29.
29.
Yeah.
So they plan on doing it. They've already started. Dug up our cross-throughs, put a sign that says one way, the other way. I don't want to go the other way. I want to go to the left, not the right.
I go left anyway.
Everything was just fine. Why'd they have to come in and F with it?
When I turn here, I go left.
Yeah.
I go across the median. I turn left.
I do too.
You don't like it? Bring it on.
Yeah. Maybe we'll look out somebody to bump that little one-way sign, which, by the way, was set. It wasn't set straight up and down. It's leaning because of our truly wonderful government work.
No, it looks like something you would find on a third world Caribbean island.
And here's something else that our government does. Somebody at Parks and Rec thought it would be so good to put in a fire hydrant out there in the field at the dog park. Not a regular fire hydrant. This one's for the dogs, where you push the button on top of the fire hydrant and it emits a fine mist.
Oh, anything for
no dog's going to use the damn thing.
Anything for the mutts.
Yeah, well, I guarantee the guy putting it out there it doesn't have a mutt. But regardless, Now it doesn't work. It's only been out there a couple of weeks, and it leaks all over the place. So somebody cut the water off, and it's cut off to the drinking fountain at the same time. So congratulations. Let's see how long it takes you to fix it. It's 8 o'clock.
With high pressure just to our east and an upper-level ridge continuing to build over the area, we'll be hot for your Thursday and will remain dry. A few showers are possible on Friday, but most stay dry. Then we're hot for the first half of the weekend. Partly to mostly cloudy this morning with temperatures in the low to mid-60s. Highs reach the low 90s this afternoon with partly cloudy skies and a breeze. We'll reach the upper 80s to around 90 on Friday, then the low to mid-90s on Saturday. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Secretary of War Hegseth delivering an update on the Iran situation on this fourth day of the American naval blockade of Iranian ports. Treasury Secretary Besson says the U.S. is applying further pressure to Iran by putting other nations on notice.
If you are buying Iranian oil, that if Iranian money is sitting in your banks, we are now willing to apply secondary sanctions, which is a very stern measure, and the Iranians should know that this is going to be the financial equivalent of what we saw in the kinetic activities.
Acting as a mediator, Pakistan's army chief is meeting with high-ranking Iranian officials in Tehran.
Pakistan is trying to ease tensions between the U.S. and Iran as its army chief heads to Tehran to arrange U.S.-Iran negotiations. The Tehran meetings with Pakistan start on Thursday as the U.S. continues a naval blockade of Iranian ports, with new sanctions planned in what the U.S. have called the financial equivalent of a bombing campaign. Meanwhile, China's foreign minister has told Iran that reopening the strategic Strait of Hormuz, a key oil shipping route, is an international demand. I'm Karen Shamas.
As the world focuses on the Iran war, Russia continues attacking civilian targets in Ukraine. Russia launched hundreds of drones, dozens of missiles overnight, killing at least 16 people, injuring more than 80 others. Ukraine fired back, but we have no word yet on damage or casualties in Russia. Parts of the country's midsection taken a beating from powerful storms for the third day in a row. Fierce thunderstorms, destructive hail, and tornadoes raked a number of states. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures in positive territory so far. The Dow futures are up 75 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 53 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Here's something most people don't know. When Warren Buffett was just 13 years old, he didn't put his money into a savings account. While other kids were earning next to nothing at local banks, Buffett put $114 into a little-known investment. Today, that $114 would be worth over $15 million. And it wasn't a risky trade, it wasn't insider knowledge. It was an account that's been around since 1888, and over the last 25 years, it's averaged 29% a year. That's what happens when your money is allowed to compound. Compare that to today's savings account, paying less than 0.5%, while inflation quietly eats away at your buying power. Buffett understood early, banks are great businesses, just not for savers. If you'd like to see what some investors call the 29% account, go now to ask29account.com. That's ask29account.com. Ask29account.com.
The Supreme Court's newest justice has publicly chided her conservative colleagues over presidential emergency orders.
In a speech at Yale Law School this week, Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson delivered a lengthy assessment of roughly 24 court orders that have allowed President Trump to put in place controversial policies, despite lower courts finding them likely illegal. The orders on matters including immigration and federal funding cuts often are issued with little or no explanation. Jackson referred to them as scratch paper musings that fail to acknowledge real people are involved. Ben Thomas, Washington.
China's economy accelerated in the first quarter of this year, expanding 5% from a year earlier. The January through March data spans a period during which the Iran war began. It surpassed economist expectations and was up from the 4.5% growth seen in the previous quarter. News and analysis at townhall.com. The likelihood of NFL replacement refs enters a new stage.
Several replacement officials have completed hiring steps, including background checks, and will soon progress to undergoing physical exams per a memo sent to teams obtained by the Associated Press. Training sessions with NFL officiating supervisors would then begin as early as next month. The league has reportedly undertaken these steps because negotiations with the referees union have been unsuccessful.
Correspondent Ken Lorman says the NFL's collective bargaining agreement with the NFL Referees Association will expire May 31st. President Trump heads to Las Vegas today to remind people of the taxpayer-friendly policies that he signed into law last year. Among them, easing the tax burden on workers who earn tips and overtime. No shortage of those workers in Vegas. More on these stories, townhall.com.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
When it comes to insurance, wouldn't it be great if you could just make one phone call to a local agency where you could talk to an actual living person? Turns out you can with the Insurance Center, locally owned and operated for more than 40 years with highly rated carriers like Auto Owners Insurance. Home, auto, life, health, business, and more. Speak directly with one of our agents who work, live, and play in your community. When it comes to Auto Owners Insurance, one call does it all. This is Patrick McBrayer with the Insurance Center. Call us today at 910-692-9251 or visit us online at sandhills-ins.com.
Is your land lost under a jungle of brush and overgrowth? Call the pros at Tar Heel Brush Mulching. With over 20 years of experience in land management, we turn wild, unusable land into clean, manageable space fast, affordable, and done right the first time. Whether it's for farming, hunting, or just reclaiming land, our high-powered mulchers and brush cutters chew through the roughest terrain. Trust the team that knows land management and has the gear to master it. For a free estimate, call veteran-owned Tar Heel Brush Mulching at 910-638-8318. Open enrollment for Lee Christian School, where faith, academics, and athletics come together, is happening now for the 2026-27 school year for pre-K through 12th grade. From our 16-to-1 student-teacher ratio with strong classroom instruction to championship athletics like basketball, soccer, and football, Lee Christian prepares students for success with a Christ-centered education. Lee Christian also accepts the Opportunity Scholarship for any tuition assistance. Learn more today at leechristian.org or call 919-708-5115.
Mesa Electric Company in Seven Lakes has been providing quality commercial and residential electrical services in the Sandhills for over 40 years. From home surge protection to commercial kitchens, Mesa Electric Company can handle any commercial or residential electrical repair. Unlimited license, locally owned and operated. Call Kenny or Gail Mace at Mesa Electric Company in Seven Lakes, 910-673-0093. That's 910-673-0093. Has your driveway, parking lot, or road seen better days? Contact Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services for all your paving project needs. Family owned with over 30 years of experience, they specialize in asphalt paving and overlays, crack sealing and repair, seal coating, striping, and pothole patching. Call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services at 910-673-1318 for your free estimate today. And all military and first responders receive 10% off. That's 910-673-1318.
Imagine a story where every choice matters, where love, heartbreak, and hope collide across decades. Step into the heart of the Blue Ridge Mountains with Bright Star, the Tony-nominated musical inspired by a true story, featuring the unforgettable music of Steve Martin and Eddie Brickell. Follow Alice Murphy as she discovers love, loss, and the courage to follow her heart, with rich harmonies, soaring melodies, and a story that spans 2 decades. Bright Star is a celebration of hope, family, and the music that shapes our lives. Don't miss this unforgettable experience at Temple Theater in Sanford. Performances are running April 16th to May 10th, but seats are limited, so reserve yours today. Visit templeshows.org or call the box office at 919-774-4155. And let Bright Star light up your evening.
NCN News, I'm Mike Rayleigh. Lawmakers are scheduled to be back in Raleigh in less than 1 week, but whether they will actually begin their short session is still up in the air. Presenting the House budget nearly a year ago, House Speaker Destin Hall said,
"We continue to give that tax relief while also making sure we're investing in this state's most important asset, which we believe are its people."
Limited funding is causing uncertainty for Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. North Carolina has still not passed a state budget, and Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board met this week, and the speaker said,
"When schools are underfunded year after year, it's not an accident, it's a pattern. And we have to ask, what is the end game? If public schools fail, what replaces them?"
CBS News White House correspondent Weizhu Zhang says that even time is running out on the Iran war ceasefire. White House is sounding hopeful.
Nearly 7 weeks into the Iran war, the White House says there could soon be a second round of direct talks to end it.
Those discussions are being had, but nothing is official until you hear it from us here at the White House. But we feel good about the prospects of a deal.
A Pitt County Board of Elections member is calling on the board's new executive director to resign, citing concerns about the lawful management of elections in the county. Board member Estelle Mason called for new executive director Janet Turner to resign during the meeting.
My number one concern is the sanctity of our elections, that the citizens deserve an election that's free and fair, and to know that a properly executed ballot will in fact be counted.
She talked to WITN. CBS News correspondent Chris Van Cleve says there are reports that bankrupt airline Spirit could liquidate as early as this week.
These reports were in the financial press that Spirit could face liquidation in the coming days. People at the airline tell us they've had no indication that that may happen, but clearly there are concerns.
You're listening to NCN News.
Your child's doctor shares your goals, a healthy future for your child. Doctors recommend vaccines throughout childhood because they protect what matters most, your child's future from preventable disease and serious illness. Discuss any questions you have and check that your child is up to date and talk about any concerns. You're right to have questions. Get real answers. Start a conversation with your doctor today. Visit vaccinesforkids.nc.gov. Paid for by NCDHHS.
Are you struggling with your Medicare drug costs? The NC Department of Insurance SHIP program may be able to help. The Extra Help and Medicare Savings programs are available for those who qualify, but you have to apply. Contact SHIP today to see if you qualify. Visit ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212. SHIP provides free, unbiased help in all 100 counties.
Project supported by grants from the Administration for Community Living. Contents do not necessarily represent official views of, nor an endorsement by ACL, HHS, or the U.S. government.
State lawmakers voted Wednesday to advance a proposed constitutional amendment that would give the state more control over how much cities and counties can raise property taxes. The House Select Committee on Property Tax Reduction and Reform, formed by House Speaker Destin Hall last year, was tasked with studying different potential changes to property taxes in North Carolina. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard wants the Justice Department to investigate 2 officials who triggered President Trump's first impeachment. CBS's Michael Wallace.
One is the unnamed whistleblower who raised concerns about Trump's 2019 phone call with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, during which Trump urged Zelensky to investigate then former Vice President Joe Biden.
To take a look at that call, it was perfect.
The House impeached Trump, but the Senate acquitted him. Gabbard also wants the DOJ to investigate former Intelligence Community Inspector General Michael Atkinson, who informed Congress of the whistleblower's complaint.
A federal jury has delivered a major blow to the live entertainment industry, finding Ticketmaster and the parent company, Live Nation, illegally operated a monopoly. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
Former DOJ antitrust chief Gail Slater celebrated this verdict. She posted on X, "Congrats to the mighty state AG coalition that stood behind this case. You made antitrust history today."
Smoky skies settled over the Cape Fear region of North Carolina on Wednesday as a wildfire burning on the North Carolina border sent haze drifting into southeastern North Carolina. Medical professionals are urging residents to take precautions. Tony Scullins with Novan Health in Wilmington tells WWAY there are ways to reduce exposure.
If you have it, an air purifier would be really good for you, and also having a humidifier in your house if you're going to use that air purifier as well.
Like Rayleigh, NCN News.
Good Thursday morning. We start your day with partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies across the area. Temperatures start mild in the low to mid 60s. By this afternoon, we'll see partly cloudy skies. Highs will be hot, reaching the low 90s, and we'll have a breeze. Then mostly clear overnight and into Friday morning. Temperatures are mild again overnight, dropping to the mid-60s. We'll have mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies on Friday. Highs still hot in the upper 80s to around 90. A few showers are possible. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sandhills area, we have sunny skies, 64 degrees, humidity 83%, dew point 59, winds calm and pressure at 30.12. It's 8:15. Straight up, let's take a look at your Sandhills news for this Thursday morning. A young man was airlifted on Wednesday afternoon after crashing a dirt bike in Robbins. The crash occurred shortly after 3:30 p.m. in the 1100 block of Odell Road. Authorities on scene told the Sandhill Sentinel that their rider lost control of the dirt bike and crashed on the pavement. Emergency crews transported the rider by ambulance a short distance from the scene to a nearby field where a medical helicopter landed and flew him to a hospital. His condition was not immediately available. An gust of wind pushed an experienced paratrooper into a tree during a demonstration that went awry Wednesday afternoon at the O'Neill School. As part of a Purple Up Day celebrating military families involved with school, paratroopers from the U.S. Army Special Forces was scheduled to make an aerial landing at the school soccer field. Kennison said that they limited it to a three-man team because of high winds. As they approached the landing zone, he became entangled in nearby trees and was rescued uninjured by members of the Southern Pines Fire Department. He said that his first jump was in 1977, and the only other time he's been in the tree was during rough terrain training during that time. He said an incident might deter some, but all that's got hurt was some pride, and that quickly repairs itself. He said he'll be back out there next week. He won't have to wait long. The team will jump next for the Bourbon and Brays event at the Fair Barn on May 1st. There's nothing you can do, Kennison said. We're all safe, kids are safe, and they got a good show. Like I said, they'll be talking about this for a few weeks. That's your latest Sandhills news this morning from the Sandhills Sentinel. And, of course, if you need more info, just head to sandhillsentinel.com to retrieve it. It is 8:18. Here comes your sports on WEEB.
NCN Sports. I'm Tony Rixby. The NBA says Charlotte's LaMelo Ball should have been ejected for an uncalled flagrant foul when he reached out and tugged on the ankle of Miami's Bam Adebayo. That foul caused a back injury that forced Bam out of a play-in tournament game that the Heat ultimately lost to Ball and the Hornets. After the game, Ball had told reporters,
"I apologize on that one. I got hit in the head, didn't really know where I was."
But the league says Ball made unnecessary and reckless contact. Ball fined $60,000, but he is eligible to play in the Hornets elimination game Friday against the Orlando Magic. In play-in action last night in the NBA, Philadelphia 76ers beat Orlando 109-97, and the Golden State Warriors over the LA Clippers 126-121. National Hockey League Stanley Cup playoffs are underway. Among the wins last night, Florida over Detroit 8-1. Rangers beat Tampa Bay 4-2. In a shootout, Dallas turned back the Buffalo Sabres 4-3. Ottawa 3, Toronto 1. Chicago over San Jose 5-2. and Vegas beat Seattle 4-1. The Norfolk Tide scored twice in the 6th inning, breaking a 2-2 tie on their way to a 5-2 win over the Durham Bulls at Durham Bulls Athletic Park last night. Charlotte Knights in Jacksonville fell to the Jumbo Shrimp 3-2. A quartet of Hill City pitchers combined to strike out 14 batters, limiting Wilson to just 3 hits as the Howlers downed the Warbirds 6-3 Wednesday night at Wilson Ballpark. The Detroit Tigers have signed rookie infielder Kevin McGonigal to an 8-year, $150 million contract. Last month, McGonigal became the youngest Tigers player to be named to an opening day roster since Omar Infante back in 2003. You're listening to NCN Sports.
AmeriHealth Caritas North Carolina is with you on your health journey and helping you over life's bumps in the road. We're a Medicaid managed care plan with extra benefits like adult vision care and weight loss memberships. Plus, earn rewards for healthy activities on our care card. We make care the heart of our work. Let's go. Visit AmeriHealth Caritas North Carolina at AmeriHealthCaritasNC.com or call 1-855-375-8811.
This April, join North Carolina Realtors in celebrating Fair Housing Month. Fair housing means everyone deserves a place to call home, regardless of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, or disability. NC Realtors are committed to fair housing for all North Carolinians and ensuring that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing. Let's work together to create communities where everyone can thrive. Visit ncrealtors.org to learn more about fair housing. Paid for by NC Realtors.
A well-known pro football reporter has stepped down after a scandal involving photographs with an NFL head coach. Here's Gethin Coolball.
NFL reporter Diana Rossini has resigned from The Athletic less than a week after published photos of her and New England Patriots coach Mike Vrabel at an Arizona resort prompted an internal investigation at the New York Times-owned sports outlet. The New York Post last week published the photos of Vrabel and Rossini at the Sedona Hotel and said they were taken before the NFL owners' meetings that began in Phoenix on March 29th. Rossini joined The Athletic in 2023 after nearly a decade at ESPN, where she held various roles, including SportsCenter anchor, NFL analyst, and insider. I'm Gethin Coolball.
Tony Rixby, NCN Sports.
Sometimes you just want to say,
Silence! Lay down!
Do you have somewhere to be? I've traveled all across the fabric of space-time.
97.3 FM and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions, Saturdays at 9 a.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. here on WEEB.
JB Short Carpet One is your locally owned Benjamin Moore paint retailer. Come in today and discover the quality and durability of Benjamin Moore paint in a variety of sheens and thousands of colors. At JB Short, you'll get one-on-one expert advice for contractors and homeowners alike. No matter how big or small the job is, trust Benjamin Moore paint and your local Benjamin Moore retailer, JB Short Carpet One. JB Short Carpet One, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Vass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
At Aloha Safari Park, you can experience the thrill of the savannah from the comfort of your own vehicle. Cruise through their drive-through park and encounter majestic animals like zebras, water buffaloes, bears, wolves, and more. And don't forget to come inside once your ride is over to explore all the other animals Aloha Safari Park has. Plus, get your chance to feed the animals like giraffes. Open Wednesday through Monday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Let your wild adventure begin at Aloha Safari Park, 159 Minnie Lane in Cameron.
Speed Queen washers and dryers are the #1 rated laundry pair in America and are designed to last. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. We now carry a full assortment of Speed Queen washers and dryers, all coming with 3, 5, and 7-year parts and labor warranties, in stock and ready for pickup or local delivery. Shop your locally veteran-owned Appliances and More at the Town & Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Give your desk and your back an upgrade. Turn any old workstation into a sit and stand workstation with an Alera raised desktop from Sandhills Office Supply with easy access levers for simple adjustments. This space-saving design is affordable too. Experience the benefits of an Alera lifting workstation with a demo at Sandhills Office Supply on US 1 in Southern Pines next to Smithfield's Barbecue.
Join the award-winning Refuse to be a Victim personal safety seminar from the National Rifle Association on April 25th in Carthage. Registration starts at 9:45 a.m. at the Moore County Wildlife and Conservation Club, 1820 Camp Easter Road. Learn practical, common-sense ways to avoid dangerous situations and protect yourself at home, in your car, and while traveling. Cost is $25 in advance or $30 at the door. A new shooter seminar follows for just an additional $5. Space is limited, so register now at mcwcc.org.
Pride Plumbing is proud to serve Moore County with superior workmanship and dependable plumbing service, including 24/7 emergency service. Like the name says, we take pride in our work and your safety. Our employees must pass background and drug tests and share Pride Plumbing's reputation for quality service. From simple leaky faucets to new water heaters and sewer lines, backflow testing and installation, drain cleaning, plumbing repairs, and, if necessary, replacement and remodeling. A family business with over 50 years of prideful service. Go online to callprideplumbing.com and check out our 5-star customer reviews. We offer a 10% discount to all veterans and active military. Call Pride Plumbing of Moore County at 910-295-0152. 910-295-0152. Serving with pride since 1965.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business.
And I'm Taylor Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, the fourth generation. We have been in business for almost 90 years.
We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, and they run a good business and they're good people.
Came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware, I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
This is Steve Woodward teeing off. A recent letter published by The Pilot dismisses the threat imposed by immigrants dwelling illegally in the U.S. In 2024, it notes, only 29 American citizens were murdered by undocumented migrants. The letter's author, Robert Hughes, breathlessly observes that those 29 victims comprise a mere 2/10,000ths of some 14 million roaming illegals. Apparently, Americans must tolerate random murders as collateral damage, or we're xenophobic. Will Mr. Hughes argue that random Americans must be killed by drunk drivers every year to keep the beer and spirits industries profitable? His is a brazenly callous narrative. Crime data tell a more ominous story. In the past 2 years and through February, alien migrants were convicted in 1,999 cases of assault, battery, and domestic violence, 1,242 cases of burglary, robbery, and theft, and 5,146 cases of DUI. A few days ago, kids ages 9 and 12 died while riding bikes in South Carolina. An illegal immigrant driving drunk struck them. When arrested, He was too intoxicated to stand. But we only lost 2 kids. So why mourn? Right, Mr. Hughes? I'm Steve Woodward. Teed off again.
With high pressure just to our east and upper level ridge continuing to build over the area, we'll be hot for your Thursday and will remain dry. A few showers are possible on Friday, but most stay dry. Then we're hot for the first half of the weekend. Partly to mostly cloudy this morning with temperatures in the low to mid 60s. Highs reach the low 90s this afternoon with partly cloudy skies and a breeze. We'll reach the upper 80s to around 90 on Friday, then the low to mid 90s on Saturday. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Today's the day that you got to give out all the high fives you can.
High five!
Because it's National High Five Day.
High five. Give him a high five. High five.
It's National High Five Day. High five!
If you really want to get crazy, go for the double high five.
High five!
Happy National High Five Day.
Don't leave me hanging. Boom. Mic drop.
Let's go!
Weather girl. And have we got news for you? You better listen. Get ready, all your lonely girls, and leave those umbrellas at home. All right.
It's rising. Rising. Numbers getting low.
How low, girl?
According to all sources.
What sources now?
The streets the place to
We better hurry up. 'Cause tonight, for the first time, just about 10:30, for the first time in history, it's gonna start raining men. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Amen. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna let myself get absolutely soaking wet. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Every specimen, tall, blind, dark and neat, rough and tough and strong and mean. God bless Mother Nature. She's a single woman too. She took on the heaven, and she did what she had to do. She fought every angel. She rearranged the sky so that each and every woman could find the perfect God.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with Stephen Woodward. Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning, LeaderMan. Good morning, everybody, on this thorny Thursday in the Sandhills.
Don't forget, of course, we are being heard and seen around the world on the live audio and video streams. Those are available to you at our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Upper right-hand corner of every page has an icon that says On the Air, Listen Live. Click that once. You should be listening that quick. If not, hit the play button. And if that didn't work, right above the play button is a little sentence that says click here, and it'll throw you on another browser that will work for you if it's not working properly. And if you want our video stream, that's available too. Right there in the middle of our homepage, it says watch live video of Mornings with the LeaderMan. Click that, go to today's date, and you're in business. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area. Well, it's going to be nice, but it's going to be hot. But the dew points and humidity will be in check, enough that you can take it out there. Mostly sunny today with a high of 90. Yes, I was out there yesterday in this. Then tonight, clear, 64 for a low. Tomorrow, 89, sunny skies. Saturday, sunny, 92. Sunday, 40% chance of showers. then becoming mostly cloudy with a high of 75 as we get on the backside of the front. That will be coming through. Monday, headed back to work, sunny 68 is the best we'll do. Clear Monday night 42. Tuesday, another cool day, Sunday with a high of 73. Wednesday, sunny with a high of 81. Right now, around the Sandhills, winds are calm, pressure is 3012, dew point 59, humidity 83%. We have sunny skies and 64 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right. It is 8:34 past the hour on this Thursday. Glad you made us a part of your day. Okay, let me come here. You stop some things from going on in the background, and we'll be ready to play radio. All righty. One of the things that has come to light this morning.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's see here. Where'd I put it? What I'm looking for? Golly, I hate drawing the blank.
It has come to light, but not with a great deal of illumination.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Doggone it. Oh, I know it is. All right. It's time for the 2026 Time 100. You know, Time Magazine lists a few people that read it.
Yeah, that's about how many subscribers they have, isn't it? About 100?
Time Magazine lists the top 100 most influential people in the world. And here are the names that you'd recognize. For artists, you got Luke Combs, Jenny from Blackpink, Noah Wild, Dakota Johnson, Claire Danes, Jonathan Groff, or Joff, or Jeff, I don't know how it pronounces that. Noah Khan, Anderson .Paak, and Coco Jones. Pioneers, Mr. Beast, and the Disney CEO, Josh D'Amaro. Titans out there. Zoe Saldana, Ben Stiller, yeah, right. Fashion designer, Ralph Lauren, and David Ellison. Icons include Kate Hudson, yeah, right. Olympian Elijah Liu, Wagner Mora, Hilary Duff, Anna Cummings. Some of the leaders: Pope Leo the 14th, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, Secretary of State Mark Rubio, President Donald Trump, Zoran Mandani.
Oh, give me a break.
Yeah, that's what I say. Prime Minister of Canada Mark Carney. Prime Minister of Israel Benjamin Netanyahu. Xi Jinping from China. Gavin Newsom, Governor of California. Innovators include Nikki Glaser, the women's team USA hockey captain Hillary Knight. And the honorees will be recognized at the gala on April 23rd, hosted by Nikki Glaser, with musical performances from Luke Combs and Coco Jones. That's better than Bad Bunny, I would think.
Oh, the bunny didn't make the list. Wow, what a
No.
shock to the culture.
Yeah. Anything else on this thing?
So why is a train wreck governor like Gavin Newsom on this list and any number of other governors I can think of not on
Well,
the
it's
list?
put together by liberal hacks at times, so what do you expect? 5 things that real Americans spend their tax refunds on. Hot sauce with a skull on the bottle. A beer approved by Kid Rock. A tattoo of a bird of prey, ideally on the shoulder. Boots made from an animal with scales. Tickets to an event where grown men fight in the cage. A wave runner that will be used once, then collect dust on the driveway. People and propane. That's it. Just take propane because it's America. All right, a few things we need to know today so we do not sound stupid. 84-year-old actress Anne Margaret fell in her home and broke an elbow. A Manhattan federal jury on Wednesday found Live Nation and its Ticketmaster subsidiary harmed competition in their live entertainment sector by willfully monopolizing ticket services to major concert venues and unlawfully tying artists' use of large amphitheaters to Live Nation promotional services. And the Vonda mom admits that she faked having pancreatic cancer in hopes that people would feel guilty and more inclined to love and be around her, while she accepted more than $20,000 in donations to splurge on herself and her children. Boy, what a great idea this was. Kanye West has postponed a concert he had planned for June in France after there was talk that they may ban him from entering the country. And we hear that Taylor Swift's wedding gown was inspired by the dress that Elizabeth Taylor wore at her first wedding to Conrad Hilton. That would be Paris Hilton's great uncle.
Aha. So there is a connection there.
Well, if you like the dress, who do you care where it came from?
I guess if she's following the tradition of Elizabeth Taylor, that makes Travis Kelce husband number 1. That'll be his official title, because Elizabeth had, I think, 6 husbands, maybe? 6, yeah.
The estate of the late Richard Simmons going up for sale. It's all yours for $5.8 million. Shoot, Steven's already got his checkbook out.
I can't wait to see the gymnasium.
Not Liberace. Richard Simmons.
Did that sound like Liberace?
Kinda. I saw him in Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Thank you. I'll take the compliment.
Things are going to be looking different the next time you're in Walmart. The chain is updating the look of its logo and packaging for the company's great value private labels brand. All right. Disney is announcing the opening of 2 Disney stores, limited time locations. One in Pittsburgh opening next month and another opening this fall in New Jersey. Italy has become the first country to recognize sick pets as a reason for paid emergency leave.
Oh, hey, Viva Italy there, little honey. Yeah.
And Blondie drummer Clem Burke passed away in 2025, but his memoir will be coming out September 8th, called The Other Side of the Dream, My Life in and Out of Blondie. Sounds kind of dirty, doesn't it?
Well, you could go there if you must before 9 a.m., sure.
Today's possible question, 17% of kids under 16 wish this wasn't a rule in their house. That doesn't make sense. And the only can eat. What is that rule? I guess.
Wish that
it should be they, not.
Was not a rule in their house?
17% of kids under 16 wish that this was not a rule in their house.
Well, let's see. I guess it would have something to do with electronic devices, wouldn't it?
No, they can only eat in the kitchen or dining room.
Oh. Well, that seems perfectly logical.
It doesn't. They're watching TV.
Well, get your butt
I
in.
guess if you had to go to the kitchen to eat and there's no TV, you might not get up and go eat.
Well, you sit down at the table with your parents. I mean, that's non-negotiable. Give me a break.
According to a survey, the most popular activity during summer vacation is?
Popular activity during summer vacation is, oh gosh.
Think woman.
Think of women?
Yeah. This would be an answer a woman would give.
Oh, okay.
Primarily.
I don't know. Going to the beach.
Shopping.
Shopping?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I like shopping.
Oh, say you do.
I do.
What stores do you like the most?
Let's see. I'm a big fan of Gentleman's Corner and, you know.
Yeah. I'll let you out with that. A little over
Nordstrom?
50% of women say they mow the lawn much better than their husband. Well, in that case, you can have the job all the time. No use arguing with you.
Yeah, make sure you do the edging too. Don't forget the edging. Very important.
What percentage of us played in a band at one time in our life? And we're not talking about high school band.
Oh, I was in the marching band. That doesn't count.
What did you play? Let me guess. Oh, you already blurted it out. Trumpet.
What were you gonna say? Flute?
Clarinet.
Oh well, I'm a regular Benny Goodman, I guess. No, I was a trumpeter, and I played in the marching band, and I also played in the high school jazz band because I thought it would help me meet, eligible chicks. But
Well, 20% of us have played in the band. About what percentage of us are so impatient we read the last page of the book first?
what's the question?
What percentage of us?
Oh, that sounds like a very bad affliction. I don't know, 35%.
24. And according to a survey, the average woman says she had the best hairstyle at what age?
This is a totally random thing, but I'm going to go with 25.
36.
Oh.
36.
Okay.
All right. Well, we didn't forget about you, though. It's Tough Trivia Thursday day.
Oh, boy.
It's where you do pretty well at this, where we give out some tough questions. You answer the trivia question.
Okay. Let's see what I can do for the big grand prize. Which
On February 25th, 1964, brash, overconfident phenomenon Cassius Clay gained his first heavyweight boxing title when he knocked out which champion?
1964. Let's see. That was very early on. That was before.
That was back when they had boxing on radio.
Joe Frazier. Joe Louis?
Sonny Liston.
Sonny Liston. Yeah, I should know that.
This word,
That's a big deal.
This word of French origin means slow-moving river and is usually associated with Louisiana. Lou Harris had a song called
The Bayou?
Blue Bayou. That's right.
Paying nickels. What did the song say?
What is Hillary Clinton's maiden name?
Rodham.
That's right.
Roadkill, actually, but it's Rodham.
Can you name the two musicians with... That's too hard. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know anything about pop culture. Sorry.
This one should be easy. Can you name the Russian physiologist, my bad, well known for his experimental work on animal behavior, especially the study of conditioned reflexes in animals?
Yes, that would be the famous Dr. Pavlov.
That's right. And it's Pavlov dogs.
And we have some very Pavlovian people living in our country these days.
What large, clumsy, fightless bird has been extinct for 200 years?
Would that be the dodo?
That's it.
Really?
Very good.
I didn't even know that was a real thing, the dodo bird. Okay, there you go.
It was imported to Europe for the first time by Dutch traders around 1610. It was sold for the first time in Britain around 1660. What is it? Can't get it away from them now. We went to a war over it.
Really?
Early on.
I guess it would have to be tea.
It is tea. Very
All
good.
right. Oh, all right. I'll take mine with a little lemon, please.
The international airport. You ever been to Rome?
I passed through Rome to catch a flight.
All right. This should be right in your wheelhouse. The international airport in Rome, where you pass through,
Yes.
is named after what versatile genius?
Oh, yeah.
Since you passed through
Leonardo da Vinci.
That's right. Very good. See, you just knocking these suckers right on
Yes,
out.
we were. We visited. We visited the Tuscan wine country in Italy 20-some years ago, and departed to return home out of the Rome airport. So there you go.
It was Leonardo da Vinci Airport, not Rome.
Yeah, Leonardo da Vinci International
Rome.
Airport. Oh, Puerto, yeah.
What well-known couple were married on July 29th, 1981 in London's St. Paul's Cathedral?
That would be Diana and Charles.
That's right.
Later to become Princess Diana and Prince Charles, who's now King Charles.
Yeah, now he's got his horse that follows him everywhere he goes. She wears a feed bag around her ears.
Oh, now there you go. She just says
Can you imagine trading in Diana for that?
He didn't really have any control over Diana's behavior at the end there.
Well, he kind of drove her to it. I mean,
she liked
he never would give up the horse.
She liked rich Egyptian men. What can you do?
If all the Ivy League colleges were listed in alphabetical order, what would be the first four on the list?
Wow. Amherst?
No.
Oh.
I gave you a hint. Brown would be the first.
Brown. Oh, there are no A's.
And next would be two C's.
Okay, Cornell.
Cornell and
Space
Shuttle was named after it.
Really? Cornell and
first space shuttle that blew up. Columbia.
Columbia. Oh, okay.
Dartmouth, followed by Harvard, Princeton, and the University of Pennsylvania and Yale.
Wow.
According to Central Office of Information in London, Queen Elizabeth's all-time favorite TV show is which classic American situation comedy? What would be the title of this show?
That was her favorite, huh? Situation comedy. I'm going to go with Friends.
No, it's older than that.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go with the Dick Van Dyke Show. Oh. Bob Newhart?
No,
Mary
I
Tyler?
Love Lucy.
Oh, I Love Lucy. I didn't. No, I didn't pick up on the lyrical cue there. Sorry.
Diana Ross and Lionel Richie hit number one for 9 weeks in 1981 with what horrible ballad? Just one of these songs that just wouldn't end.
1980?
81.
1981. I was a young lad then. It was a horrible ballad, was it?
Was to me. I hated the song.
I have no idea.
Endless Love. My endless love.
Yeah, now it's coming back to me. Yeah, I can see why it bothered you. It's not a good lyric.
This small item, who earned somebody a tremendous amount of royalties, designed to hold things together, still used today, was invented in 1958, and millions of them have been sold ever since. What is it?
It's a small item that holds things together?
Yes.
A paperclip?
Before not zip ties. Velcro took this over. It was used a lot for diapers.
Diapers?
Safety pin.
Oh, I said paperclip, but I guess I was wrong.
What record chain with about 10 branches throughout the San Francisco Bay Area is named after the Russian mystic who was poisoned, shot, and drowned in December of 1916? You'll never get this. Rasputin Records.
Oh, okay. Well, he was a bad guy, Rasputin. Yeah.
What 3 comic actors, 2 with the same name, starred in the 1985 Three Amigos?
Well, let's see. We had Steve Martin.
That's right.
And we had little Martin Short.
That's right.
So they have the same name. And do I have to name the other one?
Yeah.
Oh. Steve Martin Short, and I'm drawing a blank on
Chevy Chase.
Oh, Chevy Chase, yeah.
Mr. I think I'm a lot better than I am. Which 2 planets are sometimes called the blue planet?
The blue planet?
Yeah. One of them obviously is Earth. And the other one is This
No.
one's knocked on its side and rotates 90 degrees.
Really? It's a screwed up planet, huh?
They say it got hit.
I don't know. Pluto?
It was named after the Roman god of the Blue Sea,
Neptune?
Neptune. Who directed the 1987 movie The Untouchables?
Who directed it? I don't know. Martin Scorsese?
Brian De Palma.
Oh, okay. Well, I just threw out the first name I could think of. I'm not really a movie guy, of course, but as we've established over and over again.
Give the full names of these two types of electrical current known as AC and DC. In other words, what does AC stand for and what does DC stand for? And no, it's not a band named AC/DC.
District of Columbia? AC ascending and descending?
No. It's alternating current and direct current.
Okay. Well, I'm not an electrician, but I do play one on the radio.
Alternating current is what you get out of your wall socket. It goes positive, negative, back and forth, 60 cycles a second.
Oh.
That's where you get that 60 cycles from. And before that, we had to use direct current, but direct current won't transmit very far across transmission lines because it just won't go very far before it loses too much, voltage loss or amp loss.
Right.
But alternating current, because of the way it is, could be transmitted along many, many miles with step-up, step-down transformers. They would drop when you say they take, just because it work better with ones and zeros, a 10,000-volt line with 20 amps and drop it down to, let's make it, they would jump the voltage to maybe 100,000 volts and drop the amps down to, say, 10 amps. And when it gets to the other end, they do what's called a drop step-down transformer, which would step their voltage back down and raise those amps back up.
Wow. Now
Cool.
we know. Now we know how the station stays on the air because
of my brilliance.
Yeah, you're quite well versed in these things.
The 1980s techno rock band from Montreal called Men Without what?
Men Without Pants?
Hats.
Hats. Okay. All right. Well, I I guess that's more tolerable. Men Without Hats. Yeah.
What were the names of the two popular films, the remake for the 1991 of the original film from 1950 with the same title, which starred Spencer Tracy and Elizabeth Taylor as father and daughter?
Oh.
What's the title? Steve Martin did
Yeah.
the remake, along with Steve Martin Short. I played Franck.
Oh yes, Father of the Bride.
Yeah, Father of the Bride, where Franck tells Steve, because Steve says, "This is my Armani suit," and he says, "Armani did not make polyester."
Wow, you really made an impression on you. That was a pretty good.
That was
movie.
a good line. to
That's
me.
back when movies were still,
Yeah.
worth watching.
Yeah. Running short. Let's see. What professional athlete was voted MVP of his sport 9 times during the 80s?
The 80s?
Think hockey.
Oh, Wayne Gretzky.
That's right.
Okay.
Around 2,000 years ago, Rome considered the center of the world to be the city, the center of the world, but the city began to decline after the Roman emperor transferred his capital to Byzantium. Never mind. Constantine's the answer. The term alpine skiing refers to downhill skiing. The term Nordic skiing refers to what?
Cross country.
That's right. Very good. You did very well today. Congratulations. All
Thank
right.
you.
And so it goes for this Thursday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow for a TSIF. Thanks, Steve. It's Friday. Until then, be sure to support the advertisers you hear on WEEB because they are they're quality advertisers to begin with. And they're the backbone of our economy here in Moore County because When you give them first crack at your spending dollars, your disposable income, well, your money will stay here in our economy, roll over, and create more jobs for everyone. And that's a good thing. And if you want to find out why talk radio is so effective at putting customers in your door, I guarantee you, you'll see a big rise in customers simply by advertising here. Call us here and let us show you why. All right, that's it for me, the LeaderMan, Nick Colton, Honey the Dogs. We'll all see you this afternoon at the dog park.
Well, bye.
You'd better be laughing.
So, what have we learned? Heck, I don't know. But this is one crazy show. Bye now.
Cut! That's it. Go home, everybody. None of this ever happened. Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
I think we're through here.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much, man. That's pretty much all I got, man. Okay, class dismissed. Rock on!
Well, let me tell you something. Everything comes to an end.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Key news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. In this morning's Iran war update, Secretary of War Hegseth says Iran has a choice. It can choose a prosperous future or the road to ruin. And he has a warning for Iran's leaders.
To the KH leadership and IRGC leadership, we're watching you. Our capabilities are not the same, our military and yours. Remember, this is not a fair fight. And we know what military assets you are moving and where you are moving them to.
Hegseth says President Trump is committed to maintaining the successful blockade of Iranian ports for as long as it takes. A Pakistani delegation meets in Tehran, hoping for more U.S.-Iran talks before the two-week ceasefire ends.
Pakistan's army chief is meeting with Iranian officials for talks in Tehran. It's the latest diplomatic move to ease tensions in the region and arrange a second round of negotiations between the United States and Iran.
Correspondent Ken Lorman. Parts of the central U.S. and Great Lakes region cleaning up after several days of severe weather.
Wisconsin's Department of Natural Resources has been watching levees around the city of Portage, where rainfall swelled waters to nearly 19 feet on Wednesday. This woman lives near the river.
We just don't need no more rain.
Record rainfall in the state flooded streets and trapped drivers. In Madison, 2 trees fell onto Jeremy DeFall's home.
I was like a little frightened, like a little bit frightened. And when I look outside, it was worse than I ever seen.
In Michigan, powerful storms overnight damaged 2 ice arenas and flooded streets. Some public school buildings sustained structural damage in Ann Arbor. All audio courtesy of WKOW. I'm Donna Warder.
And ahead of this morning's Wall Street opening bell, the Dow futures are up 126 points. NASDAQ futures 46 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NTN News. I'm Mike Riley. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth warned Iran today during a Pentagon briefing. The U.S. knows which military assets Iran has left and is watching Iran move them. He also criticized some of the media for not reporting enough on the U.S. military success.
Sometimes it's hard to figure out what side some of you are actually on. It's incredibly unpatriotic.
Republican North Carolina U.S. Senator Tom Tillis said on Wednesday that he was willing to take President Trump's explanation for a controversial post depicting the president as a Jesus-like figure at face value. But
it's never really a good look for politicians to cross swords with popes. Very seldom ends well.
State lawmakers met Wednesday for what could be the first vote on a proposed new constitutional amendment. The proposal would limit how much cities and counties can raise property taxes and possibly even force some cuts. House Speaker Destin Hall told PBS&C.
We're going to look at what we might be able to do on the expense side to decrease some of that from being spent at the local government level.
The University of North Carolina Wilmington has now requested authorization to begin planning a 4-year medical degree program with an optional 3-year accelerated track. UNCW's Dr. Philip Brown is behind the effort and told WECT.
We've all known what it means to have a system that's overwhelmed, and we know as patients that sometimes it takes hours on the phone, days in the emergency department sometimes weeks or months to get an appointment.
CBS News business analyst Joe Schlesinger looks at how rising gas prices are impacting the economy.
Gas prices have come down, but just a bit, by 7 cents a gallon from a week ago. But we're still over $1 more per gallon. And as we've been talking about, a lot of people's tax refund is going to be sopped up with those extra costs.
An SUV owned by Davidson County hit a Charlotte-Mecklenburg bus. No one was injured. You're listening to NCN News.
You know the only feeling sweeter than opening a college acceptance letter? Knowing that you'll be able to pay for tuition however far you go. The first step? Completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA for short. Find out how much money for college you qualify for. Grants, scholarships, and other opportunities are waiting. How far can you go? Find out at cfnc.org/FAFSA101.
This April, during Line Worker Appreciation Days, we celebrate our hometown heroes, the public power line workers who keep our communities powered and connected. From powering homes and businesses to restoring service after storms, public power line workers show up every day, rain or shine, to keep the lights on in the communities they serve. Join us in saying thank you to these dedicated, skilled professionals by visiting electricities.com/thankalineworker.
Has your driveway, parking lot, or road seen better days? Contact Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services for all your paving project needs. Family owned with over 30 years of experience, they specialize in asphalt paving and overlays, crack sealing and repair, seal coating, striping, and pothole patching. Call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services at 910-673-1318 for your free estimate today. And all military and first responders receive 10% off. That's 910-673-1318.
Good Thursday morning. We start your day with partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies across the area. Temperatures start mild in the low to mid 60s. By this afternoon, we'll see partly cloudy skies. Highs will be hot, reaching the low 90s, and we'll have a breeze. Then mostly clear overnight and into Friday morning. Temperatures are mild again overnight, dropping to the mid 60s. We'll have mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies on Friday. Highs still hot in the upper 80s to around 90. A few showers are possible. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services. Call 910-673-1318 for your free estimate.
I'm so humbled and proud of America's Navy. These sailors choose to take the road less traveled to go into the historic surface Navy, and they deliver every single day.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane there, briefing at the Pentagon this morning, updating to some degree or another what's going on in the Persian Gulf with Iran and shipping and the Strait of Hormuz, or what was it called, the Straits of Formingo, or something. But not everybody's good at pronouncing things. Have you noticed that? I don't quite understand why. It could be a nuclear issue, maybe it's a nuclear issue. I love it when people mispronounce the word nuclear, especially if you're in politics or the military, something like that. It's kind of an important word. Should pronounce that one correctly, I think. Well, a very good Thursday to you, and welcome back once again. We have a lot of Democrat madness. We do have Rosie O'Donnell today, just to lighten up the mental illness element. She is, I assume, very severely mentally ill. What else could explain her behavior? And she posted a video of herself. She really, really likes Eric Swalwell, or liked Eric Swalwell, and Bill Clinton. And I think, did she like Harvey Weinstein? And was Jeffrey Epstein a friend of hers? Because he is a big Democrat Party organizer and donor, that Jeffrey Epstein. And the Democrats want to pretend in their world of make-believe that that's not the case. Because if they make up a lie big enough, no one would dare to not believe it. You know, like Russia collusion, and all that good stuff. And Hillary Clinton, she can destroy 33,000 of her emails and all of that is fine. There's a lot to get to. We had a briefing at the Pentagon this morning, updating us to some degree or another, and we've got a crazy story out of the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area having to do with the former lieutenant governor, a Democrat of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And this is a crazy one. Justin Fairfax, a Democrat Party hero, had been the lieutenant governor of Virginia. And the police are holding a press conference outside of his home today, which is never a good sign. Never a good sign. Hey, look, the police are holding a press conference in front of your mom and dad's house. Oh, good. I'm so happy to hear that. And it apparently the story is the details are still coming out. But the Democrat, former lieutenant governor of Virginia, apparently shot and killed his wife, who's a dentist. And then he killed himself, the lieutenant governor, not the current lieutenant governor, but the former lieutenant governor of Virginia, apparently murdering his wife in their home. I think they have 2 kids, and then murdering himself because you know how these Democrats are. It's pretty wacky stuff. So that's just the facts there are dripping in very slowly this morning. And a scheduled police press conference, I think didn't happen on time anyway. They came out late, and we will keep you posted on that because it's pretty crazy. Pretty wild story. So we have that going on, but it's not the only story. There are a lot of other wacky things going on. Hey, how many bombs did Barack Obama drop on how many countries? Because the Democrats love it when Barack Obama dropped bombs on countries, many thousands of bombs on countries. How many bombs did he drop a day on average? Hey, you got to average these things out because he's the mad bomber, Barack Hussein Obama. Might be the Hussein that makes him want to bomb so many places. We've got that, but And we've got the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, said that because Iran bombed the Gulf neighbors, their Arab neighbors, their fellow Muslims in the region in the Middle East, these countries have come to the United States and to the Treasury Secretary and said, hey, the Iranians have a lot of bank accounts here in the Arab countries and a lot of money piled up in these banks in the Arab countries just across the Persian Gulf from them, the Arabian Gulf from them. And the Arab countries have come to the U.S. and said, how'd you like to freeze all of their assets, all of their money? How'd you like to do that? That could be fun, couldn't it? So we've got that going, and that is kind of fun, I've got to say. Whack-a-doodle-doo. Crazy stuff going on all over the place. But just scratching the surface on some of the things that we have for you today, courtesy of the Democrat Party. Terrible homicide and suicide. A senior government official, former lieutenant, honestly, the lieutenant governor of the state of Virginia, and very bad situation. And the sheriff, I believe, was explaining that there had been an ongoing domestic situation, domestic conflict that had been ongoing that the police were familiar with, and it hasn't turned out well based on this morning's news reports. Whack-a-doodle-doo, because it's pretty crazy out there. But I love the Rosie O'Donnell stuff because she's always been mental, and that's fun. And did you see the Joe Biden at an event at his university, his alma mater, where they were unveiling a nice-looking oil painting, a portrait of him as a graduate of the university, and then he became, amazingly, president of the United States, a terrible, failed president of the United States. But in Syracuse, they were unveiling the portrait, and Joe Biden saw a black guy over in the corner and said, hey, Barack, come over here. And Joe Biden, just whatever random black guy was standing, is actually the CEO of the college or something like that. But he waved over this guy who's a black guy, and he doesn't actually look like Barack Obama. Maybe from a distance, he's about the same height and weight. That's about it. So Joe Biden called him over, said, hey, Barack, come over here. And he's because he's a maroon, and his brain is no good. Brain is no good at all. And there's a funny meme. It's the fun people who are always funny. Honestly, the great stuff. The Babylon Bee, and they've got a picture of Joe Biden sticking out of the back of a limousine and waving at a lawn jockey. Waving at a lawn jockey. It's a black lawn jockey on a lawn, and there's Joe Biden waving at say, "Hey, Barack," because apparently every black guy he sees he thinks is Barack Obama or looks just like Barack Obama. I wonder if he thinks that that they're all articulate and bright and clean. Articulate and bright and clean. Because you know how Joe Biden's brain really doesn't work very well at all. So we've got that going. Crazy, man, crazy. And just a little bit of what we have for you today. And the Rosie, I want to get to the Rosies too. And then it's related to a couple of other things because the Democrats, they love groping, sexual assaulting men because they're the party of Bill Clinton and Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein and Eric Swalwell and the list goes on and on and on. And they're all Democrats in good standing with the Democrat Party because it's just who they are. You know who they are. Yes, sir. Oh, and we are at, where are we, Michael? We're at 888-630-9625. 888-630-9625. That's where we are. Absolutely toll-free, like every phone call you've made for the last 10 years. Absolutely toll-free, which is just great stuff. So we have that. This is a long-distance call. And what else do we have going on, Michael? We've got lots of fun and wackadoodle stuff, and it's all thanks to the Democrat Party, isn't it? Because they just love being mentally ill. And, yeah, I'll get into the Justin Fairfax stuff. We're pulling some audio from the sheriff telling us what's going on with the domestic because, you know, it's just another, I guess, Democrat marriage. These people. Yes, sir. So we've got that going on. This is great when you see the Democrat lady that came into Chicago's O'Hare Airport, and then the terrible ICE people, they grabbed her and they arrested her and they held her for 2 days in the worst conditions possible. And then it turns out that the lady was lying and made the whole thing up. She's like a Jussie Smollett type. She's being compared to Jussie Smollett because Jussie Smollett made up the big lie about this MAGA country and put a noose on him and all that stuff. They fantasize about these things. They're all mentally ill. But this lady, she said that she was taken by those mean, terrible ICE people and held in detention for 2 days after coming into Chicago's O'Hare Airport. And then it turns out that now it was a lie. And she made it all up. Her name is Sundaz Naqvi. Sundaz Naqvi. And Sundaz Naqvi said she was held by federal authorities in Illinois and in Wisconsin, including Dodge County in the Dodge County Jail. She raised these, said, yeah, I was arrested and held. This is last month. And then the old Naqvi, N-A-Q-V-I, Sundas, like sundial, you know. It turns out that she was actually at a spa that weekend. She had not been arrested by anyone, had not been detained by anyone, certainly not by ICE. And she just had, she's a mental case, apparently, and she lied and made up this whole thing where she's the victim and of course, ICE are the villains of the story. And now there's kind of a great turn of events here. The sheriff, who she says held her illegally in jail, sheriff sues woman. The sheriff is suing the woman, which is great, who allegedly made up ICE detention, enjoyed spa day, and it's a hoax that's being compared to Jussie Smollett. Just great. Hotel records, surveillance video, and WhatsApp messages contradict Sundaz Naqvi's claims, her false claims, that she's a victim of a terrible American government and ICE. A hoax drawing comparisons to Jussie Smollett's case is at the center of a lawsuit after a Wisconsin sheriff said a woman fabricated a story about being in ICE detention for 40 hours. Investigators point to hotel records, surveillance video, and text messages that contradict her claims. Other than that, they don't have a lot of evidence. Here's the video. The Dodge County Sheriff Dale Schmidt announced the legal action after a weeks-long investigation into the claims by by Sundas Nakvi. She goes by Sunny. So they're always sunny. They got like Joy and Sunny and Whoopi and Happy, and they're all miserable. They're all terrible mess, aren't they? Yes, they are. Those allegations, first raised publicly last month, claimed that Nakvi, Sundas Nakvi, a U.S. citizen from Skokie, Illinois, but probably not originally, was detained at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport, transferred to an Illinois center, and later transported across state lines. That could violate new law, state lines. Is she underage? Because that's to Wisconsin, where she was allegedly held and released without documentation. Oh, she's undocumented now. She won't be able to vote. That's the thing with Democrats. Democrats shouldn't be allowed to vote anyway, should they? The allegations quickly gained traction online, where some commentators, now Democrats, loved her, and then some people made sense. Commentators drew comparisons to past high-profile hoaxes, including the case involving Jussie Smollett, an actor who fabricated a story in 2019 that he was the victim of a racist and homophobic attack. Those people were racist and homophobic. It turns out that it was Jussie Smollett who was racist and homophobic and mentally ill, and he made the whole thing up. Isn't that amazing? And here are pictures of Sundial over here in a shopping mall when she's supposed to be in detention. The ex-account of Libs of Chicago wrote that Skokie has themselves their very own Jussie Smollett, alleging that Nakvi lied about being detained by federal authorities. Another user similarly described the situation as a Jussie Smollett-esque hoax. He's become a brand now, Jussie Smollett. It's Jussie Smollett-esque. It means that you're a huge liar and that you made up a fake story that makes you the victim when, in fact, you are mentally ill. The Department of Homeland Security previously said Nakvi's claims were false. They put the word false in quotation marks, just in case. Isn't that great? So there she is, Sundial Nakvi. And there's a video of her arriving at Chicago's O'Hare Airport at 10:21 a.m. on March 5th of 2026. And Customs and Border Protection referred her to secondary for additional inspection based on law enforcement checks that conducted a baggage exam. Ms. Nakvi departed the Customs Border Protection within 90 minutes. And then she said, oh, no, I've been held for... And then it turns out she was at a hotel getting spa treatments because where else would you be if not at a hotel getting spa treatments? Am I right? Come on. She knows what to do. It's a spa day at the hotel. Yes, sir. The sheriff underscored the point that blunt observation about messages referencing spa services when she's supposed to be in custody. You know? Isn't that great? So she's getting spa treatments, then she made up a story about how the mean people of ICE detained her at Chicago's Butch O'Hare Airport because they're all mentally ill. Democrats shouldn't be allowed to own firearms and probably shouldn't be allowed to vote. If they're deportable, they should definitely be deported. You think they're deportable, Michael? They could be. 888-630-9625.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Maybe you haven't heard about us. We're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless has you paying for more data than you might need. Why? They might want you to cover the costs of younger people who do use all that data. If you're not using the data, you're probably being used. We've heard time and time again that some Big Wireless customers get stuck paying hundreds and even thousands more for years and years because they think it's hard to switch. Not with us. It takes just about 20 minutes and you can change your plan anytime without extra charges. We use the same towers as the big guys, so you'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Our plans start at just $20 a month, and for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. Ethos.com/save. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Thinking about updating your kitchen? Now is a great time to do just that with KitchenAid appliances from Keys Appliance Center. Now through July 8th, customize your collection of KitchenAid major appliances and receive up to $4,000 in rebates via prepaid MasterCard. So head on over to the appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center and visit with any sales associate for complete rebate details and a list of eligible KitchenAid models. Keys Appliance Center, located in downtown Aberdeen.
I'm Ella. And I'm Eva. We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental. We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned. The hygienist told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind, or else he will get cavities. And he doesn't want that. We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better. Except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
When it comes to insurance, wouldn't it be great if you could just make one phone call to a local agency where you could talk to an actual living person? Turns out you can with the Insurance Center. Locally owned and operated for more than 40 years with highly rated carriers like Auto Owners Insurance. Home, auto, life, health, business, and more. Speak directly with one of our agents who work, live, and play in your community. When it comes to Auto Owners Insurance, one call does it all. This is Patrick McBrayer with the Insurance Center. Call us today at 910-692-9251 or visit us online at sandhills-ins.com.
Beaver Equipment in Aberdeen is under new ownership, but you'll still find the same great products like Walker Mowers and Echo Power Equipment, and the same outstanding service for all your outdoor power equipment needs, no matter the brand. We're Joel and Kayla Cagle, try to continue the tradition of quality and care you've come to expect from Beaver Equipment. So stop by and see us, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 at 2833 East Indiana Avenue at the intersection of Highway 211 near Coldcraft, or call us at 910-944-0402.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Well, from Rosie O'Donnell to Justin Fairfax, the Democrats are keeping us busy again. Again, Justin Fairfax, the now former lieutenant governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, murdered his wife and then murdered himself in a murder-suicide at home amid what's being called a messy divorce. If it wasn't messy before, it sure is now. You're going to need a garden hose to clean this one up. The police said embattled former Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax killed his wife and then shot himself inside their home early Thursday amid the throes of a messy divorce, police said. The 47-year-old Democrat repeatedly shot his dentist wife. She's a dentist. I got to put that right in there at the top. Her name is Serena Fairfax, Cerina, Serena Fairfax, in the basement of their Annandale, Virginia home just after midnight before turning the gun on himself, according to police. The couple's 2 teenage children were inside the home at the time of the murder-suicide, not doing them any favors, I've got to say. Pretty wacky. This is, we have the sheriff came out and gave a briefing. Right now, let's go to the telephones. I see that there are people calling in about this. Let's go to Greg, calling from Rockville, Maryland. Gregory, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hello, sir. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, Greg.
I just wanted to say that the name, when you broke the news on Justin Fairfax, it popped. I was like, oh, man, that name. And then I looked it up real quick. And, this man was the lieutenant governor, as you noted, and he was accused by 2 women of incidents in 2000 and 2004 where he basically sexually assaulted them, groped them when he was at some Democrat convention, in a hotel room. And he claimed that he was, he was being persecuted on par with, he didn't resign as lieutenant governor, and he even tried to run for governor of Virginia.
It's good to be a Democrat.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
From the paranormal to aliens among us, it's Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Overnights here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB.
Do you know a young person between the ages of 12 and 18 who's ready to take control of their finances? Introducing Skyward Checking from Fort Bragg Federal Credit Union. It's the perfect account designed just for teens. With a Visa debit card and convenient online and mobile banking, managing money has never been easier. And there's no service fees or minimum balance requirements. Plus, parents can link to the account and receive notifications to keep track of spending. It's a fantastic way to teach safe and responsible spending habits. Visit FortBraggFCU.org or any branch to learn more.
7 days a week, we're on the job. John Cole's Plumbing Professionals. Fast, friendly, quality service. You know we can do it all. Don't just call a plumber. Call a professional. John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Spring is here, and so is all that stuff you swore you'd organize last year. Right now, Cardinal Buildings has up to 20% off select buildings through April 30th. Whether you need a storage shed, workshop, or just a place to hide your I'll deal with it later pile, Cardinal Buildings can give your stuff a proper home. Find them at 364 White Hill Road, just north of the Moore County line on Highway 15501. Don't let clutter win this spring. Call Cardinal Buildings at 919-708-7070.
Visiting Moore or Lee County? Car in the shop? Need a rental for an accident claim? Auto Choice Car Rental has you covered. Locally owned and operated near the Moore County Airport in Pinehurst and Raleigh Exec Jetport in Sanford. Auto Choice offers a wide selection of vehicles, from compact cars to spacious SUVs and vans. With flexible booking, free cancellation on most rentals, and friendly service you can count on. Auto Choice Car Rental. Reliable vehicles right when you need them. It started now at AutoChoiceRental.com.
Travelers looking for an authentic North Carolina small-town experience, start your journey at Solomon's Inn, a repurposed historic downtown storefront. This 3-room Airbnb offers upscale accommodations, perfect for couples and family groups, steps away from local dining, convenient to the North Carolina Pottery Highway and Pinehurst, the home of golf. Book your NC getaway today. Solomon's Inn, 101 South Middleton Street in Robbins at airbnb.com.
From the WEEB Community Calendar.
Hot dog, hot dog, hot diggity dog. Hello, Moore County. This is Bill Lozer, and yes, the Shriners are back with their annual Shriner Hot Dog promotion. Beginning on April the 3rd and every Friday between the hours of 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. through June the 20th, we will be selling our $3 Shriner all-beef hot dogs at the Roman Eagle Lodge in Aberdeen, close to Bernie's Hardware on Highway 15501. And if you mention this radio ad, receive a free soda with your order. We are able to keep the price at $3 because we have no labor costs and all Shriner volunteers.
volunteers. We really appreciate the courtesy of radio station WEEB for helping us get the word out to our Shrine Children's Hospital supporters. If you have a question or want to place a large order to go, please call Bill Lozer at 910-759-0571. Again, just remember, there is nothing like an all-beef hot dog, hot diggity Shriner hot dog.
Your antivirus only reacts after damage is done. Your VPN only hides your traffic. But today's cyber threats don't wait. With CyberGate from ProSecure LSP, your devices connect to our secure gateway, where enterprise-grade cybersecurity blocks ransomware, malware, hacking attempts, and scam links before they ever reach you. Finally, a real protection for families and small businesses. Join the Secure Enclave today. Start your 30-day trial, no credit card required, at ProSecureLSP.com or call 833-723-3101.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions, Saturdays at 9 a.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. here on WEEB.
Good Thursday morning. We start your day with partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies across the area. Temperatures start mild in the low to mid 60s. By this afternoon, we'll see partly cloudy skies. Highs will be hot, reaching the low 90s, and we'll have a breeze. Then mostly clear overnight and into Friday morning. Temperatures are mild again overnight, dropping to the mid-60s. We'll have mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies on Friday. Highs still hot in the upper 80s to around 90. A few showers are possible. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center.
Listen to us anywhere, on your smartphone or tablet, with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Now, it's a very unusual set of circumstances in Virginia. And the local news, they were catching on to it as the sun was coming up today. Apparently, the now former and late former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax, Commonwealth of Virginia, just after midnight. And this is crazy. According to the New York Post, they've been in the middle of divorce proceedings for some time. And according to the New York Post, they were separated, but still living together in the same house while getting divorced. And police had been called to the house in the past for allegations of domestic violence, but the chief of police is going to explain that in a moment. They had been married for 20 years, and says they're separated but still living together during the ongoing proceedings. That seems like a bad idea, doesn't it? I don't think that sounds like, hey, we're getting divorced, we hate each other, and let's keep living together. I'll just, you can live in the basement, and I'll live in the master bedroom. All right, let's go to soundbite number 4. Fox 5 early this morning, before they had all the details, and the reporter Melanie Alnwick with Fox Channel 5 in Washington.
We're continuing to follow that breaking news this morning. A death investigation in Fairfax County. A man and woman found dead inside of a home in Annandale. Police are on the scene right now. Fox 5 is working on this, staying on top of it to get more information.
It sounds to me like they knew that it was Justin Fairfax's house, but they wanted to make sure what the neighbors like. They didn't move out. We don't want to report that it's Justin Fairfax's house, where one was murdered and the other committed suicide, and then find out later that, no, they moved out 3 weeks ago, and this couple from Uzbekistan moved in, because you never know. And they were being very cautious, to their credit. Melanie Alnwick of Fox Channel 5.
We've been watching as investigators have just now gone inside the home here at the end of Saxony, and that is Guinevere Drive that
Saxony
the home is
Guinevere.
Located on. It's kind of dark right now, but every once in a while we'll see those flashes come out, which is investigators and crime scene technicians taking photographs inside the home.
That's sure. And it's kind of dark right now because the sun hasn't come up yet. And that's what with the rotation of the earth and the great ball of fire in the sky and all that good stuff. Then she got information that was That was pretty good information. Had they identified the, no, right, still hadn't identified. And they're getting details of what happened inside the house and still not willing to go that extra. And that's good, safe journalism. Melanie Olnwick, Fox Channel 5.
A lot of information not confirmed by police at this point, but we do have some details that we were able to piece together from scanner traffic. The initial call came in a little after midnight, and the person on the line said he thought his father had stabbed his mother. When Fairfax County Police arrived, they did find a woman unconscious and bleeding in the home. Fairfax County Police tell me that she actually had been shot. Now, the son told officers he did not know where his father was, and his father's car was still in the driveway. There was an area-wide lookout broadcast. K-9 and helicopter teams were brought in. Then police radioed that they had discovered the man they believed to be the subject in another area of the home with what appeared to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. A gun was recovered, and the man was pronounced dead at 12:37 a.m. The woman was pronounced dead at 12:34 a.m.
They got to her first, ladies first, and all that, remarkable stuff. Now, she's got all this, and she's still not taking that final step until, what was this, 2 hours later? I think 2 hours later, they're still covering the story. In the 8 a.m. hour, Melanie Olnwick.
We have been working our sources all morning long since this story broke a little after midnight. And what we can tell you is that this house here on Guinevere Drive in Annandale, Virginia, property records, government property records, and other official sources that we have been able to confirm say that this home is owned by Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax, former Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax. He was the Lieutenant Governor under Governor Ralph Northam. Now, he's been in private practice since an unsuccessful run for governor in 2021.
Ralph Northam, you remember Ralph Northam as the guy in the Klan outfit in his yearbook picture. He kind of said that was him in the blackface in the yearbook picture because he didn't want to say that was me in the Klan outfit with the pointed white hat. It's a Democrat club. It's a Democrat club. It's like after-school Satan club and KKK club, the Democrat Party. They're not like normal people. So that is... That's good stuff. Good reporting by Melanie Olnwick, honestly, and being cautious and wanting to make certain that if it's somebody that wasn't the former lieutenant governor of Virginia, then it's not as big a story. Kind of a big deal for a lieutenant governor, one of our states, to murder his wife and then kill himself. By the way, they have 2 kids, teenage kids, a boy and a girl. And they were in the house at the time. They live with their parents who are getting divorced and living together. Or were. I think that, as a rule, you should go ahead and use this as the model. If you're in the midst of a hostile divorce, maybe you should live in different places. Maybe a different place might be good at midnight to be in a different place. Now, let's go to the chief of police. Chief of police is Kevin Davis in Fairfax County. And Kevin Davis came out not too long ago in front of the House and he said, apparently everybody knows that they're in the middle of a nasty divorce. I wasn't aware of it myself, but I don't follow Virginia politics that closely and former politicians. But here's the Fairfax County Chief of Police, Kevin Davis.
I don't think it's a secret that there's been divorce proceedings that have been ongoing. From what I understand in this early stage, former Lieutenant Governor Fairfax was recently served some paperwork associated with an upcoming court proceeding. That apparently led to this incident last night. Both of their children, teenagers, the boys older than the girl, were in the house when it happened.
Bad.
So that's horrible news for the family. Certainly a traumatic event for those children to live through. But we know that
definitely
it all kind of culminated last night when Justin Fairfax shot several times and killed his wife, ran to a different part of the home, and then killed himself with the same firearm.
With the kids, teenage boy, teenage girl in the house, and as the chief of police, Kevin Davis, pointed out, horrible news for the family. I would say that's generous. Yeah, it's definitely. Hey, Dad killed Mom, then Dad killed himself, and the teenagers were in the house. They might be traumatized by this going forward, I'm thinking. The chief of police is Kevin Davis. And he was out there. He sounds like a no-nonsense guy. hey, why are all these media people here? Oh yeah, it's the Democrat lieutenant governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
The question is, have we had any previous domestic service or calls for service to this location in January of this year? Mr. Fairfax calls the police and alleges that his wife assaulted him. We responded to that scene. There are several cameras set up inside the house. Apparently, Mrs. Fairfax, at some point during these divorce proceedings, set up a lot of cameras inside the home. We reviewed those cameras, and we corroborated that the alleged assault never occurred. So there was no arrest made. There was a report written, but the allegation that Mr. Fairfax made in January that Mrs. Fairfax assaulted him was proven to be untrue.
Proven to be untrue because the videos. Now, there are video cameras scattered around the interior of the house, which is an interesting approach. And the former Democrat lieutenant governor called the police and said, my wife assaulted me. And they came to check it out, and she said, well, he says it happened right here. Here's the video camera that I installed to catch him being a weasel. And what's the problem there? And everybody knows, the chief of police said, everybody knows that they're in the middle of a domestic thing, that they're getting divorced. I don't know if everybody knows, but apparently the police knew. They had been there before because of the lieutenant governor claiming his wife was being mean to him. And they looked at the video. Now, presumably, the video is was still set up last night. And the first question the police chief should have been asked by reporters there is, well, you just said that there was video of the assault that didn't happen when Justin Fairfax called in that his wife was mean to him. So is there video of these events that occurred last night, and have you reviewed those videos to make sure everything is what it appears to be?
I think piggybacking off that question, the cameras were still, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The cameras were still there and rolling and operational, and that's...
I believe they were.
Oh, it was the first question asked. All right, reporter. I don't know who that was. That was not Melanie Alnwick. That was a male human being. And how about that? That's a good question from that reporter who's on the scene covering the news. How about that? Good for him. Yes, sir. So we got that going for us. That's one of the things that we have. Now, that's a sad and terrible and tragic story, of course. And I got to tell you that Democrat Party, I think they might be picking their candidates for the wrong reason. I'm not sure. I haven't met him now. He's a former lieutenant governor, and a lot of people in Virginia are going to remember him, but not a lot of other people. He's a black guy. He's an African-American guy, and his wife also a woman of color, before the lieutenant governor murdered her with children in the house and then killed himself. Pretty crazy stuff. But hey, I'm glad that the reporter asked the first question, and the police chief didn't have much of an answer. And I guess we don't need to go review the videos. The kids probably saw a lot of what was going on, or aware of a lot was going on, and a bad divorce. That's a real bad divorce. And the kids in the house makes it worse, makes it real bad. Not good at all. So we have that going. We're going to keep our ear to the ground on that story as we ride out the morning here in the studio. And we remain at 888-630-9625. I want to change the subject to something funny because what else are you going to do, right? Do you remember Rosie O'Donnell? She was never really funny. But President Trump has been making fun of Rosie O'Donnell for years. And the news media, they love Rosie O'Donnell.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. Megyn Kelly with Donald Trump. Only Rosie O'Donnell. You've called these women all these terrible things. And only Rosie O'Donnell. That's darn funny stuff. Well, Rosie O'Donnell, didn't she flee the country? She went to Ireland to go live in Ireland. Poor Ireland. Come on, Ireland is not big enough for Rosie O'Donnell and normal people at the same time. Rosie O'Donnell moved to Ireland because she hates Trump so much, and she wanted to make good on whatever her mental illness was telling her that day. So she moved to Ireland. But she She loves anything that's bad for America. If it's bad for America, she likes it. Let's face it. Every Democrat only likes things that are bad for America. They don't like things that are good for the United States of America. They only like things that are terrible for the United States of America. If it's bad for the United States of America, then the Democrats support it. Open borders and more illegal alien gang members and more fentanyl flowing in and child sex trafficking. And which I didn't even get earlier this week. They give me too much stuff. There was another Democrat arrested for more child porn because Democrats, they're really unwell. But let's go, speaking of unwell Democrats, let's go to Rosie O'Donnell. Because Rosie O'Donnell was a friend, well, she still is. She is a friend of Eric Swalwell, but she's angry with him now because he's been accused credibly of sexual assaults and rapes. In fact, some of that we didn't even get to yesterday because there was so much of it. But Rosie O'Donnell, who's saying, oh, no, Eric Swalwell, my buddy, who I've given money to, who I'm a big supporter of, and now he's become like Bill Clinton and Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein and all these other Democrats. Every Democrat, is it possible, Michael, that every Democrat is a sex offender? Every male Democrat is a sex offender? Rosie O'Donnell on her pal, Eric Swalwell.
Now, can we talk a little bit about Eric Swalwell?
Okay, let's do that.
I know that guy.
I know that guy.
In the what kind of way? Like spoke to him on the phone a couple times.
Did he slip you a roofie?
Donated money to him, I believe.
Roofie?
Talked about him
Bill
in some
Cosby?
public appearances years ago about how I believed in him and his cute little family and 2 kids.
Believed in him. Cute little family. 2
standing up to all those people when he, berates them for their moralist behavior.
He berates them for their moralist behavior. I don't think she knows what that word is. That's she's a Democrat. How could she know anything about moralism and morals and moral life and all that stuff? So Eric Swalwell, I just love him. He's his cute little family, and when she loves that Eric Swalwell stands up to people for their moral-less behavior. That's, I guess, amoral or immoral or something. But she said moral-less behavior. That's an example of grammar-less behavior by Rosie O'Donnell. Pretty ordinary stuff But listen, she's almost heartbroken.
And then all this comes out about him. And it's heartbreaking to me. And I wrote him. I wrote him a little message, and I said, Bill Clinton broke my heart, and now you did too.
Now, Bill Clinton, and but the list is long and not distinguished. Pretty amazing stuff. Rosie, and then what did she conclude? Because her friend Eric Swalwell and her hero Bill Clinton, and she probably knows Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein's big Democrat fundraiser, and here's Rosie O'Donnell.
The conclusion I've come to: men suck.
Oh,
men suck.
Sure, men.
The way that they are physiologically,
Democrat men.
They can't sort of control their sexual urges.
Yeah.
This is what I find. And all of these things now coming out with Epstein and child abuse in America, and in what communities is it more rampant? And do you think Jeffrey Epstein was the only one running a brothel for children for billionaires?
Yeah, do you think?
I don't think he was.
I don't think she doesn't think Jeffrey Epstein was the only one running an underage brothel for billionaires. Because there are a lot of Democrats out there who have a lot of sexual issues. Boy, do they have a lot of sexual issues. There's Rosie O'Donnell. She posted a video. She's heartbroken. She's crestfallen about her pal, Eric Swalwell. She gave money to Eric Swalwell. She palled around with Eric Swalwell. She hung out with him. I guess he never slipped her a roofie and tricked her into going back to his hotel room to look at documents. But honestly, who would?
Rosie, big, fat, lesbian, loud Rosie.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon,
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
When did watching TV go from a way to relax to a complicated chore? Well, if you're sick of huge cable bills or endlessly searching for the show everyone's talking about, then welcome to Philo. Philo's the streaming service that respects both your time and your wallet, without needing to cut the stuff you actually love to watch. This means live TV from more than 70 channels like Hallmark, History, A&E, and Lifetime, plus a huge library of blockbuster movies and classic shows, and an easy-to-use unlimited DVR that lets you save anything you want and skip all the ads when you watch. The best part? You get all this for just $25 a month when you sign up at Philo.tv. No hidden fees, no long contracts, just a genuinely great deal. And new users can try it completely free for 7 days. So head to Philo.tv, that's PHILO.tv, and experience a better way to TV. Subscriptions auto-renew at monthly rate plus applicable taxes. Cancel anytime. See terms at Philo.tv.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Thinking about updating your kitchen? Now is a great time to do just that with KitchenAid appliances from Keys Appliance Center. Now through July 8th, customize your collection of KitchenAid major appliances and receive up to $4,000 in rebates via prepaid MasterCard. So head on over to the appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center and visit with any sales associate for complete rebate details and a list of eligible KitchenAid models. Keys Appliance Center, located in downtown Aberdeen.
Mace Electric Company in Seven Lakes has been providing quality commercial and residential electrical service in the Sandhills for over 40 years. From bad switches to home surge protection, Mace Electric Company can handle any commercial or residential electrical repair. Unlimited license, locally owned and operated. Call Kenny and Gail Mace at Mace Electric Company in Seven Lakes, 910-673-0093. 910-673-0093.
With me now is retired Air Force Colonel Andy Orander. Of course, Andy, you've had some recent pain. Tell us about that as well as what you decided to do about it.
Yeah, I had some issues with my L5 and S1 joint, walking around like Walter Brennan, a lot of pain. And I went to a chiropractor. It was Dr. Wright at Pinecone, and she did this thing called Pressure Wave, and I highly recommend that to everybody.
Was it easier than you thought, or was it a painful experience?
It was non-painful, non-invasive. It's something I never really knew about.
And did it work, and or would you gladly recommend it?
Absolutely, 100% it worked. I never heard of it before, and I recommend it to everybody I meet who have any kind of pain, arthritis.
If you're suffering from pain, why not schedule a free, no-obligation appointment with Dr. Sharon Wright at Pinecone Medical Center? Call 910-420-1911 or visit on the web at pineconemedicalcenter.com.
From the WEEB Community Calendar.
Hot dog, hot dog, hot diggity dog. Hello, Moore County. This is Bill Lozer, and yes, the Shriners are back with their annual Shriner Hot Dog promotion. Beginning on April the 3rd and every Friday between the hours of 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. through June the 20th, we will be selling our $3 Shriner all-beef hot dogs at the Roman Eagle Lodge in Aberdeen, close to Bernie's Hardware on Highway 15501. And if you mention this radio ad, receive a free soda with your order. We are able to keep the price at $3 because we have no labor costs and all Shriner volunteers. We really appreciate the courtesy of radio station WEEB for helping us get the word out to our Shrine Children's Hospital supporters. If you have a question or want to place a large order to go, please call Bill Lozer at 910-759-0571. Again, just remember, there is nothing like an all-beef hot dog, hot diggity Shriner hot dog.
Bom, 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 bom. All right, let us go back to the telephones, Michael. Got a lot coming up. Virginia, a lot of crazy. Oh, in fact, David, let's go to David calling from Harrisburg, Virginia. David, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Good morning, Chris. It's a privilege to be on your radio airwaves with you. I enjoy your show a whole lot.
Thank you very kindly. Thank you very much.
So my question is Abigail Spanberger going to be put into a position of deciding whether to lower the flags for the death of a former lieutenant governor, or is she just going to ignore it?
It is it's a tragic, horrible series of events. And David, what do you think? What do you think that the flags statewide should be at half-staff for Justin Fairfax and his late wife?
Well, I met Justin Fairfax a couple of times, and I liked him as a person from what I knew of him. I would say no. Whatever honor that the Commonwealth of Virginia owed him for having killed himself is only exceeded by the fact that he killed his wife first.
Yeah, that he's a murderer, and with his children in the house, his teenage boy and his teenage girl in the house. Flags at half-staff for Justin Fairfax. So you think no? You think no should be the answer? No flags to half-staff.
I'm voting no.
All right, there you go. That's good. I think you're right.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rex Thomason. Locked and loaded. That's how Secretary of War Hegseth describes the state of the U.S. military during the current Iran ceasefire. Hegseth urges the Iranian leadership to choose the path of peace while it still can.
In the meantime, and for as long as it takes, we will maintain this blockade, successful blockade. But if Iran chooses poorly, then they will have a blockade and bombs dropping on infrastructure, power, and energy.
That U.S. naval blockade has sealed Iran's ports tight as a drum.
U.S. Central Command says no ships have made it past the U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports since it was imposed. And 10 merchant vessels complied with direction from U.S. forces to turn around and re-enter Iranian waters. The blockade is intended to pressure Iran, which has exported millions of barrels of oil, mostly to Asia, since the war began February 28.
Correspondent Ken Lorman. Russia's war on Ukraine continues to rage. BBC's Sarah Rainsford is in the Ukrainian capital.
Here in Kyiv, the sirens jolted people awake at 2:30 a.m. and then came a series of loud explosions. There were strikes in the south and the east of Ukraine too, on the cities of Odessa and Dnipro. In Kyiv, the mayor says a 12-year-old boy was killed and another child rescued from the rubble of their home. In all, Russia launched more than 700 drones and missiles at Ukraine, and Ukraine sent more than 200 in the other direction.
Ukrainian officials say at least 16 people were killed, more than 80 others injured in the latest series of Russian attacks. On Wall Street this morning, stocks have turned mixed. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down about 9 points, while the S&P is trading 1 point higher. The Nasdaq off 84 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Rayleigh. Breaking news, police in Virginia say Justin Fairfax, the state's former lieutenant governor, shot and killed his wife and then fatally shot himself. Fairfax County Police Chief Kevin Davis told reporters
both of their children, teenagers, the boys older than the girl, were in the house when it happened. That's horrible news for the family. Certainly a traumatic event for those children to live through.
Lawmakers are scheduled to be back in Raleigh in less than 1 week, but whether they'll actually begin their short session is still up in the air. Back in December, Governor Stein addressed the issue.
They were here in session, and they failed to do what they knew they needed to do, which is to fund Medicaid so that people can access health care no matter where they live, particularly dire and rural communities.
During a Pentagon briefing, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, today said U.S. forces are ready to resume operations against Iran if it does not agree to a deal.
We'll actively pursue any Iranian-flagged vessel
or any vessel attempting to provide material support to Iran.
That's in the Strait of Hormuz. An American Airlines pilot had to slam on brakes while taxiing at Charlotte Douglas International Airport on Wednesday. In an air traffic control call, you can hear the pilot say he was trying to avoid a ground vehicle that went right in front of the airliner.
We nearly hit them. I had to slam on the brakes. We had our taxi light on. We started moving. Someone's got to be doing something right away. That was really bad.
The dry conditions across North Carolina are delaying planting for some farmers. North Carolina has received less than an average rainfall every month since September 2025. Davidson County farmer Will Brinkley tells WXII.
Right now we just need a lot of water. We need a 2 or 3 day soaking rain to get moisture back in the water table in the ground.
He says he's just holding off on planting right now. You're listening to NCN News.
The North Carolina Healthcare Association invites you to listen to this month's podcast, Conversations on the State of Healthcare. This month we examined the Thrive 5, developed by Thrive OBX. The Thrive 5 is a way to bring the community together using outside partnerships to stay healthy as you age. My guest is Amy Montgomery, Executive Director of Operations at Outer Banks Health.
So Thrive OBX is about inspiring well-being and longevity through a community-wide cultural movement. The goal is simple: to help people thrive. Research shows that only about 30% of our longevity is tied to our genetics, and 10% depends on access to health care. So that leaves roughly 60% is determined by daily lifestyle choices, like how we eat, move, manage stress, sleep, and connect socially.
You can learn more and join our latest Conversations on the State of Healthcare wherever you listen to your favorite podcast, and find out more by visiting nchealthcare.org.
Dealing with the aftermath of a car wreck can leave you feeling stressed. At Ken's Body Works in West End, you'll get collision repair services you can rely on. Family owned and operated for over 20 years, Ken's Body Works specializes in collision repair, body work, custom paint, dent removal, and much more. No job is too big or too small. Ken's certified technicians will have your vehicle back to its factory look and specifications. Call 910-235-0486 for a free estimate today. That's 910-235-0486.
Good Thursday morning. We start your day with partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies across the area. Temperatures start mild in the low to mid 60s. By this afternoon, we'll see partly cloudy skies. Highs will be hot, reaching the low 90s, and we'll have a breeze. Then mostly clear overnight and into Friday morning. Temperatures are mild again overnight, dropping to the mid-60s. We'll have mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies on Friday. Highs still hot in the upper 80s to around 90. A few showers are possible. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center.
The Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Sandy Ridge Memory Care and Assisted Living in Candor, a place for compassionate care. Call 910-974-4162.
Justin Fairfax was the lieutenant governor under Governor Ralph Northam. And if you recall, I mean, he made a lot of news as lieutenant governor because he faced 2 separate sexual assault allegations, which he denied, and he called a smear campaign. And at the time, recall that Governor Northam was under fire after a photo of him in college surfaced. He was dressed in blackface. He said it was a costume where he was portraying Michael Jackson.
He was dressed in the Klan uniform. He wasn't. He said he invited facial analysis people to come in to confirm that that wasn't him in blackface, which means that it could only have been him in the Klan uniform. But when you're a Democrat, that just gets washed away because the news media doesn't even remember it. It happened. There was something about blackface and Klan uniform, and yet it started with 2 sexual assault claims filed against the then lieutenant governor. And when you're a Democrat, then you just deny it. You go to it's like page 2 of the Democrat Party playbook. What happens when I'm found out as a sexual predator, which invariably happens with, I think, every elected Democrat, doesn't it? Is it every elected Democrat? Darn near. Madness, these people. Yesterday was IRS Day. It was tax day. It was April 15th. And that's not a good kind of. There are some dates really like December 25th. That's great. July 4th. And then, come on, tax day, April 15th. That's no good. Not good. All right, let's go to, let's see. Let's go to the telephones. Let's go to Patrick calling from Florida, where they don't pay state income taxes, which is real nice, whereas in Washington, D.C., we do. I think it's like 92% of your adjusted gross income or something. Patrick, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Well, thank you, Chris. I appreciate the opportunity, and it's always great to talk to you. It's even better to listen to you on the show. I love your humor.
Well, thank you.
So I don't pay state sale tax. I don't pay state income tax, but I made up for it in my federal. And so my average, I'm not a rich man. I was wiped out by the Dodd-Frank bill in 2012. Lost everything I had, started over. Still haven't gotten to that place where I was.
Wow.
Thank you, Barack Obama, for signing that into law.
Wow.
Actually, the interesting about the Dodd-Frank bill, what's interesting about that is the BBC, which is not a conservative bastion, they once published an article and they estimated that between Great Britain and America, 10,000 people committed suicide because of the financial distress that the Dodd-Frank bill put out. It's signed by the smartest president in the world, Barack Obama.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't like people. Yeah, he's not a people person. In fact, one of his who was it, Michael, that his staffer who said that she was amazed to learn that Barack Obama just doesn't like people. And she said, it amazed me. It's like being Bill Gates and not liking computers, she said about Barack Obama, because he just doesn't like people. And the left, they don't like people. And they kill people with great enthusiasm, don't they, Patrick? Oh, it was Neera Tanden. Neera Tanden, who worked for him.
Yeah, to a point on that, if I studied economics in college, and comes with statistics as part of the package. And the last 11 assassination attempts were all Democrats. So the idea that it's coming out of both sides just isn't true.
Right.
If it were coming out of both sides and you got 11 straight, it's like flipping a coin and coming up with a head 11 times. Just not possible. It's 1 in a billion.
Right.
So the Democratic Party does have a monopoly on violence. They made that abundantly clear, and they're willing to use that at any point. My point today, of my call today, was the taxes. I had a 22% tax rate. I'm not making a bunch of money, and my last 25% of my income was taxed at 33%. So you begin to wonder, where's this money going? And when you looked at 2005, the federal government, they spent $2.5 trillion in 2005. In 2025, we spent $7.2 trillion. Now, I'd ask anybody, Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, what are we getting for $7.2 trillion? And since 2005, we have spent $90 trillion. Does our country look like we just spent $90 trillion? And to put that into perspective, how much $90 trillion is, if you just collected all that money and gave it randomly to individuals, you would have been able to make 1 in 4 Americans a millionaire. So you count 1, 2, 3 people in your office, 4, you'd be a millionaire.
Yeah.
And, what have we gotten for $90 trillion? I asked my brother, who's a very diehard liberal, great person, love him to death. I said, well, since 2005, Dave, what has gotten better in our country? Education's worse. Homelessness is worse. 22 veterans are killing themselves every day. The infrastructure is a mess. Our environment's worse. What have we gotten better? The only thing I could come up with is we've got the best military in the history of the world times 1,000. There's no doubt about that. That seems to be the only thing that is escalating. All of the technological gains that we've had since 2005 are going to just poison the brains of our youth and middle-aged people. I can't point to anything that after spending $90 trillion saying, yeah, we fixed that. I mean, can you?
No, I really can't. And you're right about the military. We put a spacecraft with 4 people in it around the moon, which we did in the 1970s as well. and even, I think, around the moon before 1970 hit. And now we're getting back to the glory days of the 1970s, of a half century ago, going around the moon. But you're right. And I've never seen that $90 trillion figure, but that's an amazing figure. And you said we spent 2.5, the government spent 2.5 trillion in 2005. And then you said then suddenly we were spending 7.2 trillion a year. By what year was that?
2025. That was last year.
2025, we're spending 7.2 trillion, and we spent 90. We're also $38 trillion in debt, Patrick, as a nation. And I like to point this out because it's fun and it makes a point that if we started paying off the national debt at $1 a second right now, and we're not, we're adding to it at about that rate. If we started paying it off at $1 a second, it would take us more than 1 million years to pay it off.
Yeah, it's outrageous, and that's why one of the reasons, I voted for Trump 3 times, but I was not happy with the one big beautiful bill. That was a big increase in spending again. Still,
yeah.
I mean, at some point, we talk about how much fun it is to freeze the terrorist assets, and you're right, it is fun. That is fun. They get their ATM card out and they go, I'm going to go buy some bombs today, so I got to get some cash. And they go to the machine that says can't get any funds out. Funds not available. That's a good joke. That's a fun one.
No bombs for you.
How about? Yes, no bombs for you today. How about we freeze the spending on the federal government? I'm not saying you have to cut spending. Just freeze it. Just say, look, we spent $7.2 trillion last year. That's all you get for the next 10 years, $7.2 trillion. And who's going to argue that that's not enough money? Of course, Warren.
Well,
she'll make that argument.
Do you know how much was added to the national debt last year?
That I don't. I don't have that statistic.
Yeah.
Please share.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. I should know off the top of my head, but I do not know off the top of my head. Well, that's remarkable stuff. I got to tell you, Michael Piercy and I, since we're talking about taxes and all that good stuff. Michael Piercy and I were talking yesterday, hey, it's tax day, and we wrapped up the radio show, it's tax day. And Michael's like, we haven't done our taxes yet. I was I didn't want it to sound like bragging, but it sounded a little braggy, that we had finished our taxes this year so long ago that we already got a refund check back. But then I explained for the last 2 years, we got the refund checks about 3 weeks ago. Because they withheld and didn't. They're looking, and they said we're not being audited, but we're not getting a refund. And we finally got our refunds for 2024 and 2023 a matter of weeks ago. But we got our tax refunds for this year's taxes a couple of weeks ago, too. And that's good. But we were talking to Michael. Michael and I were talking about it yesterday. And he said, yeah, we got to go home and do our taxes. He had to do their taxes yesterday afternoon. And they did their taxes yesterday afternoon. And Michael brought in a piece of paper today to tell me that for his 2024 taxes, his tax refund was $1,325. But yesterday they did their taxes, and instead of $1,300, their refund is going to be $5,720. $5,720, which is a lot more money, and that's because of Trump's tax policies, right?
Right. Well, they're also, those. And here's the myth that's out there: Trump's tax policies are also special interest groups. It's just that we don't call families special interest groups, but they are. I'm a single person. I have been all my life. I don't have any children, so here's how the scenario goes: I pay more in taxes than the gentleman that sits next to me and has 3 kids.
Yeah.
I want an equitable tax. So he's paying less in taxes than I do. That's in addition to the fact that he doesn't come in till noon on Saturdays when I come in at 9 because his kids have softball games. Of course, wouldn't want to miss a softball game.
Mm-hmm.
And in addition, he's sick a lot more than anybody else because children just bring home stuff from school and wherever and he gets sick a lot. And he's got to stay home from kids sick. So I work more time. I pay more in taxes. How is this an equitable situation for somebody like myself? The idea of lowering taxes is great. But it really has got to be, you got to stop spending so that we don't have to tax people. Look at how crazy they went up in Boston when there's a stamp tax. They lost their minds. That's where the Tea Party came from.
Yeah.
But they just keep stacking up these taxes, and my taxes went up from last year. And, I put another $400 a month in to try and avert that tax bill, and I still had a tax bill yesterday. Had to write a check, have it immediately withdrawn from my funds. You know, I really think you should eliminate any tax refunds, that they should be paid out quarterly. Or not, or have to adjust their W-2 to reflect that they're getting money back. Because I think that when you get money back in taxes, and you go, oh, tax day, it's great, I'm getting a refund.
Right.
Well, you're not really getting a refund. You're just getting your money
Yeah,
back.
that's right. Yeah. Yeah, it was your money in the first place. They've been borrowing it interest-free and using it for whatever, spreading it around to all too many left-wing institutions that have been set up by the left-wingers in the country to be funded in perpetuity, and they all too often become very wealthy off of these scams that the Democrats set up.
Oh yeah, it's a nut and shell game. They just run it through enough entities where they can't get traced back to them, and it winds up in their campaign. And you know, most people don't know it, but I believe it's still the case. Is they get to keep their campaign money when they retire.
Yeah.
Which could be millions of dollars.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
can be millions of dollars.
And Elizabeth Warren's out there saying that we should now tax people's assets. And I'm like, well, you know, not everybody had the luxury of having a mother in the Senate that could set up a banking, call the members of the Federal Reserve Open Market Committee and have them sit on your daughter's board for her little adventure. You know, we're not all that lucky. We don't have that type of privilege. So it's terrible. And when you get taxes back, that you get your money back, it puts a positive light on the whole tax scheme that's going on out there. And I think you should eliminate that and say, no, just stop taking more than you're supposed to. But that's typical government overreach. And, you know, if you go back to Alexander Hamilton, he was a proponent of the big Federalists. The Federalists wanted a big, strong government. And, you know, it does serve its purpose in some cases, but we've exceeded that by far. And the amount of spending that's going on through the federal government, that's just it's just not doing anything. It's innocuous, and it just doesn't do anything for the society, for, you know, the communities, for the people.
Well,
spending that's lining pockets.
The Democrats are looking for new ways to tax people at higher rates, and the communist, who's a jihadi mayor of New York City that the Democrats elected, Zohran Mamdani. He went and stood in front of a tall condo building in New York City and pointed at it and explained how he's going to tax the hell out of the people that own those.
When I ran for mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing the rich. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history.
The pied-à-terre
tax. This is an annual
tax.
fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city.
Full-time?
Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million.
Must be nice. Man, got $238 million. That's got to be nice.
This pied-à-terre tax is specifically designed for the richest of the rich, those who store their wealth in New York City real estate but who don't actually live here. But even so, they're able to reap the huge financial rewards of owning property in, dare I say, the greatest city in the world.
They already
Most
pay
of the time,
taxes.
these units are sitting empty, since again, they don't actually live here.
Yeah.
This is a fundamentally unfair system that hurts working New Yorkers. Now, it's coming to an end.
Now, they pay property taxes on the property, Patrick, but now he's going to add a pied-à-terre tax and stick it to Mr. Charlie, stick it to the man, because they don't live full-time, and the $238 million condo must be really nice, I'm thinking. But he also pays property taxes every year on $238 million condo that he owns.
Well, my question is, who is he hurting?
Right.
Mandani said he's hurting people.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Well, the thing with Mandani, I used to say back in the day when I was younger, I said, well, you know what? You get what you vote for.
Yeah.
Now, because they're voting for such ridiculous things, I go, you know what? I'm from Minnesota. I tell them, I go, you know what? You deserve what you vote for.
Yeah.
And now that these liberal bastions are running out of other people's money to spend, you could do an entire show on the amount of taxes that Minnesota is leveraging against their people to afford whatever they're doing, which is a huge amount of it's fraud.
Yeah.
But they're looking at taxing every way they possibly can in very high dollar amounts. Wealth tax, property tax. I mean, they are going to the hilt.
Yeah.
To tax their people, and they're already in the top 10 heavily taxed states.
Well, Democrats are
Virginia's
just looking for new ways to steal more money from the American people to fund their demented fantasies and usually line their own pockets, as you also mentioned, Patrick. Patrick, a great call. Thank you for the call. Yesterday was tax day. Florida, you don't even pay state income taxes, and still, our government is really out of control. We should, maybe we should elect somebody that wants to do something about it.
Happy Tax Day, New York.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Advantage Gold, one of America's top precious metals companies, is sounding the alarm that a storm is coming and that now is the time to diversify your portfolio before it's too late. That's why we're offering an emergency gold and silver protection kit valued at $49, absolutely free for anyone who calls today at 800-900-8000. This kit includes critical information for investors with a retirement account seeking to own physical gold and silver but want to do it tax and penalty free. Advantage Gold has helped investors protect and secure their wealth with physical gold and silver since 2014. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 and we'll rush your emergency gold and silver kit plus a free copy of Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. See how gold and silver can help you protect and secure your wealth with the help of Advantage Gold. Results vary. Consult with your financial and tax advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-555-1509, 800-555-1509, or biglou.com.
Paid for by term provider.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals is dedicated to providing high-quality workmanship and
exceptional customer service, and that includes 24-hour emergency service. You can trust John Cole's plumbing professionals to arrive promptly and work efficiently to resolve your plumbing problems 24 hours a day.
Hi, this is John Cole. If you've got a plumbing problem, don't call a plumber, call a professional at 910-639-4933.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Since 1973, the Arts Council of Moore County has inspired the community through the arts. For a limited time, join now and get 50% off the individual annual membership price of $45. Your membership supports local exhibits, concerts, classes, and arts programs for all ages. Plus, you'll enjoy free gallery receptions, early ticket access, and exclusive discounts like 10% off at the Country Bookstore and 15% off framing at Eye Candy Gallery. Support the Arts Council. Together, we keep the arts at the heart of Moore County. Join today by calling 910-692-2787 or email ray@mooreart.org.
The big liar, governor of Virginia, that lied her way into the governor's mansion. She's a Democrat. She signed a law earlier this week that decriminalizes suicide. They're inciting suicide. You think Justin Fairfax was in on this? Did he know anything about this? Did it decriminalize murder, or are they going to do that in the next bill? Virginia Governor Abigail Schamberger approved a bill on Monday night that decriminalizes suicide, abolishing the centuries-old common law crime status. The timing couldn't be better for Justin Fairfax, I guess, for the sister and husband of Fairfax County firefighter Nicole Mittendorf, who took her own life a decade ago. Does she come back to life now that it's a thing? She also is banning guns. She's banning guns and legalizing suicide. It's almost like she's a Democrat. They love death more than we love life. They're not on our side. In Canada, they're putting people to sleep.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
Is your land lost under a jungle of brush and overgrowth? Call the pros at Tar Heel Brush Mulching. With over 20 years of experience in land management, we turn wild, unusable land into clean, manageable space fast, affordable, and done right the first time. Whether it's for farming, hunting, or just reclaiming land, our high-powered mulchers and brush cutters chew through the roughest terrain. Trust the team that knows land management and has the gear to master it. For a free estimate, call veteran-owned Tar Heel Brush Mulching at 910-638-8318.
Your car deserves the best, and so do you. At Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, excellence isn't just a goal, it's our standard. Thinking about an upgrade? Every new and pre-owned vehicle comes with our Pinehurst Advantage plan, backed by 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. More protection, more confidence, more reasons to drive happy. And when it comes to service, we're proud to say our team has been voted Best of the Pines 2025 Best Dealership Service Department for 4 years in a row. That means trusted expertise, honest guidance, and a commitment to keeping you safely on the road. From your first visit to every mile ahead, we're here to deliver a dealership experience that's simple, transparent, and enjoyable. Visit us today at 10760 Highway 15501 or check us out online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaiονline.com and experience the award-winning service everyone's talking about. That's Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our guarantee.
Hi, this is Catherine Phelps. My husband Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More in Aberdeen. We advertise on WEEB because we get results. Every day, someone comes in and tells us they heard about us on the radio. Come in and ask us in person about how successful radio advertising can be for you and your business. Find your new customers by advertising on WEEB.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Pride Plumbing is proud to serve Moore County with superior workmanship and dependable plumbing service, including 24/7 emergency service. Like the name says, we take pride in our work and your safety. Our employees must pass background and drug tests and share Pride Plumbing's reputation for quality service. From simple leaky faucets to new water heaters and sewer lines, backflow testing and installation, drain cleaning, plumbing repairs, and, if necessary, replacement and remodeling. A family business with over 50 years of prideful service. Go online to callprideplumbing.com and check out our 5-star customer reviews. We offer a 10% discount to all veterans and active military. Call Pride Plumbing of Moore County at 910-295-0152. 910-295-0152. Serving with pride since 1965.
Don't miss Taking Aim, presented by the Marketplace Restaurant and Catering, every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. with your hosts David Hensley and Steve Woodward. Listen to them expose hypocrisy, deception, and woke agendas in government and education at the federal, state, and local levels. Join David and Steve as they call on conservatives to stand up in the bold new era of MAGA dominance under Donald Trump 2.0. Listen to Taking Aim Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on WEEB.
American Water Treatment has grateful customers, and this is one of them, Allison Burlingame in Southern Pines. Allison, what was the problem that caused you to call American Water Treatment?
After a water analysis purchasing our farm, they were able to give me an economical and corrective solution to adjusting the water quality at my home.
So how did that work out?
Great. The water quality in my home is better than the bottled water from the store. My laundry is cleaner, my skin and hair is softer. I've even become a bit of a water snob because I prefer to bottle my own water at home, which saves me time and money. I would not hesitate to recommend American Water Treatment to anyone who has issues with their water.
Call American Water Treatment at 910-944-3140 and ask for the Water Guys, or check the yellow pages under water. 910-944-3140.
Good Thursday morning. We start your day with partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies across the area. Temperatures start mild in the low to mid 60s. By this afternoon, we'll see partly cloudy skies. Highs will be hot, reaching the low 90s, and we'll have a breeze. Then mostly clear overnight and into Friday morning. Temperatures are mild again overnight, dropping to the mid 60s. We'll have mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies on Friday. Highs still hot in the upper 80s to around 90. A few showers are possible. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center.
Spend your afternoons with the Sean Hannity Show. Weekdays 3 to 6 here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
Man.
Yeah, so the Democrats, they're always making everything better. Vote for Democrats. They'll promote suicide. The Democrats in Virginia, they won, and Abigail Schamberger ran on all kinds of things that she was lying about. She sounded perfectly reasonable for a Democrat and moderate. Remember that word, moderate. Moderate and Democrat are two words that don't go together well at all. Not at all. That's amazing stuff. But here she is signing a bill that legalizes, decriminalizes suicide. And they've got an example of a terrible and a sad story of a woman that committed suicide 10 years ago. And it's a sad story. And they say, yeah, but then, what does the lady say? Oh, people were telling me that my sister broke the law when she committed suicide. That's hardly a relevant point in the context of what we're discussing here. But Virginia Governor Abigail Schamberger approved a bill Monday night that decriminalized suicide, abolishing the centuries-old common law crime status. The timing couldn't be better for the sister and husband of Fairfax County firefighter Nicole Mittendorf, who took her own life a decade ago. This week marks 10 years since we realized that Nicole was missing when she didn't show up for work. Jennifer Clardy Chalmers, Mittendorf's sister, said, a week later, we found her in Shenandoah National Park, and that's terrible and tragic and sad. Mittendorf's body was found April 21st, 2016, after an intense search in Shenandoah National Park beautiful place, 8 days after she was last heard from. Now, it's hard to believe it's been 10 years, Nicole's husband, Steve Mittendorf, said. Time's deceptive, and it's in some regard, it feels like it was yesterday. In other ways, it feels like a lifetime ago. Certainly understand that. Speaking with WTOP on Tuesday morning, Chalmers said that Steve expressed relief that Spanberger approved the bill to abolish the common law crime status of suicide, even though there has never been a statutory prescribed punishment. Well, it'd be kind of redundant, wouldn't it? It's, hey, this person committed suicide, and the Democrats are thinking, how can we punish them? You know, that's a pretty demented thing. Suicide will no longer be a criminal act in Virginia, Chalmers said. It will go into effect in July of next year. Well, that means that Justin Fairfax has not covered this by this. The bill requires the Bureau of Insurance of the State Corporation Commission to review the effect and implication of abolishing the common law crime of suicide on insurance throughout the Commonwealth and submit its findings and any recommendations by November 1st, 2026. Now, that's fascinating, but it's a WTOP story. I'd say it's quite poorly written. The whole thing's a little bit nonsensical, not well written. But in any case, she did that. And at the same time, while legalizing suicide, banning guns because they make stuff up and they don't understand firearms at all. And they think a semi-automatic pistol is really just a machine gun. And so they've got to ban everything because they don't know what's going on. They're mental dwarves, honestly. Yeah, and this Democrats and Mamdani. Oh, yeah, some guy's got a $238 million condo in New York, and he doesn't live there full time. Well, of course not. He's got a $238 million condo. I'm guessing he's got other places to be as well. But we're going to tax the hell out of him. No, he's just going to sell the condo or not pay the taxes. He's going to leave. Everybody should leave New York. The jihad has taken over. The medievalists have taken over, and the left loves it because mental, severely mental. All right, let's see. Let's go back to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Gene calling from Gainesville, Virginia. Gene, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Gene.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
It's been a while since I've seen you and Trish on the cruise in 2014, unforgettable Riviera cruise.
Outstanding.
Around Europe. Yeah, it was wonderful. And I'll tell you what impressed me the most.
Huh.
One is that you thanked every person who served you, even if it was just to get you an extra spoon or whatever. And you stood up for 20 or 25 minutes, and without notes, without a pause, without stumbling, you gave us a State of the Union according to your take on things. And it was impeccable, just incredible. And I thought, boy, this guy's smart.
Oh, wow. Well, that's very nice of you to say. I don't remember doing that. I should really be president, shouldn't I?
Yeah. Yeah.
Only kidding.
Yeah, well,
nobody would
there are
want
lots
that.
of people who would. Well, anyway, speaking about presidents, this
Yes.
is what I wanted to ask you.
Uh-huh.
Since I've been a Trump supporter for so long, et cetera,
Uh-huh.
I'm beginning to have my doubts about his. I used to think it was his handlers. You know, in the first administration, I just thought nobody could rein him in. But now I'm just wondering if he's going off the rails for some other physical reason, mental reason. But that picture of him as Jesus Christ next to Pope Leo, that he posted and then took off his Truth Social or whatever. What do you make of that? I'm really struggling.
Yeah, you're not alone. That's been the topic of conversation and in a number of discussions I've had with people in the last week or whenever that picture came out. That was pretty wacky. I've got to say the Jesus picture. That is you're You're not Jesus. You're not a deity. Leave that to Barack Obama and the Democrats. And picking the fight with the Pope as well, I thought, and I've talked about it a little bit here, and I've talked about it a bit on Newsmax as well. I don't think the president, look, I voted for President Trump, obviously, 3 times, and he's a riot, and he's a hoot, and I get it when he's joking and he's making fun of people around him. And I've got to say, Gene, I've had this conversation a couple of times in the last few days with people who are Trump supporters and Trump voters, and have said, is he just doing too much, too many hours of the day? Is he overloaded because he's had a few missteps recently, Gene, including the Jesus. Now, I think, Michael, did you pull that audio soundbite? Hang with me for a second, Gene, because President Trump was asked about this, and I'm sure everybody's seen it, but maybe some people haven't. President Trump put out on Truth Social a meme of sorts, and it is, and I described it on the radio a couple of days ago, I think, with soldiers and the American flag, and then there is a Jesus-like with a red robe, Donald Trump bending over to administer, looked like, holiness to someone, an injured, a wounded person. And I think when most people saw it, most people cringed. Trump supporters, Trump voters, good Christians, good Catholics, looked at it and said, now that's a little wacky for an American president. And I think President Trump thinks that he's just being tongue-in-cheek, but it didn't fly that way. And picking a fight with the Pope and suggesting that the Pope isn't tough on crime, which is, when I saw that, I've got to say, I laughed out loud. I said, the Pope's not tough on crime. President Trump says Pope's not tough on crime. He's not actually supposed to be tough on crime. He's the Pope. He's the head of the Catholic Church. He's not a caped crusader. But that thing, President Trump, let me get to this audio soundbite, Gene, for you, because President Trump was asked about this. Hey, you put out something apparently depicting yourself as Jesus, and it looks like you're trying to heal someone, and it's obviously a holy picture, and Jesus's face is replaced with yours, and that's a little nutty. Mr. President, what's up with that?
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better. So, Gene, what do you? And I just called up the picture on the internet here, thanks to the patriarchy. But Trump posts new AI image of himself embracing Jesus amid backlash from Christians and ongoing rift with Pope Leo. And he's not a doctor. He's got a glowing light coming out of his left hand, and he's bending over with. He's wearing a white, long, looks like ankle-length robe with a red, blanket around his shoulders. And it's obviously, at a bare minimum, very reminiscent of iconography, of religious iconography. And I've got to say, somebody has to be sitting next to him and say, Mr. President, you stayed up a little too late last night. You're working too much. Back off of this stuff for a while. And what would you say to the president, Gene, if he were here with me now?
I guess I would say, I voted for you because you were a man of peace. You wanted to, and you did. In your first 6 months, you did a lot of things to sow peace. And it kept us out of war the first term, and I thought that's what was going to happen the second term. And then Venezuela happened. Then Iran happened. Then Bibi got in your ear. And I think you're taking up a crutch for him, a proxy for him. I don't like the direction where you're going now, Mr. President. Is there any way you can turn back to the president that I voted for last year?
Yeah, I've got to say, Gene, I'm glad that you called in and that you're entirely comfortable, as you should be, saying all this to me. Certainly, you should be very comfortable, and you're not alone. And I've heard from other big Trump supporters and Trump voters in the last few days saying, what is he thinking? What is he doing? Why pick a fight with the Pope?
Yeah.
Why depict yourself as Jesus? And it's true, the war with is not something we expected. And I've got to say, as a general principle, I think that the president getting way out in front of Iran with nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles, I think that is a big order for the president to take on. But it's a huge one, because the day we wake up and Iran has an arsenal of nuclear weapons on ballistic missiles, that's the day that everything on Earth changes immediately. But and that one, and you can debate that, but and the Pope is allowed to even pound the table and demand peace if that's what the Pope wants to do. That's the Pope's job. And I don't know if you're a Catholic or not, Gene, but and it's not really important. But the Pope gets to say what the Pope wants to say about matters of war and peace and everything else. And for the President of the United States to get in the face of the Pope and say he's not tough on crime, I thought was pretty nutty. And I can laugh about it, but that's something that affects the entire world. There are 1.4 billion Catholics worldwide. The number one denomination in the United States is Catholic, and the president going down that road, if I had been sitting next to him, I would have said, Mr. President, let me just tell you, you shouldn't do that. Don't hit send on that. Just stop your fingers from moving right now. Don't hit send. And then the president said, oh, I was a doctor. No, I was in that picture. I was a doctor. No. He said, that was hooey, wasn't it, Gene?
Yeah, I think it was. And then there are little things like dissing his good friend Riley Gaines. I mean, and saying she was, stupid, or I don't know what she did. And I don't believe everything I read on the internet, but, it's sort of a pattern that I don't like. And God knows we have to win something in the elections, or we're going to have the opposite side have a landslide. And then where will we be? And, I obviously didn't vote for Kakala last term, and I wouldn't vote for them as long as they have their platform written the way they do and continue to do what they do. But what have we got to show? What do we have to offer except more of Trump has good policies. I agree with you completely about getting in front of the war in Iran and nuclear reactors, et cetera, et cetera. But I think, isn't there a way to do things with more people like Congress or something on your side so that you don't look like you're a loose cannon?
Yeah. Well, he never gives up the fight, that's for sure. He's a fighter, and he was elected because he's a fighter, because he doesn't put up with these people. He won't be rolled over. But look, I was talking to even my best girl about this yesterday before the sun went down, and he works so many hours a day. We see he's posting tweets at 5 a.m. and at midnight, and it looks like he never sleeps, and he's constantly hammering away. And he might need a little time off, a little downtime. And he's he holds hours of press conferences a day and public events where he's talking nonstop and answering questions nonstop, and it's kind of amazing on one hand, but on the other hand, maybe a little downtime would serve President Trump well right about now, I think.
That's a good thing to pray for.
Yeah, that's very nice. And I didn't even know about the Riley Gaines thing. I'm gonna confess to you, Gene. Riley Gaines responds after Trump dismisses criticism of AI Jesus posts. So Riley Gaines, the political anti-trans activist. She's not an anti-trans activist. She's a pro-woman activist. Riley Gaines quickly pivoted from criticism to praise President Donald Trump after he fired back at a comment that she made dismissing the now deleted AI Jesus image. Now, and the post drew scrutiny from Riley Gaines and other religious conservatives who have been some of Trump's strongest supporters. This is USA Today typing on behalf of the Democrat Party. with throngs speaking out against his social media meme of himself depicted as Jesus Christ. Now, I don't know if you saw this, Gene. Somebody else put out another meme going around with Jesus. It's kind of a black and white drawing of Jesus in robes and so on, reaching forward. And Jesus is saying, all right, that's it. Give me a phone. So,
it's sort of like Khrushchev and the red phone years ago, right?
It is. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, but this Riley Gaines jumped in. Gene, thank you for the call. And look, and keep in touch with me too, because this is an ever-evolving, a constantly evolving situation. And the president is, you use the term loose cannon. You're not the first person I heard use that term in the last week. The president should tighten up his sails a little bit here and focus on what matters and not pick fights with 1.4 billion Catholics worldwide and the Pope. And the Pope is not supposed to be tough on crime, just as a little aside. And Riley Gaines gets to be critical of you as well because she's been a big supporter. And even if she hadn't been, she's still allowed to be critical of you. But in America, you're allowed to be critical. And you shouldn't depict yourself as a holy crusader healing people with holy light coming from your hand. That's Riley Gaines said, why? Seriously, I cannot understand why he'd post this, Riley Gaines wrote. A little humility would serve him well, she said. And President Trump lashed out. Just dial it down to 9 every now and then, please, Mr. President.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
Open enrollment for Lee Christian School, where faith, academics, and athletics come together, is happening now for the 2026-27 school year for pre-K through 12th grade. From our 16-to-1 student-teacher ratio with strong classroom instruction to championship athletics like basketball, soccer, and football, Lee Christian prepares students for success with a Christ-centered education. Lee Christian also accepts the Opportunity Scholarship for any tuition assistance. Learn more today at leechristian.org or call 919-708-5115.
When Mother Nature unleashes its fury, will your roof hold up? With Creed & Garner Roofing, the answer is yes, and the experts agree. They've won the 2026 Platinum Preferred Contractor Award from Owens Corning for product excellence for the second straight year. From repairs to full replacements, their certified team delivers unbeatable quality and peace of mind. That's why they've been in business for over 40 years in the Sandhills. Call Creed & Garner Roofing at 910-944-0520 for a free estimate today.
Imagine a story where every choice matters, where love, heartbreak, and hope collide across decades. Step into the heart of the Blue Ridge Mountains with Bright Star, the Tony-nominated musical inspired by a true story, featuring the unforgettable music of Steve Martin and Eddie Brickell. Follow Alice Murphy as she discovers love, loss, and the courage to follow her heart. With rich harmonies, soaring melodies, and a story that spans 2 decades, Bright Star is a celebration of hope, family, and the music that shapes our lives. Don't miss this unforgettable experience at Temple Theater in Sanford. Performances are running April 16th to May 10th, but seats are limited, so reserve yours today. Visit templeshows.org or call the box office at 919-774-4155. And let Bright Star light up your evening.
Spring is here, and so is all that stuff you swore you'd organize last year. Right now, Cardinal Buildings has up to 20% off select buildings through April 30th. Whether you need a storage shed, workshop, or just a place to hide your I'll deal with it later pile, Cardinal Buildings can give your stuff a proper home. Find them at 364 White Hill Road, just north of the Moore County line on Highway 15501. Don't let clutter win this spring. Call Cardinal Buildings at 919-708-7070.
I've got to say, a lot of people have jumped up with Gene calling in and raising concerns about President Trump, and I have had a number of conversations in the last week along this very line. And I understand most of what he's doing is tongue in cheek, and he thinks it's funny and it's cute, but some things should be left to other people, and we even had this ridiculous MSNBC Michael Piercy just played me audio from which crossdresser? Oh yeah, Chris Hayes, and I said I felt so terrible because Chris Hayes said almost the same thing that I said about President Trump and the Pope not being tough on crime. The Pope not being tough on crime. All right, let's reel it back in. Let's sit down and...
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. Amit Thomason. Pressuring Iran to agree to a peace deal, Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane says that while the current ceasefire has ended hostilities for now, that will change if Iran does not choose the path of peace. Kane says he and War Secretary Hegseth are in full agreement.
And as the Secretary said, I'd like to emphasize during this pause that the United States Joint Force remains postured and ready to resume major combat operations at literally a moment's notice.
War Secretary Hegseth says the U.S. naval blockade on Iranian ports has been a complete success, adding that President Trump is committed to keeping it up for as long as it takes. Russia hammered civilian areas of Ukraine overnight, launching hundreds of missiles and dozens of drones. At least 16 people killed, scores more wounded.
In Kyiv, AP footage showed cars on fire and damaged and burnt out buildings after Russia struck the capital with drones and ballistic missiles. 20-year-old Georgy Doroshenko walked through his destroyed apartment, his feet crunching on glass and metal shrapnel as he came to collect his pet rabbit Kosh At least 4 people were killed in Kiev, including a 12-year-old, with more than 50 others injured. Ukrainian officials said Russia launched nearly 700 drones and dozens of ballistic and cruise missiles, primarily targeting civilians. I'm Karen Shemas.
President Trump heads west today, visiting Las Vegas to highlight his taxpayer-friendly policies, including easing the tax burden on those who benefit from tips and overtime. New York jury has ruled that Ticketmaster and Live Nation held an anti-competitive monopoly over big concert venues. Live Nation says there will be an appeal. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 33 points, the Nasdaq off a fraction. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Trayley. Anna Schechter of CBS's Crime and Safety Unit this morning says that former Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax and his wife have been found dead in a murder-suicide apparently committed by him.
The police chief, Davis, when he spoke this morning, he said this is a very messy situation, that's a quote, and there's a lot going on.
North Carolina has been under a burn ban for the last 3 weeks, and the conditions are still just right for a potential wildfire. Morehead City Fire Marshal Jason Baker told WNCT.
What concerns me most, low humidity, and like I say, the drought conditions, everything's dry. So talking county style stuff here, you're looking at a southwest wind today, probably 10, 15 mile an hour. That could easily push an ember.
The ongoing drought is forcing Iredell County officials to issue mandatory water restrictions. Logan Stewart with Duke Energy tells Fox 46 in Charlotte.
We've had below average rainfall since September 2025. The flow has decreased, and so the flow is well below normal.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is on Capitol Hill at this hour presenting his department's budget needs for 2027. The ranking member of the committee, Massachusetts Democrat Richard Neal, spoke out against proposed changes in funding that supports health care.
Boston is the center of healthcare innovation in the world. CDC, NIH, Kendall Square, a fact, the highest concentration of research and development in the world in about an 8-block area.
The University of North Carolina Wilmington has requested authorization to begin planning a 4-year medical degree program. UNCW's Dr. Philip Brown is behind the effort and tells WECT.
This is one of the most exciting things to explore at UNCW that we've had in a long time. The opportunity to potentially bring a medical school to add to our outstanding health sciences programs is an amazing opportunity.
You're listening to NCN News.
Your child's doctor shares your goals, a healthy future for your child. Doctors recommend vaccines throughout childhood because they protect what matters most, your child's future from preventable disease and serious illness. Discuss any questions you have and check that your child is up to date and talk about any concerns. You're right to have questions. Get real answers. Start a conversation with your doctor today. Visit vaccinesforkids.nc.gov. Paid for by NCDHHS.
This April, join North Carolina Realtors in celebrating Fair Housing Month. Fair housing means everyone deserves a place to call home, regardless of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, or disability. NC Realtors are committed to fair housing for all North Carolinians and ensuring that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing. Let's work together to create communities where everyone can thrive. Visit ncrealtors.org to learn more about fair housing. Paid for by NC Realty.
Dealing with the aftermath of a car wreck can leave you feeling stressed. At Ken's Body Works in West End, you'll get collision repair services you can rely on. Family owned and operated for over 20 years, Ken's Body Works specializes in collision repair, body work, custom paint, dent removal, and much more. No job is too big or too small. Ken's certified technicians will have your vehicle back to its factory look and specifications. Call 910-235-0486 for a free estimate today. That's 910-235-0486.
Good Thursday morning. We start your day with partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies across the area. Temperatures start mild in the low to mid 60s. By this afternoon, we'll see partly cloudy skies. Highs will be hot, reaching the low 90s, and we'll have a breeze. Then mostly clear overnight and into Friday morning. Temperatures are mild again overnight, dropping to the mid-60s. We'll have mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies on Friday. Highs still hot in the upper 80s to around 90. A few showers are possible. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by John Cole Plumbing Professionals. Need a plumber? Call the professionals at John Cole Plumbing Professionals, 639-4933. 639-4933.
Over the weekend, Trump went a social media tirade against the Holy Father, writing, quote, Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. And I have to say, begrudging credit where due, calling the Pope weak on crime is one of the absolute funniest things he's ever said. I have been chuckling about it to myself for 2 days, just banging around my head. The Pope is weak on crime.
Well, that is the communist and mental case. I think he might be transgender. Chris Hayes, he's the kind of quasi-male version of Rachel Maddow over at MS-13 DNC. And this is a bad day for me because I had the same reaction when I saw the Pope is weak on crime. I laughed. I did laugh out loud. During the break, I spoke to a nice lady who didn't want to go on the air. Gloria said she's raised Catholic, she's conservative, she's a Trump supporter. She said, I don't care what he memes out. He's Trump, and he is our savior for the country. And she said, and he can mean, she says she's good Catholic, and whatever the president said with the Pope and so on. Gloria said, that's fine with me because we need Trump in the Oval Office, and people shouldn't get all spun up about something that he put out in a meme and in a tweet on Truth Social. And I understand that too. I do. But the you don't have enough time in the day to pick a fight with the Pope that you're gonna have to follow up on and there. But I see that the lines have lit up, and it was Gene that called in and talked about the president and so on. Got things lit up, and I'm gonna talk to people. Let's do this. Let's talk to nice people. We do have other items to get to. We never get through on any given day. We don't get through everything because Democrats. But right now, let's go back to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Dennis calling from Chesapeake, Virginia. Dennis, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris, I'll keep it short. Catholic Charities brought in all the Somalis unvetted to Maine and Minnesota. So I feel the Pope could do the Christian thing and pay us back the $18 billion or take the Somalis back to the Vatican.
Yeah, the Vatican has pretty strict immigration control and border security, and there's a big wall around the Vatican, too. It's perhaps the world's smallest independent country. And the Pope, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's and render unto God what is God's. And it's true that Catholic Charities is responsible for placing something like 18%, almost 20%, almost 1 in 5 refugees that the United States takes in, placed by Catholic Charities. And I know Catholic Charities believes...
And Lutheran Family Services, too. Lutheran Family Services.
Yeah, in Minnesota. Yeah, big time. Lutheran and I was reading about Catholic Charities and all their involvement with placing refugees just the other day and kind of shaking my head. I got to tell you, look, Western civilization is under assault, Dennis, and you're probably aware of that. And the third world is overwhelming us, and the Democrat Party is facilitating it because they believe that a third world voter is a Democrat Party voter, and it will keep them in power forever to destroy Western civilization, which is what the left has been hell-bent on doing for a century now. And the Democrat Party has become their vehicle. And I don't think that what Trump has done with the memes is a big deal. I think the meme, and I've got to say, even Gene laughed, the meme that I described, where here's Jesus saying, okay, that's enough. Get me a phone, right? Get me a phone. Jesus is going to make a phone call. He's had enough of this. And the back and forth is kind of amusing. But President Trump, I think, should stay in his lane when it comes to God and Jesus versus the President of the United States. Maybe I'm just too old-fashioned.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. And look what's happening to Christians in Africa. They've been being slaughtered for, a couple decades now by the Islamists.
That's right.
Which the Pope, I don't hear anything from the Pope. He wants to get involved in politics, but only on one side, against the U.S.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a crazy story that the Pope met with David Axelrod. Did you see this story, Dennis?
I heard, maybe you mentioned it. Someone on your radio station had mentioned that.
Yeah, David Axelrod had a meeting with the Pope, and in fact, there's a story from last night. David Axelrod trying to tamp down speculation after meeting with Pope, despite the denial. An Obama administration alum says that there are early talks about a potential one-on-one. And David Axelrod, senior advisor, former President Barack Hussein Obama, put out a statement on X, quelling rumors attempting to that Thursday's meeting between himself and Pope Leo was a precursor to potential Pope Leo and Barack Obama summit. And Axelrod said, to be clear, I was gratified and honored that Pope Leo XIV granted my request for an audience and thrilled to spend some time with him last week with His Holiness. I would say it was scheduled months ago, he says, and unrelated to any prospective meeting with Barack Obama. I don't care about that. But here's what happened. That David Axelrod met with the Pope, and within a matter of hours of meeting with David Axelrod, a left-wing Democrat, former fake journalist, then the Pope was putting out statements that might have looked like he was poking the United States war with Iran. And honestly, if I were the president, I think I might pick up the phone and say, get me the Pope on the phone. I like to talk to the Pope and have a back and forth about nuclear weapons in the hands of radical Islamic jihadi terrorists that have been murdering by the millions since the Prophet Muhammad walked the earth. And I might talk to the Pope about it. But I've never liked this kind of Twitter war stuff where that the internet becomes a dark place where people throw rocks at each other. I never found that to be amusing, and I, for the most part, avoided that. But President Trump does not. He relishes that. He revels in the online back and forth. But with the Pope, I think let the Pope have his lane, and let's let the president have his lane. That's maybe I'm just too old-fashioned.
Religion.
Say again.
Politics and religion.
Yeah, right.
Christ said it. What you said earlier. To Rome, to Caesar,
right.
To God.
Yeah, render unto God what is God's, and render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and ne'er the twain shall meet. I think it's better that way. And President Trump just works too much, and he's constantly going. He never stops. And when he sees something, I don't think he sits around and stews in it and marinates. He looks at it and he responds like that. He feels the need to immediately respond. And sometimes when you're president of the United States, it's probably a good idea to sit on it for a little while and let it percolate, and also to have somebody around you who is going to say, no, don't do that, and explain why,
It would be nice to sleep on it, but the men never sleep, so.
Right, right, exactly. Yeah, but you started out by saying, Dennis, that you really have no problem with President Trump posting this stuff on the internet.
None whatsoever. And I totally believe in salvation through Christ, and I have no problem with anything Trump has done.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Dennis, thank you. And I got to tell you, a lot of people responded to Gene. A lot of people responded to Gene, and on both sides, or more than two sides, really. But Dennis, thank you. Thank you very much for the call. And we should go. Let's keep going. Let's go to Mike calling from Chicago, listening on the great WLS. Michael, you're on the Chris Plant Show. Mike in Chicago. Mikey Mike. I don't know, Mike is there. I think I heard him going, but he's not there. All right, let's go to Alan, also calling from Chicago, listening on the great WLS. Alan, you're on the Chris Plant Show. Is Chicago broken? What's going on here? That's
a lot of optimism out there. Where are we? Look at that, Tom.
A lot of optimism out there. And a British person is on a delay of some kind. Maybe we're on a delay in Chicago. What's going on there? Mike not there. Alan not there. Getting weird. let's go to Sue in Damascus. Sue, you're on the Chris Plant Show. All right, now we've got a problem with the phones. That's too much. Two from Chicago and one from Damascus, Maryland. Sue, are you there?
Yes.
You have to listen while you're waiting so that you don't leave me hanging. Sue, you're on the Chris Plant Show. Speak.
I apologize. I got an emergency call that came in, and I had to put it on hold. I apologize. But the reason I'm calling, I'm really disappointed at how stupid the American people are. Of course, that's how we ended up with Biden and Kamala Harris as vice president. But what really burns me is that no one with an IQ over 40, Chris, thinks that Trump is depicting himself as Jesus. Nobody believes that. And, you know, it's the Lord working through Donald Trump to try to save this nation. And there's the American flag right there. I mean, people understand symbolism and allegory. I mean, nobody really believes that Mary, you know, was immaculate conception for Jesus. I mean, you have to understand how things are written. But what's really rich is this Pope who represents one of the most corrupt organizations in history, responsible for a lot of damage in this world, responsible for bringing in, like your other one said, bringing in millions of illegal aliens into this country. He does not respect law and order, and he is really corrupt on crime when it comes to these illegal aliens, and thinks that we should just and the Catholic Church, what they do with the Nazis after World War II, they smuggled them out, and everything that this guy represents, the corruption, and how dare he, you know, act like he's holier than thou. How dare he? And you know, this country was not founded, Chris, on Catholicism. It was not. And it just burns me up that people are so stupid that they fall into this trap laid by probably the likes of Jamie Raskin and Chris Van Jobless. And then they just follow along like the good little useful idiots they are. And it just gets me. This guy is so corrupt, this stupid Pope. And I just think if I had to choose one of them, Donald Trump, even though I think he's got his problems, I would choose him any day.
Well,
over that
I've got to say, Sue, really going off on the Catholic Church and the Pope here. Hey, the Pope is a pretty new Pope, and I don't think he's responsible for Catholic Charities 10 years ago. Bringing people into the United States and the calling him the most corrupt institution. There is that's a little bit much, Sue. I've got to say. Now the Catholic Charities has brought refugees. They're not bringing in millions of illegal aliens at the border. That's the Democrat Party, but the Pope and the Vatican, they play the role of the Catholic Church, of the head of the Catholic Church, the Pope, and the Vatican, and they try to help refugees and people suffering and struggling. That's appropriately the role of the Vatican and of the Catholic Church. And when the Catholic Church is bringing refugees in, up-front organizations, above-board organizations, not secret organizations smuggling illegals into the country, but bringing refugees from war zones and things like that, that has long been an appropriate role for the Catholic Church to play, and they do it in concert with the United States government and other governments as well. Man, oh man, I'm telling you. But Sue, you're, here we speak free speech. We do free speech here, and everybody gets to say what they believe. And I don't believe that you've characterized the Catholic Church truthfully and accurately. But I understand your annoyance, let's say. So thank you, Sue. And Right now, while we're on the subject, right now the voices in our culture can be very loud, but the truth is often drowned out. Today, preborn needs you to help speak that truth. Women facing unplanned pregnancies may be pressured to act quickly by you-know-who before they have time to pause and breathe and hear the truth about human life and dignity and hope. But I refuse to be silent, you're probably aware, and I'd like to ask you to join me as well. As Preborn celebrates 20 years of saving the lives of unborn babies, there's a moment right now that, you can help to save countless lives for years to come. An ultrasound machine doesn't just show a picture, it introduces a mother to her child unborn, and a lot of clinics don't have one because they can't afford to buy one. Preborn's goal is simple, and it's urgent. Place an ultrasound machine in every one of their clinics across America that doesn't already have one. And if you have the means, would you please consider your tax-deductible gift of $15,000 to help save countless human lives? To donate, all you have to do is dial pound 250, and when prompted, say the keyword baby. That's pound 250, the keyword is baby, or visit preborn.com/plant. That's preborn.com/PLANTE. Yes, it is. Well, that got things stirred up there pretty quick, didn't it? Yes, it did. And there is a great deal more to get to, so stay right there, please. 888-630-9625.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Hey, did you hear about that multi-billion-dollar Roundup settlement?
Yeah, it impacts people who are exposed to weed killers at work or at home, even if you just used it in your own yard. Lawsuits claim it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a blood cancer.
But we're not sick, so that doesn't affect us.
But it does. This cancer can take 10 to 15 years to show up.
That's a long time after exposure.
It is, and that's why the settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you get sick, even years from now, you could get $6,000 to $165,000 or more as part of this settlement.
So what's the catch?
If you stay in, you give up the right to sue them later.
Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 1-888-403-8201. If you or a loved one has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, even if they've passed, you must register for benefits. That's weedkillerclass.com. 1-888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Advantage Gold, one of America's top precious metals companies, is sounding the alarm that a storm is coming and that now is the time to diversify your portfolio before it's too late. That's why we're offering an emergency gold and silver protection kit valued at $49, absolutely free for anyone who calls today at 800-900-8000. This kit includes critical information for investors with a retirement account seeking to own physical gold and silver but want to do it tax and penalty free. Advantage Gold has helped investors protect and secure their wealth with physical gold and silver since 2014. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 and we'll rush your emergency gold and silver kit plus a free copy of Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. See how gold and silver can help you protect and secure your wealth with the help of Advantage Gold. Results vary. Consult with your financial and tax advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
If watching TV has gotten way too complicated for you, then here's some good news. You can say goodbye to 1 million different subscriptions, wasting money and endless searching for something to watch. And say hello to Philo, a better way to TV. Philo's the only streaming service that keeps you in mind, making TV easy and affordable without sacrificing quality or the channels you love. With Philo, there's a package that's right for you. Whether you're looking for the best live TV on more than 70 channels, with a huge library of movies and shows, and an unlimited DVR, or you're looking to upgrade your experience with Philo's bundle, unlocking access to even more blockbuster films on top-rated shows on HBO Max Basic with ads, AMC Plus, and Discovery Plus. Whatever you choose, with Philo, you're getting great TV for an even better price. Find out more at philo.tv. That's PHILO.tv. Subscriptions auto-renew, cancel anytime. See philo.tv for more.
When it comes to insurance, wouldn't it be great if you could just make one phone call to a local agency where you could talk to an actual living person? Turns out you can with the Insurance Center, locally owned and operated for more than 40 years with highly rated carriers like Auto Owners Insurance. Home, auto, life, health, business, and more. Speak directly with one of our agents who work, live, and play in your community. When it comes to Auto Owners Insurance, one call does it all. This is Patrick McBrayer with the Insurance Center. Call us today at 910-692-9251 or visit us online at sandhills-ins.com.
Has your driveway, parking lot, or road seen better days? Contact Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services for all your paving project needs. Family owned with over 30 years of experience, they specialize in asphalt paving and overlays, crack sealing and repair, seal coating, striping, and pothole patching. Call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services at 910-673-1318 for your free estimate today. And all military and first responders receive 10% off. That's 910-673-1318.
Tax season is here, and while you're thinking about smart ways to use your refund, think comfort, think reliability, think Carolina Air and Power. Start with a $59 HVAC tune-up to ensure your system performs when it matters most as we head into spring. Already have a quote from another company? Get a free second opinion with absolutely no pressure or strings attached. Just honest guidance from local technicians you can trust. And when the grid fails, don't be left in the dark. A whole home generator keeps your heat, lights, and peace of mind on. Right now, save $1,000 on generator installation. From dependable heating to reliable backup power, Carolina Air and Power delivers comfort and power together, season after season. Local technicians, honest recommendations, and fast service when you need it most. Call 910-241-4677 or visit carolinaair.com today. Carolina Air and Power. Comfort and power done right.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Bom, 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 bom. All right, this got things going big time. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to James calling from Kentucky. James, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Greetings, Brother Chris. I've talked to you before, and when we're talking about Christian religion, that's kind of my specialty field, academic. So I've studied the Christian writings regarding American immigration law and the Bible and what's biblical, what's, how to actually read the Old Hebrew and everything. I've spoken at it on conferences, academic conferences about the GER and the immigration and all that. So it's out of a context of knowledge that I say that the papacy crossed into the president's lane first.
Well, I think that may be true.
Well, I'll give you the documents, yeah. I mean, the last thing that Marxist Francis did was put out a statement, a document. It's available online, and that is then the first thing that was repeated by Leo when he came in a few months later. So the Pope has crossed into the president's lane.
Okay. All right, I will, and I think that's true. I mean, based on what I've read, I think you're correct, and you sound like you're certainly correct. So, James, thank you for that call. And I still think the President of the United States should be I don't want to say the bigger man than the Pope, but maybe get the Pope on the phone, have a nice talk.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
JB Short Carpet One is your locally owned Benjamin Moore paint retailer. Come in today and discover the quality and durability of Benjamin Moore paint in a variety of sheens and thousands of colors. At JB Short, you'll get one-on-one expert advice for contractors and homeowners alike. No matter how big or small the job is, trust Benjamin Moore paint and your local Benjamin Moore retailer, JB Short Carpet One. JB Short Carpet One, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Vass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Brick's Wood Fired Pizza in the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center has updated their menu. Many of their salads, pizzas, and wings are still available, plus several new ones. Now their fresh pizza dough is made with authentic Italian flour from Naples, Italy, the birthplace of pizza. So experience genuine Italian flavor. Brick's is the fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the patio. So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fired Pizza in the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center. Brick's Wood Fired Pizza is open daily from 11 a.m.
Are you suffering from chronic pain? One call to me can change your life without surgery. I'm Dr. Sharon Wright. Call me at 910-420-1911 or PineConeMedicalCenter.com.
People deserve to live where they love as they age. I'm Robert Bonneville, and I own Griswold Care Paring of Pinehurst. Griswold is dedicated to helping you live independently in the comfort of your own home. Griswold is about people. Our caregivers are personalized matches, ensuring your loved ones receive the care they deserve. For personal care, homemaking, live-in, or companion services, call me, Robert Bonneville, at Griswold Care Paring of Pinehurst, 910-420-2360, or go online to griswoldcare.com/Pinehurst.
With over 20 years of experience, visit Hardy's Equipment and see the complete line of LS tractors. Right now, get 0% financing for 120 months on select LS tractor models. That's 10 years, interest-free financing. So come see the LS Tractor MT2 and MT2E at Hardy's Equipment. These versions of everyone's favorite 35-plus horsepower tractor now has a lift capacity of 2,000 pounds or more. Plus, they have more standard features and operator comfort, like an air conditioning system and roof configuration that provides additional headspace for increased visibility. Hurry to Hardy's Equipment and don't miss 0% financing for 120 months on select LS tractors, because this offer ends soon. So mow it, grade it, till it or move it. Join the LS Tractor family and do more today. See Hardy's Equipment for complete details, 4809 Vass Carthage Road, or call 910-245-1644.
It's Lil Dino's Subs Pizza Slice Thursday. Get a New York-style hand-tossed pizza slice with up to 3 toppings for just $2.90. Top it off with a fresh side salad and an ice-cold drink. At Lil Dino's Subs, we're more than just subs. Try any of our signature deli sandwiches, fresh salads, or something from the grill, Philly-style cheesesteak, burgers, and more. Open 7 days. Stop by Lil Dino's Subs, Olmsted Village today. Whether sponsored by Lil Dino's Subs in Olmsted Village, Pinehurst. More than subs, try apps, wings, burgers, New York-style pizza, and daily specials. Open 7 days. Lil Dino's Subs, Olmsted Village.
Good Thursday morning. We start your day with partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies across the area. Temperatures start mild in the low to mid-60s. By this afternoon, we'll see partly cloudy skies. Highs will be hot, reaching the low 90s, and we'll have a breeze. Then mostly clear overnight and into Friday morning. Temperatures are mild again overnight, dropping to the mid-60s. We'll have mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies on Friday. Highs still hot in the upper 80s to around 90. A few showers are possible. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Oh, hey, we're back. And now we are back. Being enlightened, being contacted from all over the place. People that I know, people that I don't know. Lots to get to. Now, the reality is there are a lot of things that perhaps His Holiness the Pope Leo XIV should be taking on, like the Christian genocide in Nigeria. There's stories, even just in the last day or two. Nigeria is a village of widows and fears. A Christian genocide in Nigeria that being carried out by Muslims, and the Pope maybe should speak up about that. I think that'd be a good thing for the Pope to speak up about. Attacks on Christians and Muslims in Nigeria. The attacks on Muslims are in response to the genocide, the massacre of of Christians. Attacks on Christians in Nigeria. And if I were President Trump, maybe I'd pick up the phone. You can do this when you're the President of the United States. You can say, hey, comms guy, let's get me the Pope on the phone. When can I talk to Pope Leo the 14th? I'd like to talk to him about what we're doing and what he thinks about radical Islam getting an arsenal of nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles, and talk to him about Christian massacres going on at the hands of Muslims in Nigeria and beyond. And I would talk to the Pope about those things. But that's me. I'm not the biggest social media. Oh, I've got to put that on Twitter right away. That's not really my bag. I'm not in love with the instantaneity of social media, and President Trump is. He really likes all that stuff really, really well. He's good at it, of course, and it leads to no end of discussion. That's for sure. That's for sure. Now there was a briefing at the Pentagon this morning, and we had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of War, no longer the Secretary of Defense, and now the DOD. Shorthand would be DOD for the Department of Defense. Now for the Department of War, it's DOW. The DOW. It doesn't sound the same, does it? Doesn't sound the same at all. That's wild. Now the lines are loaded up with people talking about what we've been talking about here, and appropriately so. I do want to get to some of the audio from the Pentagon briefing, but right now let's stay with the phone. I don't want to ignore the people on the phones either. Let's go to Bob, calling from Jacksonville, Florida. Oh, Bob, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Bob.
Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
Get a chance to blow off a little steam.
Sure.
What I'm really, really upset about is I'm waiting for one person on the media to say what the real reason is that they have not had their come to Jesus moment over in Iran. And then maybe that's what Trump's message was. He's supposed to be the person that they're going to come to Jesus to. Mm-hmm. But the reason why they're holding out is because they know they can wait us out. We got half the country, the media, and these lousy, stinking Democrats that are going to be criticizing everything we do, no matter what, even though we have the wherewithal, we have the right person in charge, the right administration, and the right military to finish the job once and for all. And that's the reason why they're not coming to the table, and they're still recalcitrant, even though they got the crap kicked out of them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They do it because they know they can wait us out. It doesn't matter whether it takes the next election or the 28 election or maybe 4 years after that even. It's because they know we got half a country full of jerks, all right? I mean, it goes all the way in my lifetime. It goes all the way back to Vietnam. Walter Cronkite was going on the evening news after the Viet Cong pretty much were completely defeated, according to their supreme commander, General Jaff. Mm-hmm. And he was saying to everybody in the country and broadcasting it that the war was unwinnable. Mm-hmm. And their supreme commander said all they had to do, they knew the war was over because the Viet Cong were decimated. And instead of that, he says, all we got to do is wait them out. And he was right.
Yeah.
They take the long view, and they have a good chance of having not even having to win the war on their end. I mean, being completely wiped out, and yet they could still turn it around because they know we got half the country full of traitors, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we finally got a guy who is on top of things. There isn't a single issue that isn't in the best interest of everybody in this country, and it's just like, you don't like the pilot on your airplane, and you say, I can't stand this guy, and you go and open the door and jump out without a parachute just because you hate the pilot. I mean, I've had enough of these people. I've had enough of the media, and I've had enough of the left. And I can see where the Civil War went when you had brothers across the same dinner table getting ready to shoot each other. And I see that's where we are right now. and hopefully they'll bring this to a conclusion soon. And I mean all the way to where these people are out over there once and for all.
Yeah.
The problem is that nobody's got any guns. It's going to be pretty hard to do without anybody with guns.
In Iran.
There's
yeah.
another
yeah.
tangent I can get off on with the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you letting me blow off some steam.
Hell yeah, that's why we're here, man. That's this is democracy in action. This is talk radio. This is free speech. And I know exactly. I was silently nodding while you were talking about the half a nation of traitors and how the Iranians, the mullahs, have to be looking at the United States and they get their news. They don't shut off the internet to themselves, just to the rest of the population there. And they know what's going on, and they know that you're right, that the Democrat Party is a traitorous, treasonous party, not on our side, undermining us all the way. Anything that's bad for the United States of America has the support of the Democrat Party. And anything that is good for the United States of America, the Democrats oppose, and they oppose it violently and in mobs if they need to. They are not on our side, Bob, not by a long shot, and I've been talking about that for a long, long time. And it sounds like you would agree with me on that. But you're 100% right that
sure.
if I were advising the Iranians, and there probably are...
Clear skies overnight and through Friday morning. Temperatures will remain mild, only dropping to the mid-60s. Then we'll have mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies for your Friday. Highs will be just slightly cooler in the upper 80s. A bit of a breeze as well. The mostly clear skies overnight and through Friday morning. Temperatures will remain mild, only dropping to the mid-60s. Then we'll have mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies for your Friday. 90 with some brief showers possible. Then highs in the low to mid-90s Saturday. For the rest of our Thursday, we'll see partly cloudy skies with highs this afternoon reaching the low 90s, so it'll be hot today, and we'll have a bit of a breeze as well. The mostly clear skies overnight and through Friday morning. Temperatures will remain mild, only dropping to the mid-60s. Then we'll have mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies for your Friday. Highs will be just slightly cooler in the upper 80s to around 90, with some brief showers possible. Then highs in the low to mid-90s Saturday. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center. With the weak system moving into the area into Friday, we'll see slightly cooler temperatures and the chance for a couple of brief showers, but most areas will stay dry, and it will be a hot first half of the weekend with drier conditions. For the rest of our Thursday, though, it'll be hot with highs reaching the low 90s. We'll have a mix of clouds and sunshine and a bit of a breeze. Then mostly clear overnight, and we'll drop to the mid-60s. We'll reach the upper 80s to around 90 degrees on Friday. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center.
The memes and the AI pictures that Trump puts on the internet. Oh, he's crazy. Well, he's the only. Maybe we've needed more crazy people like that to run things and get stuff straight.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had at least these guys know what they're doing for a change.
Yeah, Lebanon used to be. I think it was majority Christian at one point. I mean, it's been around for a long time. So things have changed over the centuries in Lebanon, of course. But it was. Not too long ago, Lebanon was majority Christian, and of course the Muslims slaughter everybody until they get out. You leave if you want to live. So there's a lot of that going on, and honestly, I think that and there's still some Christian minorities in Lebanon, but for the most part, have been driven out, and they got to retreat into the mountains and live an isolated life away from the people that would massacre them. But, Lebanon was a Christian country not too long ago. And now Hezbollah, funded by the Islamic Revolution in Tehran, is waging war against Israel, which is home to Jews and Christians living in peace side by side, and Muslims when they choose to live in peace side by side. But that's a problem. And and Bob, I think you're right. If there are probably Democrats advising Iran to just wait out the Trump administration, because the Democrats are going to ride to the rescue of the mullahs and the next Ayatollah, the gay Ayatollah.
There you go.
Yeah. Because, Bob, they're not on our side. And if you're an enemy of the United States, then you have an ally in the Democratic Party. And that's a terrible thing to have to say out loud, but that is true. It's sad, and it's true that in 2026, if you're an enemy of the United States, communist China or Iran or Putin, you have an ally in the Democratic Party in the United States of America. If you're illegal alien gang member, if you're a human trafficker, a drug trafficker, you've got an ally in the Democrat Party. And, what are they doing? They're banning guns and legalizing suicide. And some of them are even, like in Canada, euthanasia is a big thing. And I know some Democrats in the United States are pushing for euthanasia to be legalized as well, so you can, put people to sleep like they're dogs. They put more human beings to sleep by euthanasia last year in Canada than there were dogs put to sleep in Canada. That's kind of freaky.
Not to mention 65 million other murders.
Yeah.
Since 1973.
Yeah,
right?
not to mention. Bob, I understand your frustration, and I know millions of other people understand your frustration too. And the Democrat Party needs to be called out, and we need Republican leaders in Washington and on Capitol Hill that can articulate these things. And, Bob, we don't seem to have a lot of articulate Republicans on Capitol Hill, do we?
Does it seem to you that the follow-up question or the critical comment or something never seems to be made when it's right there out in the open? Call them out every time they do this. How about pulling with the wagon rather than against it for a change?
Yeah.
But you never hear them make that comment. All they're doing is pointing us out because of you.
Right. Bob, thank you. I'm glad you called in, and I'm glad that we're here to give voice to people that need to be heard, and that's right. Now, President Trump just announced at the White House moments ago that there will be a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. That's Hezbollah. That is a radical Islamic terrorist army. Hezbollah means the army of Allah, and Hezbollah in Lebanon, funded by Iran, waging war against Israel, raining death down upon nothing but civilian populations in Israel, because they're mass murderers. They're murderers, they're the bad guys, and they're funded by Iran. And civilization, at some point, is going to have to confront the Iranian threat, this medieval, dirt age, murderous, bloodthirsty gang of ghouls that run the country of Iran. And they need to be stopped, and they certainly need to be stopped before they secure an arsenal of nuclear weapons, which they would use very quickly, and ballistic missiles so they could use them in far-off lands and blow places up with nuclear weapons. And President Trump he's the only one that has stepped up to do so, in terms of world leaders, that has stepped up to do something about this. And honestly, what a world. Crazy stuff. All right, let's. I gotta have to look at the clock. We're gonna take one more. I can't get to the press conference at the Pentagon. Let's go to Patricia, calling from Washington D.C. Patricia, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Well, Chris, I blame the Democrat Catholics since 2014, really, for almost everything. Well, the Democrats for everything anyway. But, they had Pope John Paul II and Pope Benedict, who pretty much, they didn't speak on politics. They stuck to pro-life, man-woman marriage. But the Democrat Catholics, they kept voting Democrats who voted, who were for abortion and same-sex marriage. And, there's enough Democrat Catholics, politicians, and voters all over the country. And if these Democrat Catholics who consider themselves devout had said, if you keep supporting these policies, now they're supporting transgendered, I'm not going to vote for you. But they kept supporting them. And they ended up with Pope Francis and Pope Leo, who think alike, who will condemn Trump over immigration and climate change, but they say nothing to Pelosi or Biden over abortion or same sex.
Right.
And the Catholics are the only religion major that have a leader. Muslims don't have one. Baptist Protestants don't have a world leader. It's only the Catholics. And if the Democrat Catholics had really listened to John Paul II and Benedict, I just don't think we'd be in this mess.
Yeah. Well, I've said, Patricia, for a long time that you really can't be a Catholic, a real Catholic, and be a Democrat, right? I mean, the cornerstones of the Democrat Party are entirely anti-Catholic and anti-Christian, anti-God, the abortion, the gay marriage, the things that they promote, and they promote all this child sexual abuse all over the place. I don't think you can be an actual devout Catholic and be a Democrat. And Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi are liars. They're frauds. They're Democrats first. They're Democrats last. They're Democrats only. And to pretend that they're Catholics is an insult to the Catholic Church and to every pope ever. And since you mentioned JP2, the greatest pope of our lifetimes, I think, John Paul II, I remember, Patricia, when JP2 was shot by a Muslim would-be assassin named Ali Aja, who shot him, tried to assassinate him and kill him because he was the Pope, and Ali Aja was a Muslim who wanted to kill everybody and kill Christians and all that good stuff. But JP, and he walked it off, And then he worked with Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher to crush the Soviet Union. And JP2, a Polish Pope, just an amazing Pope. What a great Pope he was. Too bad they can't all be JP2. Patricia, thank you so much for calling in. I'm sorry I ran out the clock on you. My apologies.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
I used to think a mattress was just furniture until GhostBed sent me one to try. GhostBed takes the antiquated ideas about mattresses and brings them into the 21st century. Because GhostBed doesn't build mattresses like furniture, they build engineered sleep system. Beds designed to help with relief and recovery, not looks, not fluff. Your body should be healing while you sleep, not fighting for comfort. I noticed the difference right away. If you're waking up stiff, tossing and turning, sleeping hot, or even reaching for pain reliever before bed, hoping tonight will be different, that's not you aging. That could be your mattress talking. And here's another thing I love about GhostBed. You get 101 nights to try it at home. If you don't feel the difference, you can send it back risk-free. GhostBed is offering my audience their lowest price of the season, plus an extra 10% off. Go to ghostbed.com/plant and use the promo code PLANT. That's ghostbed.com/plant, promo code PLANTE.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. Ethos.com/save. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
When trying to add the perfect window treatment becomes overwhelming, contact the professionals at Comfort Made Blinds. With quality brands like Graver and their expert advice, measuring, installation, and their warranties, all you need to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy your new window treatments. To get your Graver products and others, schedule your free measurement by calling Comfort Made Blinds at 910-692-5500 or visit the showroom at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Main Street Glass in Southern Pines. Mention this ad and take 10% off your next purchase.
When Mother Nature unleashes its fury, will your roof hold up? With Creed & Garner Roofing, the answer is yes, and the experts agree. They've won the 2026 Platinum Preferred Contractor Award from Owens Corning for product excellence for the second straight year. From repairs to full replacements, their certified team delivers unbeatable quality and peace of mind. That's why they've been in business for over 40 years in the Sandhills. Call Creed & Garner Roofing at 910-944-0520 for a free estimate today.
Attention classic car enthusiasts. Is your vintage ride just collecting dust, begging for a second chance? At veteran-owned Innovation Performance Technologies, we bring your dream ride to life. Our award-winning expert team can restore every detail of your cruiser with precision and passion. If you're looking for a complete frame-off restoration, custom upgrades, or paint jobs, we can do those with ease. Turn that unfinished project into a classic beauty. Contact Innovation Performance Technologies at 910-687-4600 or online at innovationperformance.tech.
Mesa Electric Company in Seven Lakes has been providing quality commercial and residential electrical services in the Sandhills for over 40 years. From home surge protection to commercial kitchens, Mesa Electric Company can handle any commercial or residential electrical repair. Unlimited license, locally owned and operated. Call Kenny or Gail Mace at Mesa Electric Company in Seven Lakes, 910-673-0093. That's 910-673-0093.
In real estate, just like in golf, local knowledge is important. So get on board with the team that sells more. Hi, this is Angie McHugh with Sandhill Realty. Our team of agents have over 100 years of combined real estate experience right here in Moore County. We have local knowledge. So check out our listings at WeSellMore.com or call me, Angie McHugh, at 910-315-6280. At Sandhill Realty, we know more, we love more, and we sell more.
Spring is here, and so is all that stuff you swore you'd organize last year. Right now, Cardinal Buildings has up to 20% off select buildings through April 30th. Whether you need a storage shed, workshop, or just a place to hide your I'll deal with it later pile, Cardinal Buildings can give your stuff a proper home. Find them at 364 White Hill Road, just north of the Moore County line on Highway 15501. Don't let clutter win this spring. Call Cardinal Buildings at 919-708-7070.
Now, the White House announcing just minutes ago that the Trump administration, has secured a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel, which will come into effect at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We do it all on Eastern Time because we're on Eastern Time, so screw you. Who cares what time it is in Lebanon? But listen to this. It's a 10-day ceasefire. It's not a permanent ceasefire. It's a 10-day ceasefire. Hezbollah and Israel is mopping the floor with them, of course. And a 10-day ceasefire will go into effect at 5 p.m. Eastern Time today. And that will give the Islamic terrorists time to rearm and then get back to killing the infidels, because they're at war with the infidels and Western civilization. They have no intention of letting up. That's kind of a big deal. Also, Savannah Hernandez, the great Turning Point USA reporter that was assaulted by the violent mob, has been told that the crazy lady that assaulted her, the whistle-blowing lunatic, will not be charged with assault or any other crimes. And that's not good. The Hennepin County Sheriff's Department, they don't have...
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The U.S. is warning Iran that combat operations will resume if there's no new peace deal.
Even as the U.S. engages in discussions with Iran about further peace talks, the Pentagon says the military is poised to resume its attacks. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says if Iran chooses poorly, then they will have a blockade and bombs dropping on infrastructure, power, and energy. At the same briefing, Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane said U.S. forces were ready to resume major combat operations at literally a moment's notice. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Negotiating with Iran's hardline regime has been slow going at times, but former Republican Senator Jim Talent believes the U.S. has the upper hand.
We've destroyed their inventories. We've destroyed the industrial base that produced the inventories. We're strangling the economy now. I think the next set of negotiations, we are essentially going to be dictating terms.
Senator Talent is now a senior fellow at the Reagan Institute Center for Peace Through Strength. He was interviewed by the Salem Radio Network. Investors shaking off any nagging doubts about the tenuous ceasefire today on Wall Street. The Dow is up by 103 points. The Nasdaq up by 114 at this hour. A decision to adjust prices seems to be paying dividends at PepsiCo.
PepsiCo's price cuts and some new products improved demand for its snacks in the first quarter. Revenue jumped 8.5% compared to the same period a year ago, handily beating Wall Street's forecast. Net income rose 27%. PepsiCo has been cutting prices on Lay's, Doritos, Cheetos, and Tostitos chips this year to win back customers exasperated by years of price hikes. New products with no artificial ingredients and snacks with enhanced ingredients are also attracting shoppers. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
More of these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Rayleigh. Anna Schechter of CBS's Crime and Safety Unit says that former Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax and his wife have been found dead in a murder-suicide committed by him.
Investigators were working overnight photographing the basement. He shot her multiple times there before running up to the primary bedroom.
A new report from North Carolina's General Assembly looks to improve the state's mental health care system. State Representative Marsha Mori, a Democrat from Durham County, told the panel,
I think there's some real specifics that I hope we could address sooner rather than later.
State lawmakers voted Wednesday to advance a proposed constitutional amendment that would give the state more control over how much cities and counties can raise property taxes. The House Select Committee on Property Tax Reduction and Reform met Wednesday. During a Pentagon briefing, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth warned Iran the U.S. knows which military assets Iran has left and is watching Iran move them. He urged Iran to accept a deal.
Our forces are maximally postured to restart combat operations should this new Iranian regime choose poorly and not agree to a deal.
An American Airlines pilot had to slam on brakes while taxiing at Charlotte Douglas International Airport Wednesday in an air traffic control call. You hear the pilot say,
that white and black truck, they just went right in front of us. We nearly hit them.
Pitt County Board of Elections members calling on the board's new executive director to resign. Board member Edsel Mason told WITN.
The reason that we're going to, I believe, lose a number of our poll workers, our judges, which are critical to a successful election, is because of how they've been personally treated.
The executive director, Janet Turner, says there are no problems. You're listening to NCN News.
Carolina Complete Health, from neighborhoods in Charlotte to families in Greensboro, Raleigh, and Durham, all the way to Asheville and Wilmington, and everything in between. We are here for communities across North Carolina, connecting you to the care and support you need. We are here to make healthcare easier to access and understand. We are here to bridge the gap, because your health matters. Your community matters. You matter. We are here for your health. Visit hereforyourhealthnc.com.
Are you struggling with your Medicare drug costs? The NC Department of Insurance SHIP program may be able to help. The Extra Help and Medicare savings programs are available for those who qualify, but you have to apply. Contact SHIP today to see if you qualify. Visit ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212. SHIP provides free, unbiased help in all 100 counties.
Project supported by grants from the Administration for Community Living. Contents do not necessarily represent official views of, nor an endorsement by ACL, HHS, or the U.S.
You found it, your dream home. The perfect square footage on a quiet street. The midtown condo with the amazing roof deck. The country house on some acreage. Or maybe it's a little bungalow on the beach. Whatever your dream looks like, First Bank offers personalized loan programs. Great rates and exceptional service every time for everyone. Dreams happen at First Bank. Learn more by visiting a local branch or go to localfirstbank.com/mortgage.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
For the rest of our Thursday, we'll see partly cloudy skies with highs this afternoon reaching the low 90s, so it'll be hot today, and we'll have a bit of a breeze as well. The mostly clear skies overnight and through Friday morning. Temperatures will remain mild, only dropping to the mid-60s. Then we'll have mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies for your Friday. Highs will be just slightly cooler in the upper 80s to around 90, with some brief showers possible. Then highs in the low to mid-90s Saturday. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center.
Today's Eric Erickson program is brought to you by Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care. Experience award-winning service and unbeatable offers. Visit us at pinehursttoyota.com and pinehursthyundaiονline.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they say it at Disney again now, too. Welcome. It's Eric Erickson here. Yeah, they brought back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to Disney after deciding they needed to degender a few years ago. They brought it back. Nature is healing. It is Eric Erickson here across the nation. The phone number, 877-973-7425. If you want to be on the program, if you text Eric to 33777, you can get the live stream, the show notes, the podcast, and everything you need. The media is doing it again. Let me start here. The Eric Swalwell investigation exposed him as a predator. Brian Stelter on CNN heralded a journalistic triumph of exposing Eric Swalwell until it came out that actually reporters have known for years that Eric Swalwell was a predator. Democrats worked to circle the wagons around him and protect him until he became inconvenient. And the media shaped a narrative about Eric Swalwell that was not true. The very reporters that Brian Stelter is praising for exposing Eric Swalwell were complicit in a narrative that built him into the leading Democrat to become governor of California, because he was a Democrat and he was useful because he took on Donald Trump until he was not. The American press corps does not care about the truth, and you need to understand the American press corps does not care about the truth. The American press believes it cares about the truth, but it shapes the truth to conform to narratives. And the narrative about Eric Swalwell, even after being exposed for having a relationship with the Chinese spy, was that he was an anti-Trump good guy who was down with women's rights and the Me Too movement and all of that. It was entirely narrative shaping to protect a predator. Because, again, the American press corps doesn't care about the truth. They care about the narrative. The American press corps during Joe Biden's tenure in office worked overtime until they could not avoid it to insist that the border was secure, there was no immigration crisis, the sea of humanity, don't believe your eyes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then when the criminals, illegal aliens, started committing crimes, the media, which, by the way, what do they call them? Undocumented, not illegal aliens. The actual legal phrase is alien, illegal alien, but the media uses the Democratic talking point, undocumented worker or undocumented immigrant. If you want a sense of just how biased the media is towards narrative, consider their use of undocumented immigrant instead of illegal alien, which is the correct legal term. Consider how on CNN, not just far left MS Now, but on CNN and other news outlets, they refer to Nancy Pelosi as Speaker Emerita. That doesn't exist. They do not call Kevin McCarthy, Paul Ryan, or John Boehner Speaker Emeritus, but they call her Speaker Emerita. It is a title made up by Democrats that the press has embraced. When Stacey Abrams, the Democratic candidate for Georgia, was running, they referred to her as Leader Abrams. She had at one point been the minority leader of the Georgia House of Representatives, nothing higher than that, but nationally the press corps would call her Leader Abrams to make her sound more important than she was, in the same way they call Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi Speaker Emerita, because it's a Democratic talking point, and the media loves Democratic talking points. In the same way, they called Abrego Garcia a Maryland man, despite being an illegal alien with ties to a gang. He was a Maryland man because they did not want to tell you the truth about him being an illegal alien inside the United States. They were interested in the Democrats' narrative to hurt Donald Trump. Right now, there is a story circulating in the national press that Donald Trump has cut funding for Catholic Charities of America to house illegal alien children who have been separated from their families. The press corps' narrative is that Donald Trump, after attacking Pope Leo, decided to punish Catholics by cutting funding to Catholic Charities of America to house illegal alien children separated from their families. The narrative is actually a lie. The funding cut came weeks before the president's argument with Pope Leo, and it came because there aren't any children coming across the border anymore being separated from their families. It's a narrative advanced by the media to make Donald Trump look bad. And now here comes another one. Allow me to read this from the Associated Press by way of CNN. It is available for you to see in the show notes if you text Eric to 33777. An Atlanta man has been charged in a string of attacks over a matter of hours that left 2 women dead and a man in critical condition, drawing the Trump administration's attention after one of the victims was identified as a Department of Homeland Security employee out walking her dog. The killing of DHS worker Lauren Bullis and the shootings of the 2 other victims on Monday led Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullen to issue a statement raising concerns that the 26-year-old defendant, UK native, United Kingdom native, that would be Great Britain native, Alulakitan Adol Abel, was granted U.S. citizenship in 2022 when Democrat Joe Biden was president. These acts of pure evil have devastated our department, and our prayers are with the families of the victims, Mullen wrote in a statement posted on social media, cataloging a litany of the defendant's previous alleged crimes, but not specifying whether they happened before he was granted citizenship. Why does it matter whether it was before or after he was granted citizenship? Joe Biden let the guy into the country and gave him citizenship. This is the Secretary of Homeland Security.
Event. But this individual not just had a pattern of criminal activity, but his pattern was every April. Every April he had escalated his criminal activity, and the Biden administration knew this. The law enforcement knew this, and they decided not to just deport him, but they allowed him to become a citizen, and then he escalated it to the point he did now. So the question is why April? There must have been something in his life that was triggering April that he was acting out, but there was a direct pattern to it, and it led to the death of 3 innocent individuals.
You got that? The Associated Press via CNN said they didn't say whether he had done these things before becoming a citizen. He did. Matt Van Swoel, former nuclear scientist for the Department of Energy, who came to fame covering, among other things, the post-hurricane crisis in North Carolina, put this on Twitter. It took me a few hours yesterday, but I got access to the case files for Alulalukaten Adan Abel's previous sexual battery case from Savannah, Georgia, that caused him to be banished from the city. Abel assaulted 4 different women in the span of a few hours. 4 victims, 4 counts of sexual battery in Chatham County, Georgia, April 2025. When police tried to arrest him, he resisted. They added an obstruction charge on top of everything else. The obstruction charge vanished before trial. Prosecutors dropped it entirely, no explanation given. His attorney got all 4 sexual battery counts handled under Georgia's First Offender Act. meaning if he completed probation, the whole thing would disappear from his record. The judge sentenced him to 48 months, then suspended most of it. He served 120 days in prison total, 30 days per victim. He paid $0 in fines, $0 in restitution. The court did order a psychosexual evaluation and required he follow whatever treatment came from it. They mandated mental health counseling. They banned him from the entire city of Savannah for 4 years. They explicitly prohibited him from possessing a firearm. He signed the probation agreement on June 7th, 2025. 7 months later, he got a gun and murdered 2 women, including Lauren Bullis. He had been in and out of prison. It started before he became an American citizen. He was an immigrant let in by the Biden administration, another one. And, you know, the response from the press corps when you bring these things up is, well, statistically speaking, immigrants to this country, including illegal immigrants, are far less likely to commit crime than American citizens. Well, you tell that to the family of the dead. Look them in the eyes and tell them, well, actually, statistically speaking, illegal aliens and immigrants to this country are far less likely to commit crime than American citizens. You look the families of Lauren Bullis in the eye and you tell them that statistically speaking, immigrants are less likely to commit murder because in this case, it was the immigrant who murdered her. And that raises another question. How did he become a citizen? Under what failed process could a man who already had a criminal record, under what failed process could that man become an American citizen? Under the failed process of the Democrats. Now, here's my side frustration with this. There have now been multiple people in my state of Georgia murdered or otherwise horrifically assaulted by illegal aliens and immigrants who were let in under Joe Biden. Outside my window runs I-16 that heads from Macon, Georgia to Savannah, Georgia. Along the way is a city called Statesboro, Georgia, where the Georgia Southern University is, where a few months ago an illegal alien who came in under the Biden administration held at knife point 2 girls, 11 and I believe 9, and raped one of them. Should never have come into the country. Should never have been here. It got very little national press coverage. Up in Athens, Georgia, Laken Riley was murdered by an illegal alien. Around the country, this keeps happening, and the Democrats keep making excuses, or they keep saying, well, statistically speaking, they're less likely to do this sort of stuff, except they keep doing it. Meanwhile, the president is attacking the Pope and dropping F-bombs on social media. The Republicans have such a potential for a good message, and they keep tripping over their own feet. Distracted. These should be big issues. The Somali fraud in Minnesota. The Medicaid, Medicare fraud in California overwhelmingly being done by an immigrant community led into the country by the Democrats. Most Americans don't even know about it because the Republicans are not in unison talking about it. They're running for cover so they don't have to answer about the president's tweets. Republicans should be running away with the midterm elections as the fallout of the Democrats' policies continue to pile up with dead bodies by illegal immigrants. And instead, they continue to trip over their own 2 feet on messaging and strategy for the midterms. Things are looking so much worse for the Republicans right now. A bunch of seats have swung into play for the Democrats in the U.S. Senate, putting the Senate in play. The Republicans could lose the House and the Senate in November. It's not just a backlash to the president, and it's not just a backlash to cost. It's actually a backlash to a Republican Party that has no coherent message and can't sell anything and trips over its own 2 feet. They're up against an American press corps that that refers to immigrants by their city in this country so they don't have to tell the story of the immigrant. And Republicans are not out there loudly asking why and turning the tables on the press and the Democrats like they could be doing if they were focused on winning. It's like the Republicans, including the president, have given up on even trying to win in the midterms. They bellyache, scream, and demand you go vote for them, and then do not lift a finger to even campaign smartly to prevent what probably is coming. It's so frustrating, particularly when you hear these stories yet again, and the Republicans can do nothing with them other than trip over their own 2 feet, running away from the president's tweets and his lack of impulse control. If the Republicans lose in November, understand all the opportunities they had to stay focused on a message that shows Americans that they're on their side, and the Democrats are still on the side of the freak show and the illegal immigrants. And yet the Republicans chose not to campaign on that.
Have something to say? Hello. Call the show. 1-877-97-ERIC. That's 1-877-973-7425.
In 1833, Michael Faraday, the British scientist, invented, well, the Faraday disc and electrical generation. You know how you get power is you wrap copper wire around an iron rod and move a magnet back and forth, and wow, you've got electricity. And ever since Faraday did that, we've been trying to find newer, better ways to move a magnet rapidly over this iron rod and copper coil, and nuclear power is the best, most efficient way to do it. Why? Because you got to generate steam to turn the turbines, and nuclear energy generates a lot of heat, and it's able to do it, and it's perfectly safe. And ever since then, we've had an overwhelming number of people opposed to nuclear power because they want to keep us in the dark ages. That's where the American Energy Institute comes in, fighting for clean energy with nuclear power. To find out more and how we can have this bright, clean future, go to AmericanEnergyInstitute.com today. Have you heard of Rule 1033? Rule 1033 is a consumer financial protection provision that allows you to control your banking data. And if you want to share it with a bank or a fintech or cryptocurrency company, you're allowed to. But major banks in this country are working to roll back Rule 1033 so they control your data, and others will have to pay to get it. Even if you want another company to have access to your data, there will be exorbitant fees. Banks want to control your data and not allow you to control your data. My friends at Consumers Research are fighting for you to protect Rule 1033, but they need you to speak up. Call your congressman today at 202-224-3121 and tell him you oppose rolling back Rule 1033, and they can find out more from Consumers Research.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business.
And I'm Taylor Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, the fourth generation. We have been in business for almost 90 years.
We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, and they run a good business and they're good people.
Came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware, I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
I'm Ella. And I'm Eva. We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental. We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned. The hygienist told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind, or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that. We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better, except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be.
Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
When Mother Nature unleashes its fury, will your roof hold up? With Creed & Garner Roofing, the answer is yes, and the experts agree. They've won the 2026 Platinum Preferred Contractor Award from Owens Corning for product excellence for the second straight year. From repairs to full replacements, their certified team delivers unbeatable quality and peace of mind. That's why they've been in business for over 40 years in the Sandhills. Call Creed & Garner Roofing at 910-944-0520 for a free estimate today.
Mace Electric Company in Seven Lakes has been providing quality commercial and residential electrical service in the Sandhills for over 40 years. From bad switches to home surge protection, Mace Electric Company can handle any commercial or residential electrical repair. Unlimited license, locally owned and operated. Call Kenny and Gail Mace at Mace Electric Company in Seven Lakes, 910-673-0093. 910-673-0093.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Get Eric's daily show prep email. Text DATA to 33777 and you'll be in the know.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is Eric Erickson here. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, there actually is some news I need to bring you up to speed. The President of the United States announcing that the Lebanese and the Israelis are talking, and that's actually a pretty cool thing. He says, I just had an excellent conversation with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between their countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire at 5 p.m. on Tuesday. At 5 p.m. today. On Tuesday, the two countries met for the first time in 34 years in Washington with our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. I've directed the Vice President and Secretary of State, together with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, to work with Israel and Lebanon to achieve a lasting peace. It's been my honor to solve 9 wars across the world. This will be my 10th. Get it done, President Trump. There you have it. Now, there is some other breaking news, and this is actually pretty horrific news, and this comes from Virginia. This is the Fairfax County Police.
All right, folks, good morning. I'm here to confirm the identity of our shooter in this murder-suicide that happened several hours ago as former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax. Former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax shot and killed his wife inside of their home and then shot and killed himself. I think you have the rest of the details that Captain Cosgriff gave earlier this morning, so I'm just going to pause right here and answer any of your questions to the best of my ability.
That's right. The former Democratic Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, Justin Fairfax, who almost became the governor, murdered his wife this morning and then committed suicide. They were going through a messy divorce. Ironically, he was the tie-breaking vote on a red flags law in Virginia several years ago. Wow. Folks, I need to tell you about Swiss America. They would love to have your business, and I have bought gold coins from them. I promise I'll get pictures on Instagram. The value of my coins have gone up pretty significantly. I bought them a while back, and they're fantastic stuff. You go to SwissAmerica.com/Eric today. You can get their Secret War on Cash report free. Just fill out the form. They'll mail it to you. It takes less than 15 minutes to read on how the government's trying to control your purchases and your spending, but also you can get their news and views. Click the tab at the top of the website, SwissAmerica.com/Eric, and you can get information before your friends do to understand the shaping and ebbs and flows of the market so you are better informed than the people around you. You can keep them informed, or you can use your knowledge to the best of your ability to invest wisely. And if you're interested in precious metals, well, Swiss America can help you. They've been doing it for 40 years. They're one of the trusted leaders in precious metals in this country. I've been approached by a lot of companies about gold and silver, and Swiss America is who I decided to work with because I trust them. SwissAmerica.com/Eric. SwissAmerica.com/ERICK.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
Your antivirus only reacts after damage is done. Your VPN only hides your traffic. But today's cyber threats don't wait. With CyberGate from ProSecure LSP, your devices connect to our secure gateway, where enterprise-grade cybersecurity blocks ransomware, malware, hacking attempts, and scam links before they ever reach you. Finally, a real protection for families and small businesses. Join the Secure Enclave today. Start your 30-day trial, no credit card required, at ProSecureLSP.com or call 833-723-3101.
Open enrollment for Lee Christian School, where faith, academics, and athletics come together, is happening now for the 2026-27 school year for pre-K through 12th grade. From our 16-to-1 student-teacher ratio with strong classroom instruction to championship athletics like basketball, soccer, and football, Lee Christian prepares students for success with a Christ-centered education. Lee Christian also accepts the Opportunity Scholarship for any tuition assistance. Learn more today at leechristian.org or call 919-708-5115.
Attention classic car enthusiasts. Is your vintage ride just collecting dust, begging for a second chance? At veteran-owned Innovation Performance Technologies, we bring your dream ride to life. Our award-winning expert team can restore every detail of your cruiser with precision and passion. If you're looking for a complete frame-off restoration, custom upgrades, or paint jobs, we can do those with ease. Turn that unfinished project into a classic beauty. Contact Innovation Performance Technologies at 910-687-4600 or online at innovationperformance.tech.
At Aloha Safari Park, you can experience the thrill of the savannah from the comfort of your own vehicle. Cruise through their drive-through park and encounter majestic animals like zebras, water buffaloes, bears, wolves, and more. And don't forget to come inside once your ride is over to explore all the other animals Aloha Safari Park has. Plus, get your chance to feed the animals like giraffes. Open Wednesday through Monday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Let your wild adventure begin at Aloha Safari Park, 159 Minnie Lane in Cameron.
In real estate, just like in golf, local knowledge is important. So get on board with the team that sells more. Hi, this is Angie McHugh with Sandhill Realty. Our team of agents have over 100 years of combined real estate experience right here in Moore County. We have local knowledge. So check out our listings at WeSellMore.com or call me, Angie McHugh, at 910-315-6280. At Sandhill Realty, we know more, we love more, and we sell more.
With over 20 years of experience, visit Hardy's Equipment and see the complete line of LS tractors. Right now, get 0% financing for 120 months on select LS tractor models. That's 10 years, interest-free financing. So come see the LS Tractor MT2 and MT2E at Hardy's Equipment. These versions of everyone's favorite 35-plus horsepower tractor now has a lift capacity of 2,000 pounds or more. Plus, they have more standard features and operator comfort, like an air conditioning system and roof configuration that provides additional headspace for increased visibility. Hurry to Hardy's Equipment and don't miss 0% financing for 120 months on select LS tractors, because this offer ends soon. So mow it, grade it, till it or move it. Join the LS Tractor family and do more today. See Hardy's Equipment for complete details, 4809 Vast Carthage Road, or call 910-245-1644.
Your wait is over. Pain relief without surgery.
One call to me will change your life. I'm Dr. Sharon Wright. Call me 910-420-1911 or pinecolemedicalcenter.com.
With the weak system moving into the area into Friday, we'll see slightly cooler temperatures and the chance for a couple of brief showers, but most areas will stay dry, and it will be a hot first half of the weekend with drier conditions. For the rest of our Thursday, though, it'll be hot with highs reaching the low 90s. We'll have a mix of clouds and sunshine and a bit of a breeze. Then mostly clear overnight, and we'll drop to the mid-60s. We'll reach the upper 80s to around 90 degrees on Friday. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
The Eric Erickson Show, cutting through the chaos with relatable, unpredictable conservative commentary.
Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here at the phone number 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, I would be very, very happy to have you with me. And don't forget to text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. Get the live stream, the show notes, get everything you need. I got to talk about something else now, but before I do, I want to tell you about Rinnai. They're giving people a $500 rebate on a Rinnai tankless water heater. And let me tell you how this works. You know that I love my tankless water heater. I've gotten a lot of questions about them. I think they're reasonably priced already. And Rinnai wants to make them even more reasonably priced. So here's the deal. It's for homeowners only. You get a $500 rebate. All you have to do is have your tankless water heater purchased and installed by June 30th. And the process is simple. You go to talkingtankless.com. Find out how to yank your tank. talkingtankless.com. You'll see a button on the page for the Rinnai rebate page. When you click through, you got to put in your information, your name and address, all that sort of stuff, to set up your account. And then we'll go through the portal and see the Eric Erickson Consumer Rebate. Click it, and it'll ask you for a passcode. It's my name, Eric, E-R-I-C-K. E-R-I-C-K is the passcode for the Erickson Consumer Rebate. Should be, remember, it's Eric, E-R-I-C-K. I get emails all the time from people who leave out the K. It's E-R-I-C-K. And you've got to have your tankless water heater installed by June 30th. Now, what also makes it easy, if you go to talkingtankless.com, there's a button you can talk to a Rinnai install professional. And so you can contact a plumbing professional right there on the website in your area to get your tankless water heater installed. It's talkingtankless.com. Find the trained plumber to schedule your installation. We've got ours at our house. We've had it for a couple years now. We have endless hot water. It's fantastic. Talkingtankless.com. The passcode to get into the rebate page, Eric, E-R-I-C-K. Now, this is a familiar topic for some of you. And if you read my morning piece, you kind of know where I'm going with this. Historically in the United States and around the world, when there is and this is very important for you to understand. And if you don't believe me, you need to study history. When there is a rise of anti-Semitism, what comes next is anti-Christian persecution. Some of you will immediately respond and say, Erickson, it was the Christians who persecuted the Jews in the Middle Ages. Yes, however, if you also paid attention, what you know from your history is that many of the people who claim to be Christians, take Constantine, who converted on his deathbed. He allowed Christianity to spread through the Roman Empire. It was a total political decision on his part. He wanted the growing Christians on his side. It was opportunistic, if you will, the sign of the cross legend and all that of carrying the cross in the battle. He didn't convert till his deathbed. But if you wanted to get close to Constantine when he moved the capital to Constantinople, to what is now Istanbul. Istanbul, Constantinople, anyway. You had to be a Christian to get into the inner court of Constantine's imperial chambers. So it was actually the city folk who converted first in the Roman Empire because they wanted access to the imperial court. They were conversions of convenience. Constantine waited until deathbed for a conversion. But if you wanted to get to him, you had to be a Christian. You had to abandon worshiping Jupiter or Zeus or Apollo or you name it, all the Greek and Roman gods, all the other gods. You had to be a Christian. They were conversions of convenience. You get into the Middle Ages, and many of the people who professed to be Christians in leadership, they had to be to adhere to the church's policies of the day, particularly the Catholic Church. They weren't necessarily actual believers. A lot of these people who claim to be champions of the faith, we're not going to see in heaven. And they persecuted the Jews, and they also targeted the authentic believers. They didn't like the authentic believers in large part because the authentic believers painted a stunning contrast with who they were. It starts with persecution of the Jews and always heads to persecution of the Christians. Study the history of World War II and the Holocaust. Started with the Jews, moved into the Christians, particularly the Christians who were protecting the Jews. They came first, and then the other Orthodox believers next. Contrary to the beliefs of some, Adolf Hitler was not only not a Christian, he hated Christianity. And the sickness is spreading. Out in Utah, Tyler Robinson is standing trial for Charlie Kirk's murder. Tyler Robinson's parents and his transgender partner are going to be witnesses for the prosecution in Ogden, Utah. A lot of people on social media have spread all sorts of conspiracy theories about the bullet that killed Charlie, that it couldn't have been a 30-aught. There's just no way. They insist there's no way. People who say that, they've never hunted. This is a conspiracy. The ATF has confirmed the bullet was. And yet there are people who will deny it and now assume that the conspiracy has spread because their brains are rotted. One of the people whose brains rotted about the assassination of Charlie Kirk is a guy named Joe Kent, the president's former counterterrorism director, who went down conspiracy theory rabbit holes with Candace Owens. Candace Owens, of course, has turned her wrath on Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica, perpetuating conspiracy theories about Erica Kirk, with the heavy implication that somehow Erica Kirk was working for the Jews and the Jews killed Charlie Kirk. Owens has been excused by podcasters like Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson. Megyn Kelly, who claimed to be a friend of both Candace Owens and Erica Kirk, has been real quiet on the horrible, horrible savagery directed at Erica Kirk by Candace Owens. She'll defend Candace. She's pretty mum these days on Erica Kirk. We got calls yesterday when I mentioned Erica Kirk not able to attend the TPUSA event in Athens, Georgia because of threats on her life. There are a lot of people who have listened to Candace Owens and others and then the spinoffs from Candace Owens, and they're convinced that there's just something not right about Erica Kirk. None of these people have had their husband murdered in front of their children. None of the people who are judging Erica Kirk's behavior and thinking she doesn't conform to what they think she should be have had their husband gunned down before their children. None of them. And yet they are very, very committed to the idea that there's just something not right about Erica Kirk. Because Candace Owens told them, or some other podcaster who defined their career by mimicking Candace Owens, told them. One of those is Theo Von, the comedian. Theo Von is friends with Candace Owens, hung out with her at Easter, put up pictures on Instagram or social media. And he has not just embraced an antagonism towards Israel, but an anti-Semitism, suggesting they're Satanists controlling things. And he always points to the Jews. And, you know, side note, one of the things people now say is, well, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm just anti-Israel, or I'm anti-Zionist. When you're anti-Israel because you believe Israel controls politicians around the world, you're just masking your anti-Semitism. And this is a wild definitional change. It's part of postmodernism where words mean things and you change the definition of words. You can be opposed to the policies of Benjamin Netanyahu. But when your anti-Israelism is, well, the Jews control people, like Tucker Carlson suggesting now that Donald Trump is a slave to unseen forces, the Jews. That's anti-Semitism. You're saying it's anti-Israel, but it's because you don't want to be called an anti-Semite, but you're an anti-Semite. You just want to make it about Israel. But why is it about Israel? Well, they control everybody. They're pulling the strings. They're the puppet masters. You just hate Jews. It's not about Israel, it's about Jews. Most of the people doing this are pretty low IQ. It's true. We need smarter people than we have, but they go down these Theo Von, Candace Owens rabbit holes. So it was really remarkable on Tuesday night here in Georgia when the Vice President of the United States recommended at this TPUSA event that young people listen to Theo Von. Now, the Vice President was at the Turning Point USA event, and Erica Kirk could not be there because so many people who have listened to Candace Owens, Theo Von, and other podcasters have it in their head that there's something up with Erica Kirk and she was possibly complicit in her husband's death, never mind Tyler Robinson's confession, that people are trying to kill Erica Kirk. So it's really ironic that the Vice President of the United States would promote Theo Von, who has helped spread the conspiracy theories about Erica Kirk, at an event that Erica Kirk herself couldn't go to because the people who have heard Theo Von, Candace Owens, and others are threatening her life. It's also notable the Vice President didn't mention Tucker Carlson, who was actually a close friend of his, who lobbied President Trump to make J.D. Vance Donald Trump's vice presidential nominee. His son works for J.D. Vance. Tucker's son does. But Carlson's now turned on President Trump, and Trump has blasted him and Kelly and Owens and Alex Jones and others. Carlson, by the way, has started praising Islam. On a pretty daily basis, Tucker Carlson has started talking about Islam, praising Islam, the goodness of Islam, denying that Muslims are killing Christians anywhere in the world, even after an Easter slaughter in Nigeria of Christians. You know, in the Middle East, if you're a Muslim, you can kill any Muslim who converts to Christianity. But Tucker Carlson would tell you not to pay attention to that. If this all sounds like a soap opera, by the way, it really is. It's a soap opera. A lot of these people are chasing clicks, rotting other people's brains, but it's a soap opera that has ensnared a very hyper online Vice President of the United States who is elevating voices who are elevating anti-Semitism and spreading conspiracy theories about his friend Charlie Kirk. And it's not just on the right, it's on the left. Graham Plattner, the Democratic communist candidate in Maine, actually has a Nazi Totenkopf tattoo. What is the Totenkopf? It is the symbol of the SS. They put it on themselves as they were carrying out the Holocaust and killing Christians, Jews, Gypsies, and others. CBS News says that's a tattoo that resembles the Totenkopf. Well, it resembles it because it actually is, but CBS News has tried to play it down. And the Democrats are elevating this guy. And now we have new statements from Plattner that have come out. He's defended Hamas killing Jews, believing that it's a great idea. He's told rape victims they should just wear Kevlar panties. He's defended urinating on corpses. He's the leading Democratic Senate candidate in Maine. Around the country, Democrats are campaigning with Hassan Piker, a man who has called directly for the assassination of Republican candidates for office and Republican elected officials, who's told people how they can go online and build parts to make explosive drones, who has praised communism and expressed his contempt for the United States, has praised Mao and the Communist Party of China and lamented the fall of the Soviet Union. Democrats are wrapping themselves around him, getting him out on the campaign trail for them. And by the way, they're polling the Democrats who bring him out on the campaign trail. Their polling is going up in the Democratic primaries. From the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance on the right, to prominent Democratic candidates on the left, they are spreading the mind virus of anti-Semitism that ultimately leads to anti-Christian persecution, historically. The result of all of this is that the wife of a man who was murdered publicly, assassinated for his political views, is struggling to get out in public because of threats on her life. And her friend, the Vice President of the United States, is amplifying and encouraging people to listen to some of the voices who have spread the conspiracy theories leading to the threats on Erica Kirk's life. And Democrats are elevating to federal high office people who support killing Jews, openly support killing Jews, and wear the symbols of the Nazi SS. The sickness is spreading. If you're listening to me right now and you're saying, I'm not anti-Semitic, I'm anti-Israel, you're an anti-Semite, you're just dumb. If you're listening to me right now and you think, well, there clearly is something wrong with Erica Kirk, you're an easily led fool who has been manipulated by algorithms and people on social media, and your brain has started to rot. Tyler Robinson is on trial in Ogden, Utah for murdering Charlie Kirk. He's confessed. There's no there with the conspiracy theories. You just want to believe because you're an easily manipulated idiot. And we shouldn't dance around the fact that those of you who claim, I'm just anti-Israel, I'm not anti-Semite, you're stupid. And those of you who believe Candace Owens and the conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk, you're stupid. And those of you who believe, well, I'm just asking questions, you're not asking questions, you don't care about the answer, you're just stupid. And the rest of us should not humor you. We should point out that you are a moron. And you are comfortable looking in the mirror and considering yourself a smart person, and you're not. You're an easily manipulated fool, and unfortunately, you've been infected with a mind virus that is being spread by Democrats and even the Republican Vice President of the United States. And it does not end well for any of us if we don't stamp out that mind virus.
Honest.
Putting your trust in me to tell you what's going on.
Transparent.
I need you to know this from the bottom of my heart.
Giving you the information without the noise.
My job isn't to tell you what you want to hear, it's to tell you the truth.
It's the Eric Erickson Show.
This phenomenon of receiving spam text messages and deceptive emails, it's not good. Scammers only text and email you when they have your info. So how do they get it? Data brokers sell it to them. Put those data brokers on notice and stop them. There's a company that does that for you, Incogni, I-N-C-O-G-N-I, Incogni. It's an online service you sign up with to put hundreds of data brokers on notice to stop selling your data. I use Incogni for just that purpose, and they've removed my data from 324 data brokers so far. Incogni doesn't slow down. They continue to put more data brokers on notice, and the result, my data is not online like it once was. Data brokers aren't selling my data because they don't have my permission. Do it for yourself. Go to incogni.com/Eric, E-R-I-C-K. Save up to 60% when you sign up right now. Incogni.com/Eric. If they can't find you, they can't scam you. So go to incogni.com/ERICK. Your host is a persnickety sleeper. I change my mattress out more regularly than you probably would think I would. I change my pillow out about every 6 months or so. I travel so much, I want to be comfortable in my own bed. And I want a cold room, but sometimes I need a warm mattress, and sometimes I need a cool mattress. And that's why I decided to give Perfectly Snug a try. And when I found it, I fell in love with it, and I told them I want to advertise for you. Perfectly Snug is a mattress topper, and it's like having an air conditioner and a heater for your bed. It can cool or heat the mattress. It monitors your temperature during the night to make adjustments. It's amazing, and it comes with a 30-night risk-free trial, no shipping costs, 1-year bumper-to-bumper warranty for peace of mind. And unlike some, it doesn't use water. It uses fans, so you don't have to worry about mold and stuff. It's fantastic. Go to perfectlysnug.com/Eric. Use code Eric for up to $290 off. You're not going to find a better offer on their site. Use code Eric at perfectlysnug.com/Eric and get perfectly.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time on Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. no exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Giving you the truth, not the talking points. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Welcome, Eric Erickson here, 877-973-7425. We've got peace between Lebanon and Israel right now. Ceasefire starting at 5 p.m. today, thanks to the president. This hour of the program brought to you by Van Allen Golf, ALLEN. I am not going to be here next Friday. I will be on a Jack Nicklaus design course out in the middle of nowhere, Nevada, using my Van Allen golf putter. And if you or someone you love is into golf, you really should text golf to 33777. Click the first link, go to Van Allen Golf, click the second link, and get a subscription to Golfer's Journal. It's worth it, both of them. Oh my gosh, I love my putter. VanAllenGolf.com. You can also check them out on Instagram at VanAllenGolf.com, or Van Allen Golf. It's ALLEN. All right, we got to move on to other stuff. There's interesting research on the algorithm when we come back. But first, y'all remember Keisha Crime Wave Bottoms. She was the mayor of Atlanta during the George Floyd riots. She sided with the rioters over the police and sparked a crime wave across Atlanta, so much so that the north part of the city decided to secede from Atlanta. It was an unsuccessful secession, but it sparked a lot of concern that the primary hub of revenue for the city would go away. She's now out saying that if she were governor, she would have vetoed the Riley-Gaines Act. The Riley-Gaines Act is a piece of legislation passed by the Georgia legislature that prohibits boys from being in girls' sports. Keisha Crime Wave would have vetoed it. It is interesting to me how around the country Republicans have such a greater diversity of ideas. You're far more likely to find a pro-trans Republican than an anti-trans Democrat. You're far more likely to find a pro-abortion Republican than a pro-life Democrat. You're far more likely to find a pro-gay marriage Republican than a pro-traditional marriage Democrat. The Democrats are a singular hive mind these days. You got the former mayor of Atlanta who sided with the rioters and sparked a crime wave, siding with progressive interests. And by the way, the Riley-Gaines Act has majority support in the state of Georgia. Boys being in girls' sports is deeply opposed by people in Georgia, but she doesn't care. She's played to her base, and she's opposed by a guy named Jeff Duncan, who used to be the Republican lieutenant governor, who actually was the guy who sponsored the fetal heartbeat ban, pro-life legislation in the state, and also the trans sports ban in the state. Now he's saying he rejects everything he once stood for. Wow, what a wild way for the Democrats to go. Now, wild thing for you to do is to go to visioncomputers.com. And you can get them to build you a new computer. VisionComputers.com or 404-COMPUTE. You call them, tell them Eric sent you. You can save some money, and they will get you also their world-class tech support. You buy your computer from Vision Computers, and they're going to give you their world-class tech support with it. And if you just want the tech support for your home, for your office, for your loved one, well, you can do that too. Call them at 404-COMPUTER. Go to VisionComputers.com and tell them Eric sent you. And what is the world-class tech support? Well, you can call them and get them on the phone in 15 seconds or less. And you'll talk to an actual human being, not an AI chatbot. And they will help you figure out what's going on with your computer, answer your questions faster than a Google search. They can keep you and your business productive. Think about this. Your employees can be great at their jobs, and Vision Computers can be great at their computers. And if you have an elderly parent or kid at college, Vision Computers does the same for them. Call them at 404-COMPUTE or go to visioncomputers.com. 404-COMPUTE, visioncomputers.com.
Spend your afternoons with the Sean Hannity Show. Weekdays 3 to 6 here on Talk 97.3 FM. 1041 FM and 990 AM WEEB.
In a small town, your word still means something. And at Cooper Ford in Carthage, a promise is a promise. Cooper Ford is the only locally owned Ford dealer in Moore County. They've won the Ford President's Award 5 straight years and Best of the Pines winner for 7 years running. They believe you can't buy a new Ford for less anywhere else. So put them to the test. Just off 15501 in Carthage or online at cooperford.net. The locally owned, award-winning Cooper Ford. Always working hard to be your hometown dealer.
Give your desk and your back an upgrade. Turn any old workstation into a sit and stand workstation with an Alera raised desktop from Sandhills Office Supply. With easy access levers for simple adjustments. This space-saving design is affordable too. Experience the benefits of an Alera lifting workstation with a demo at Sandhills Office Supply on US 1 in Southern Pines next to Smithfield's Barbecue.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. A Pakistani delegation meeting in Tehran hoping for more U.S.-Iran talks before the ceasefire comes to an end.
Pakistan's army chief is meeting with Iranian officials for talks in Tehran. It's the latest diplomatic move to ease tensions in the region and arrange a second round of negotiations between the United States and Iran. That, according to the Pakistani military, which says the visit was part of the ongoing mediation efforts. Meantime, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warned that the U.S. will ramp up its infliction of economic pain on Iran. Bessent said the effort would be the, quote, financial equivalent of a bombing campaign. Ken Lorman reporting.
Iran continues to sound a defiant tone, but former GOP Senator Jim Talent says there's no question the Islamic Republic faces serious obstacles following several weeks of strikes by the U.S. and Israel.
We have effectively attacked their center of gravity, their ability to generate and sustain coercive power, much less to integrate the exercise of that power. I mean, their top 3 or 4 leadership ranks are gone. They're sown with dissension. You know, they're going to have to do something that signals to us they're giving up.
Jim Talent is now a senior fellow at the Reagan Institute Center for Peace Through Strength. He was interviewed by the Salem Radio Network. An Australian judge today rejected an appeal by former U.S. Marine Corps pilot Daniel Duggan to avoid extradition to the U.S. over allegations he illegally trained Chinese military aviators more than a decade ago. Wife Safrine Duggan says lawyers are considering an appeal.
We are very disappointed by this ruling, and we will consider our options carefully.
The U.S. is alleging Duggan conspired with others to provide training to Chinese military pilots without applying for an appropriate license. More on these stories at townhall.com.
MCN News. I'm Mike Rayleigh. President Trump on his Truth Social site today said Israel and Lebanon have agreed to a 10-day ceasefire. More from CBS's Wei Zhuzhang.
The president said that he has directed the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, the vice president, and others to help broker a permanent peace deal between Lebanon and Israel.
Republican North Carolina U.S. Senator Tom Tillis said on Wednesday that he was willing to take President Trump's explanation for a controversial post depicting the president as a Jesus-like figure at face value. But
I thought it was absurd. I'm a lifelong Catholic. That's an image that the moment I saw it, I saw it in abstract. So anyway, he should have had advisors warn him off of that. That should have been up for 30 seconds if he really felt that way.
Former Obama administration Secretary of State John Kerry, in an interview with the BBC, says that the 2015 nuclear agreement reached by the U.S. and other major world powers with Iran and Iranian overtures toward peace made the U.S. war with Iran unnecessary.
I'm told that there was an opportunity because Iran, right before the war started, came back with something positive, but it wasn't really taken up on, and as a result, we're where we are today.
The dry conditions across North Carolina are delaying planting for some farmers. Davidson County farmer Will Brinkley tells WXII.
We're not late yet and we're not behind, but we'd like to be planting right now as hard as we can go. Just because of the weather, we've stopped.
Crews have made progress this week with several wildfires in the national forests of western North Carolina, with some close to full containment. A burn ban remains in effect for all of North Carolina due to extremely dry conditions amid spring wildfire season. Kyle Wilkinson with Cold Springs Fire Department up the mountains.
Today was the last daily update for the fire, and so they're expecting to get it to 100% containment.
You're listening to NCN News.
Are you looking for a 2-year hands-on agricultural degree while still gaining the university experience? I'm Lee Ivey, Director of the Agriculture Institute at NC State University. We offer 6 associate's degrees that span the agricultural industry and set our students up to meet their goals. Come live on campus, learn on our farms, and be a part of the NC State community. Invest in yourself and learn more about our program online by searching NC State Ag Institute. Deadline for fall enrollment is June 1st. 2 years, 1 degree, endless possibilities.
This April, join North Carolina Realtors in celebrating Fair Housing Month. Fair housing means everyone deserves a place to call home, regardless of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, or disability. NC Realtors are committed to fair housing for all North Carolinians and ensuring that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing. Let's work together to create communities where everyone can thrive. Visit ncrealtors.org to learn more about fair housing. Paid for by NC Realtors.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
For the rest of our Thursday, we'll see partly cloudy skies with highs this afternoon reaching the low 90s, so it'll be hot today, and we'll have a bit of a breeze as well. The mostly clear skies overnight and through Friday morning. Temperatures will remain mild, only dropping to the mid-60s. Then we'll have mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies for your Friday. Highs will be just slightly cooler in the upper 80s to around 90, with some brief showers possible. Then highs in the low to mid-90s Saturday. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Hello, America. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, delighted to have you with me. Text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. I will send you a list of links. If you click the top link, that's the show notes link. You should subscribe. My buddy Leland Vittert says it's the best conservative newsletter in the country. You should listen to Leland Vittert and subscribe. Text Eric to 33777. Some data came out yesterday that I am fascinated by. You have heard me mention Hassan Piker now multiple days in the last few weeks, and many of you probably actually haven't heard of him. And the reason I suggest you probably haven't actually heard of him is because, well, you guys live your life. And in living your life, you're not really focused online. The thing I know about this audience from the copious amounts of research we've done about this audience is that you guys live in the real world. My audience is kind of different from a lot of talk radio in that you guys you're interested in what's going on in the world. You got a family, you got a job, you want to know what's happening, you want to know what's actually happening, you don't want the partisan spin, and you want to be able to get back to your life. And a lot of people tend to be, and a lot of talk radio shows tend to have an older demographic of listener than I have they're much more focused on the partisan talking points, and you guys tend to not be, and I think that's a good thing. I appreciate you, and I understand that my job is to tell you what's going on. And occasionally I get people who reach out to me and they say, "Bud Erickson, you're talking about stuff I've never even heard people talk about these people. This can't be real." Part of my job is, the way I see it, is to be able to let you know what's going on in the undercurrents before they actually spill out into the actual currents. One of the reasons I keep bringing up Hassan Piker is because the National Press Corps has continued to try to mainstream this guy with very noxious views. They're not just anti-Semitic, they're anti-American views. He hates the United States. He's lamented the fall of the Soviet Union. He has championed communist China and praised Mao Zedong. He hates the United States. He cussed out a woman who was documenting the abuse she suffered at the hands of communists in Vietnam. He's a horrible human being. And the media loves him because he's young, fairly attractive guy, has a live stream audience, so the Democrats are campaigning with him, and they love him. He's their answer to Joe Rogan. That's what they've said. And you may not have heard of him, but he's campaigning for more and more Democrats. Interestingly enough, there's a new study out. Hassan Piker is called a live streamer. What he does is he streams on a platform a video conversation with him and his listeners. He sees the comments, he interacts with the comments, he plays clips. It's kind of like what I do on talk radio, but it's on the internet. It's on Twitch streaming service. I think it's on Twitch in any event. And then it broadcasts elsewhere. Well, you know what his average live stream viewership is? 33,000 people. In April 2026, he averaged 33,000 people. Nick Fuentes, the white supremacist, Nazi sympathizer, he's only got 19,000 people on average on his live stream. Lately, there's been a guy in the news. He's been in the news a lot lately. His name is Braden Eric Peters. He goes by the name Clavicular, named after the clavicle, no less. Not making that up. He's got 16,000 live streamers who follow him around. This kid literally has a camera crew that follows him around and broadcasts his life live. He's into, you've heard all the people making the jokes about maxing now looks maxing. That's what this kid is into. He's also a white supremacist. He's a racist. And he's been on drugs and live broadcasted an overdose until they cut the feed the other day. From the Daily Mail, a site I abhor reading, but it's got the story. Clavicular revealed that he would like to stay clean after the scary incident that landed him hospitalized after a suspected overdose, but is unsure if he could continue his highly popular live streaming career without the use of what he calls his substances. The 20-year-old looks maxer, real name Braden Eric Peters, did not want to talk about why he landed in the hospital, but did talk about how he wanted to move forward during a live stream Wednesday evening before making a club appearance. The previous night, the influencer could be seen on a live stream, beginning to slur his speech and hold his head as his colleagues attempted to help him. Hours after coming home from the hospital, he said on the live stream, "Yeah, man, I ain't going to be doing any more substance for a while, hopefully forever. But that means I can't really, in real life, stream because, as you guys know, I'm quite brutal without that stuff." An IRL, which means in real life, stream is a live broadcast where a creator shares their daily life. He's apparently been on drugs to be able to share his, among other things, and he's all into looks maxing and whatnot. I actually, in my Instagram algorithm, this guy came up a couple weeks ago because I'm taking my producer and some friends with me on a trip to Las Vegas next week to go play golf. I was looking at some Vegas golf courses that I was interested in playing golf in, and the algorithm, of course, shifts to Vegas, and here's this guy, and he's talking about how he doesn't like Las Vegas. He finds it very boring. What he does is he tends to hire prostitutes and do things, and it was just, I was like, oh, this guy is screwed up. Listen, I'm not a gambler. I'll play craps, but I don't play poker. I don't play blackjack. I don't play the slots. I'll throw dice at the craps table, but I like to go to Vegas because I like to shoot guns, and they have phenomenal gun ranges. I like to play golf. They have great golf courses. I love to eat. They have great restaurants. That's why I enjoy Vegas and great cigar bars. I'm not a big gambler, and this guy's like, oh, I hate Vegas. I just hire prostitutes. And I'm like, where are your parents, first of all? You're a 20-something. Where are your parents? My point on these three, though, is that Piker has 33,000 average live stream, Fuentes 19,000, Clavicular 16,000, and they're all over the media these days. Let me give you the clip viewership. This is how many views they get to clips that are put up of them on social media. Hassan Piker, 706,000 views. Nick Fuentes, 612,000 views. Clavicular, 251,000 views. You add in Candace Owens and others who you're not regularly interacting with their podcasts, it's the algorithm that's putting these people into your brain. Many of you aren't hyper on social media, but you have friends and family who are. And the friends and family that you have who are on social media is getting into their brains and it's beginning to program them. It's why yesterday when I was talking about Erica Kirk being unable to go to a TPUSA event because of threats on her life, we literally had people, all of them women, who called the program to insist that it was all a staged setup, it wasn't real, and there's something up about Erica Kirk. Ironically, when Candace Owens was asked to meet with Erica Kirk out in Arizona, she insisted that she couldn't because of security threats. And now Erica Kirk says she can't go to something because of security threats, and Candace Owens' mockers say, oh, that's made up, that's not true. So many people in your life and in mine are being programmed by the algorithm. The algorithms on social media are rotting people's brains. They are amplifying anti-Christian persecution. They're amplifying anti-Semitism. They're amplifying hate. A guy like Hassan Piker is a celebrity on the left now. You may not have heard of him, but Democrats are seeking his endorsement and trying to campaign with him. He only has 33,000 people on his live stream, but he gets 706,000 views off of clips that recirculate on the internet. Clips of him mocking Republicans, praising communism, attacking Jews, calling for the death of various Republicans, including Rick Scott, the senator from Florida. Social media amplifies these people, and it's beginning to poison people's minds. It's not a coincidence. There's a growing body of research that shows that if you get off social media for 2 weeks, your sense of well-being goes up, your happiness goes up, your anxiety goes down. Social media is poison these days. There are ways to do it, like, for example, if you've got Instagram. Did you know this? I've got Instagram. Instagram, if you follow me, E.W. Erickson on Instagram, you should follow me. I personally think that we put up way too many clips of my show on Instagram. I would prefer to put up my photography. My team disagrees, and they've won the argument, so you'll see lots of my show clips that you should be recirculating to your friends, by the way, and driving up my Instagram algorithm. But if you go to Instagram, did you know if you tap on the word Instagram at the top of the app, you can click on the very second one, followers, and you will see a chronological list of just the people you follow, not actually an algorithmic feed. You click on Instagram at the top and you click on follow it, and suddenly you've got a chronological order of all the people you're following based on the most recent post, and it completely changes your consumption of content. You're suddenly back to old Instagram without the algorithm. Twitter even now goes from the For You tab to the Following tab, but Twitter is still gamed highly on the algorithm. Twitter, by the way, you should know, is one of the chief sources of social media algorithmic anxiety. Twitter elevates the haters. Twitter elevates the controversy. Facebook elevates the controversy. TikTok elevates the controversial more than any other platform. And so many kids are on the TikTok. You can say, well, my platform is different. I don't see this stuff. Good for you. But what you are seeing is still suddenly programming you. What you are seeing is still suddenly shifting your brain. You're no longer living in the real world. You're living on a device. Reality happens to you on your phone, not what's actually outside your door. And it's becoming poisonous. It's becoming real poison. I want to encourage you, if you can, spend less time on social media. I also want you to know the reason I talk about these topics sometimes is because You may not be on social media, but you need to know what's coming because of the people whose brains are rotting on social media. We have young men getting addicted to pornography, sports betting, marijuana. They're watching other young men like this clavicular kid on social media do live streaming. They want to look cool and look good and do the peptides and have the plastic surgery and do the drugs to stay young and skinny and beautiful, and it's rotting people's brains. Ours is an increasingly narcissistic society, and unfortunately, that narcissism is also turning people violent. Think about Erica Kirk, who couldn't go to this event on Tuesday in Athens, Georgia, because while she would have been at the event and would have had Secret Service protection, it was the route to the event. People were putting it on social media, exposing the route to the event she would most likely take, and then the rumors of the routes that she might take. There were people encouraging people to stake out the variety of routes she could take to ambush her, because they listen to podcasts and follow social media accounts and get on the YouTube algorithm, and it rots their brain. This is not healthy for our society. Parents, you'd do a really good job if you kept your kids off social media. We kept our kids off social media until they were probably 15, both of them. Kept them as far away from it as possible. It's hard when they get to 15 because of school, but it's possible to drag it out as long as possible. And on the way, before they get there, to educate them on how bad it can be. My son, when he was young, had a friend who had a YouTube account and wanted to be YouTube famous. I don't think things ended up well for that kid. We lost contact with him. A lot of people want to be YouTube famous these days. Sadly, a lot of politicians want to be YouTube famous these days. And the best way to get the fame is to be the sensationalist, and the best way to be the sensationalist is to be the extremist, and the best way to be the extremist, well, is to say you hate the Christians, hate the Jews, hate America, and want to kill people who you oppose, or look smacks and do drugs, neither of which are healthy lifestyles. Our kids are being rotted, and so many of our friends are having their brains rotted simply because they have a device in their pocket they can't put down, and it is poisoning our entire culture.
Those who love him, listen to find out what he's going to say next. Those who disagree with him, also listen to see what he's going to say next. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Recently, 10 regional banks had their credit downgraded. No problem. They'll just keep racking up profits. Get some sweetheart bailout if things get worse, or quietly be sold to a mega bank that's too big to fail. No wonder Swiss America has been sounding the alarm about a secret war on cash and an all-out assault on our freedoms. With soaring interest rates squeezing the economy, banks teetering on collapse, let Swiss America educate you on ways to protect your hard-earned assets now. Get and read their shocking report, The Secret War on Cash. Your copy's free by calling or texting 800-289-2646. This all-out war on cash, including digital forms of currency, is spreading daily. So please read The Secret War on Cash free to my listeners. Just mention Eric Erickson when you call or text 800-289-2646. That's 800-289-2646. Or visit SwissAmerica.com/Eric, ERICK. Message data rates may apply. Y'all know I have mentioned with 2 teenagers in my house, one with very long hair, no less. We got tired of running out of hot water and having the kids fight over showers, let alone us. So we got a Rinnai tankless water heater. And you know what? We sometimes run out of food in the house because we got teenagers. We never run out of hot water thanks to the Rinnai tankless water heater. We made the decision to yank the old tank. We replaced it with a Rinnai tankless water heater. Haven't had a cold shower since. You too can say goodbye to scheduling your showers around others in the household. You can enjoy an endless supply of hot water like my family does. Your hot water will last as long as you need it. Go ahead, yank out the old tank and replace it with a Rinnai tankless water heater that's about the size of a carry-on suitcase. Do your family a favor. Visit TalkingTankless.com to learn how you too can enjoy an endless supply of hot water today. You'll be glad you did. We sure are. TalkingTankless.com. Go check out Rinnai today.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
This is the perfect time of year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Beaver Equipment chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So, man, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment. Now at the new location, 2833 East Indiana Avenue, near the intersection of Highway 211 in East Indiana, near Coldcraft.
Your car deserves the best, and so do you. At Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, excellence isn't just a goal, it's our standard. Thinking about an upgrade? Every new and pre-owned vehicle comes with our Pinehurst Advantage plan, backed by 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. More protection, more confidence, more reasons to drive happy. And when it comes to service, we're proud to say our team has been voted Best of the Pines 2025 Best Dealership Service Department for 4 years in a row. That means trusted expertise, honest guidance, and a commitment to keeping you safely on the road. From your first visit to every mile ahead, we're here to deliver a dealership experience that's simple, transparent, and enjoyable. Visit us today at 10760 Highway 15501 or check us out online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaiονline.com and experience the award-winning service everyone's talking about. That's Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our guarantee.
Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. My husband Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More in Aberdeen. We advertise on WEEB because we get results. Every day, someone comes in and tells us they heard about us on the radio. Come in and ask us in person about how successful radio advertising can be for you and your business. Find your new customers by advertising on WEEB.
When was the last time your CPA brought you a strategy that dramatically saved you taxes? This is Roger Harris, president of Whitehorse Financial. The two biggest robbers of wealth are debt and taxes. Our team of tax attorneys and tax planners help successful people legally pay less tax. If you have over $1 million in retirement accounts, or you're selling a business or real estate, we may be able to help. Call 910-339-2625 for a 15-minute discovery call, or visit whitehorse-financial.com.
Romans 10:17 tells us, "So then faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God." Join the Calvary Memorial Church service right here on WEEB at 11 a.m. every Sunday morning and hear the Word of God preached.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Just joined us? No worries. Check out the Eric Erickson Show 24/7 stream at ericerickson.com. Available for Apple CarPlay and Android Auto.
I need to repeat this story for you. I mentioned it very briefly in the first hour. There is a story circulating in the American Press Corps that Donald Trump has cut funding for Catholic charities in America for helping house the children of illegal aliens who are separated at the border. The media is saying this is because of the president's attacks on the Catholic Church and the Catholic Church's pushback, and that's why he's punishing the Catholic Charities of America. He's punishing Catholic Charities of America because he's mad at the Pope. That's the story. This is false. Even though it's being reported widely by multiple media outlets, it's false. The cuts came multiple weeks ago, well before the president decided to go on his tirade about the Pope. And the reason for the cuts is because there are no children being separated at the border anymore because the border is closed. There's no need for the facilities to be maintained because there's no need for the housing of the children. That's what's actually happening here. Confirmed not just by the Trump administration, but by the outside reporters who care enough to actually accurately report the story. This is being spun up by progressives through national media outlets as a way to attack the president and claim that he's an anti-Catholic bigot who hates the Pope. He may hate the Pope, but he's not punishing Catholic charities as a result. He's cutting funding because the funding is no longer needed because there are no children now being housed by Catholic charities separated by parents at the border because there are no parents with children showing up at the border illegally transiting into the United States because he successfully closed the border, a policy that the Pope and many of the Catholic bishops have opposed. Now, let me tell you about my bank, Old Glory Bank. They can be your bank, oldglorybank.com/Eric, oldglorybank.com/ERICK. If you go to oldglorybank.com/Eric, if you're active duty military, if you're Border Patrol, if you're ICE, if you're a first responder, you can check out Old Glory Protect, $100,000 line of duty benefit for you and your family. In case, God forbid, something happens to you, you can be protected with the help of Old Glory Bank. You got to have a checking account with direct deposit. You can see the site for details on Old Glory Protect. The rest of you, if you need an online bank, Old Glory Bank, I got a checking account and a savings account with them. You can too. Your kids can too. They got a great app. They've got great bill pay. They've got great budgeting tools all online. They've got a phenomenal bank website. You know, I've used other banks, and I'm impressed with the resources that Old Glory Bank has put into their online portal and their app. In fact, I've got a business account with a bank. I haven't really used it in a while. I'm winding it down because of their online stuff. When you look at Old Glory Bank, you're like, wow, they really put thought into this. And they're a great bank. They do CDs. They do mortgages. You can go to oldglorybank.com/Eric today, oldglorybank.com/ERICK, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Terms and conditions apply.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business.
And I'm Taylor Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, the fourth generation. We have been in business for almost 90 years.
We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, and they run a good business and they're good people.
Came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware, I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
When it comes to insurance, wouldn't it be great if you could just make one phone call to a local agency where you could talk to an actual living person? Turns out you can with the Insurance Center, locally owned and operated for more than 40 years with highly rated carriers like Auto Owners Insurance. Home, auto, life, health, business, and more. Speak directly with one of our agents who work, live, and play in your community. When it comes to Auto Owners Insurance, one call does it all. This is Patrick McBrayer with the Insurance Center. Call us today at 910-692-9251 or visit us online at sandhills-ins.com.
7 days a week, we're on the job. Sean Cole's Plumbing Professionals. Fast, friendly, quality service. You know we can do it all. Don't just call a plumber. Call a professional. Sean Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Antivirus can't stop what it doesn't know. A VPN doesn't stop attacks at all. Cybergate from ProSecure LSP does something different. It inspects your internet traffic as it passes through our secure gateway and blocks ransomware, malware, viruses, scam links, even dangerous links in your email and text messages. For the first time ever, families and small businesses can enjoy the same digital protection as megacorps and governments without those big business prices. Join the Secure Enclave today. Start your 30-day trial, no credit card required at ProSecureLSP.com or call 833-723-3101.
When trying to add the perfect window treatment becomes overwhelming, contact the professionals at Comfort Made Blinds. With quality brands like Graver and their expert advice, measuring, installation, and their warranties, all you need to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy your new window treatments. To get your Graver products and others, schedule your free measurement by calling Comfort Made Blinds at 910-692-5500 or visit the showroom at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Main Street Glass in Southern Pines. Mention this ad and take 10% off your next purchase.
When Mother Nature unleashes its fury, will your roof hold up? With Creed & Garner Roofing, the answer is yes, and the experts agree. They've won the 2026 Platinum Preferred Contractor Award from Owens Corning for product excellence for the second straight year. From repairs to full replacements, their certified team delivers unbeatable quality and peace of mind. That's why they've been in business for over 40 years in the Sandhills. Call Creed & Garner Roofing at 910-944-0520 for a free estimate today.
Are you nearing retirement and wondering how to make your money work for you instead of worrying it won't? Mark Henry at Alloy Wealth Management focuses on you, your goals, and your values. From insurance planning and retirement income strategies to estate conversation and risk management, his team works with you to build a comprehensive strategy that fits your life. Learn more by listening to Living Large Radio with Mark Henry, Saturdays and Sundays at 2 here on Talk Radio 990 AM and 97.3 and 104.1 FM WEEB.
Do you suffer with sciatic or leg pain? Well, one call to me can change your life without surgery. I'm Dr. Sharon Wright. Call me at 910-420-1911 or PineConeMedicalCenter.com.
With the weak system moving into the area into Friday, we'll see slightly cooler temperatures and the chance for a couple of brief showers, but most areas will stay dry, and it will be a hot first half of the weekend with drier conditions. For the rest of our Thursday, though, it'll be hot with highs reaching the low 90s. We'll have a mix of clouds and sunshine and a bit of a breeze. Then mostly clear overnight, and we'll drop to the mid-60s. We'll reach the upper 80s to around 90 degrees on Friday. I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner in the NCN Weather Center.
Sharp analysis, cutting through the chaos, giving unfiltered takes on politics, culture, and faith. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Hello, welcome. It's Eric Erickson here. 877-973-7425 should you wish to be on the program. Now, I want to do an experiment with you. This is an experiment about how you have probably been programmed by the news you are consuming. How so much of the news you consume is designed to shape a narrative instead of telling you the truth. I work real hard here to tell you the truth, not just to give you a narrative or tribal talking points to affirm what you already believe. So I want to give you a test. I want to play for you a clip from this week. Actually, I think it's from yesterday, of Pope Leo. I want to play for you this clip of Pope Leo, and you decide what he's talking about here.
But woe to those who manipulate religion in the very name of God for their own military, economic, or political gain, dragging that which is sacred into darkness and filth. Yes, my dear sisters and brothers, you who hunger and thirst for justice, who are poor, merciful, meek, and pure of heart, you who have wept, you are the light of the world.
One more time from the beginning.
But woe to those who manipulate religion in the very name of God for their own military, economic, or political gain.
Who do you think he's talking about? I need you to ask yourself honestly. That's Pope Leo. Is he talking about Donald Trump? If you say yes, and I suspect many of you want to say yes, I want you to understand that it's because of the media you've consumed, the conversations you have, and your partisan lens. How do I know that Leo the 14th is not talking about Donald Trump in that clip? I know because he's addressing the people of Cameroon where he is touring. and visiting. How do I know that? How do I know it's true? Because he's in Cameroon to celebrate a peace after a war and gang violence, much of it fueled by military leaders who were hiding behind the name of God and killed 8,000 to 9,000 people. Cameroonians killing their fellow citizens in the name of God in a bloody civil war. And then after that, ritualistic gang violence, all done in the name of God. And they have asked the Pope to come there now that there is peace, and he has gone. He's not talking about Donald Trump. He's talking about the circumstances in Cameroon where military leaders, acting as if they were God's divine agents, murdered 8 to 10,000 of their fellow citizens in the name of God. People on the right are circulating that clip saying this is about Donald Trump, that even in Cameroon he's attacking Donald Trump. He's not. And if you can't believe me, I don't know what to tell you, because I'm telling you the truth and you're so poisoned by the narrative you can't believe the truth. He is there with the leaders and citizens of Cameroon who have come together, and the nation is beginning to heal, and he is attacking the very military leaders who have been killed or carted off to prison for carrying out a religious war or pretend religious war in Cameroon. And to the extent that you can't understand that and you insist it must be about the president, one, it's how self-centered are we here to hear the Pope speak in Cameroon, a war-torn nation, and think it's about us? And two, how poisoned are you by the media you're consuming to really think he must be attacking the president of the United States? This is a test of your mental faculties and how you've been programmed by the content you consume. Related to this, and I meant to bring this up earlier when I was talking about the algorithm, do you guys know who Johnny Somali is? I hope you do not know who Johnny Somali is, but Johnny Somali is a young man whose parents decided to let him become a YouTube star, and he decided to become a YouTube star and grow his channel by being as outrageous and offensive as possible. Let me read you this. Johnny Somali, an American streamer, went to Korea to do content like a lunatic. He danced on a memorial for World War II sex slaves. He played North Korean propaganda on the subway and threw ramen at a store owner like a psychopath. The country put a bounty on his head. A former Korean Navy SEAL found him and knocked him out cold while on a live stream. He got arrested, charged with 8 counts, including deepfake sexual violence crimes. He showed up at his first court date an hour late, hungover in a MAGA hat, and called South Korea a vassal state of the United States in open court. Prosecutors asked for 3 years hard labor. His mom filed a petition begging the judge for leniency. His last words before sentencing were, and I quote, "I haven't done anything to offend anyone during these proceedings, which shows I learned my lesson." The judge sentenced him to hard labor for 3 years. He was let out of the courtroom in handcuffs. Asked what he thought about it, he said nothing. And when he gets out of prison, he will have to deport to the United States, where he will thereafter be required to register as a sex offender. All because the kid wanted to be YouTube famous. I'm telling you, the internet is rotting people's brains. Okay. Now, I'm going to bring up something that's not a conspiracy theory, but it sounds like it's a conspiracy theory. And I need you to know that. What you are about to hear is not a conspiracy theory. It sounds like a conspiracy theory. It is not a conspiracy theory. This is a serious issue. This is from Harris Sockel, editor of the Pirate Wires. On a sunny day last August, Stephen Garcia, a contractor at a New Mexico lab that made parts for U.S. nuclear weapons, disappeared after leaving home with a handgun. Sources say he was a very stable person. Neil McCaslin, a retired general who led a classified U.S. space weapons program, vanished in February. Anthony Chavez, a U.S. nuclear weapons scientist, was last seen in May. Melissa Cassius, who worked at Chavez's lab, was last seen walking alone on a highway last summer. Some say up to 10 U.S. Defense or NASA scientists who've weirdly gone missing over the last year or so, and the media is not covering it. It sounds insane. What's going on here? Is working in defense research super hard? Where did they disappear? Something is wrong. Earlier this year, a scientist at, I believe, MIT, who is on the verge of cracking a fusion problem, was murdered. All of these scientists who have disappeared in some way work not just for the U.S. nuclear weapons programs, but many of them are specifically tied to advances in fusion technology. For those of you who don't know the difference, there are two ways to deal with the atom to make explosive energy. One is fission. Fission is where you split an atom. When you split an atom into two, you take, for example, a hydrogen atom and split it into helium atoms. You release a massive amount of energy. Fission is how nuclear reactors work. Our original atomic bomb was a fission explosion. Fusion delivers even more energy. Yeah, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. So you take a helium atom and you split it into two hydrogen atoms. That's fusion. That's fission. Fusion is when you take two hydrogen atoms and you push them together and make one helium atom. Fission is when you split the atom. Fusion is when you fuse two atoms together. So with fission, you take one hydrogen atom and you split it into, I'm doing it wrong. If you take a helium atom and you split it into two hydrogen atoms. Fusion is when you take two hydrogen atoms and you fuse them together into one helium atom. It's the reverse process. A fusion explosion is massively more powerful than a fission explosion. Our current nuclear weapons are fusions. And you release a massive amount of power. Fusion is also clean energy. With a fission reaction, you've got radioactive waste. Now, it's not a lot of radioactive waste. It sounds more scary than it is. It's not a lot of radioactive waste, but there is waste. With a fusion reaction, it's very clean. It generates a lot of power, but it's very hard to get a stable fusion reaction to generate clean power. And there have been a number of scientists in this country who were on the verge of the breakthrough to do fusion power, and they've been murdered or they've disappeared. Scientists working in our nuclear weapons program have been murdered or disappeared. We do not know where they are. They have disappeared. We have no idea what is going on. The media has not covered it. Peter Doocy yesterday finally raised the issue in the White House about what on earth is going on.
There are now 10 American scientists who have either gone missing or died since mid-2024. They all reportedly had access to classified nuclear or aerospace material. Is anybody investigating this to see if these things are connected?
I've seen the report, Peter. I haven't spoken to our relevant agencies about it. I will certainly do that, and we'll get you an answer. If true, of course, that's definitely something I think this government and administration would deem worth looking into, so let me do that for you.
Yeah. We're finally starting to pay attention thanks to the Pirate Wires, which is I'm seeing more and more people cite it. It's a very useful resource. I heard about the scientists up in Massachusetts, and it was portrayed as just kind of a random shooting. When you add in all of the others, this looks less random and more like a pattern. One of the allegations from some people is maybe these were Chinese spies who have infiltrated programs. Another implication is maybe the Chinese are trying to keep us from jumping ahead. There are reports out today that the Iranians have been using Chinese spy satellites with the permission of the Chinese government to target American operations in the Middle East during this peace process. They've been trying to get an eye on where we are in case the war resumes. There's a Reuters report right now, U.S. and Iranian negotiators have scaled back ambitions for a comprehensive peace plan. The White House is saying this is fundamentally not true. The Defense Department is denying it. The State Department is denying it. We will see. But the Iranians are using Chinese spy satellites to target us right now in case the war resumes. China is on Iran's side, and a number of our leading nuclear scientists have either disappeared or been murdered in the last couple of years, and it's picking up steam, a number of them being eliminated inside the United States. What is going on? It sounds like a conspiracy theory, and it is actually reality. These scientists who have been making stunning advances, particularly in terms of nuclear fusion capabilities in this country, they're disappearing or they're dying, and we can't figure it out. And again, the two implications are either a foreign government is taking them out to prevent us from leaping ahead, or we're taking them out because they were spying for foreign countries. No one seems to know which. Everyone seems to agree, though, this can't be a coincidence that all these people related to the exact same technology and research are suddenly dropping dead or disappearing. Something's going on out there, and the National Press Corps is only just starting to pay attention, even though the pattern has been going on since 2024.
When the truth seems hazy, Eric will clear the way. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
I respect people who show action instead of just words. I think